God transcends worlds, and Fairy Tail will never be the same.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became the New 10 Tails and Got Teleported to Fairy Tail Movie. Before we start, please go support Dante477 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. After Madara's jutsu fails, Naruto becomes the new 10 Tails. Leaving his world, he ends up in Fiori and joins Fairy Tail on their adventures. How will Fiori survive now that Fairy Tail's newest member is the 10 Tails? The dragons must watch out, they're no longer at the top of the food chain. Godlike Naruto. Chapter 1. The End of This World. In an indescribable area, once a land full of trees and vegetation, but now reduced to a bare, uneven scar on the earth, two men with their own ambitions for the world. It is said that atop a body with a grotesquely swollen, rounded form, it crawled on its belly, while protruding from it were thorny projections shaped like surgical branches at right angles. It had a singular eye, occupying most of its head, 4 concentric circles with 6 tomes in the 2 circles closest to the pupil. It also had a wide, cavernous mouth with multiple rows of sharp pointed teeth, as well as a barbed chin. It was possibly the Great World, the source of all chakra. The man on the left stared down at the ground, his uneven eyes narrowing in barely concealed frustration. He wore black trousers and gloves, with a white shirt underneath, presumably fitted. The name Uchiha was printed on the bottom of his shirt and on his lower back. Around his waist, he wore a simple, light purple vest and belt. His left eye had a wavy pattern that stretched across the eyeballs, with pure purple irises and sclera. His right eye, on the other hand, was a striking red with a black design depicting a pinwheel in the center. This man was Uchiha Obito, the one responsible for the Fourth Shinobi World War. The second man simply crossed his arms, his gaze remaining fixed on his face. He was a tall man with fair skin, black hair, and a note that held a slight blue hue. By adulthood, his hair had grown to his waist with a fringe that reached his shoulders, framing the sides of his face and completely covering his right eye. Although still no young man, more prominent wrinkles had developed around each eye. In most cases, in its previous version, the previous part, in the traditional bright red armor, similar to that of a samurai, found in a simple black suit. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular. The chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. Unusually, his chest plate left his back completely exposed, probably to better display his clan crest. This attire was accompanied by boots and gloves. Strapped to his back, he wore a black chain that ran down his right sleeve. His Rinnegan eyes observed the scene before him with amusement. His name was Uchiha Madara. His Rinnegan eyes observed the scene before him with amusement. His name was Uchiha Madara. His Rinnegan eyes observed the scene before him with amusement. His name was Uchiha Madara. Several meters away stood the allied shinobi forces, minus the 5 cage, of course. Standing in the center of the group of distinguished shinobi were 3 Leaf Village shinobi, battle-worn, all of whom were gathering their second breath for the inevitable confrontation against the Uchiha. Most notable among them stood proudly, a determined expression on his face, his fingers crossed, his eyes fixed on Madara's disinterested gaze. He had deep blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. He wore an orange and black jumpsuit with black sandals, as well as a black headband. He also had 3 whisker-like markings on his face that made him look like a cat or a fox. He turned his gaze to Obito and shouted, "You think we're still a disorganized bunch? We are the Shinobi Alliance. Mark my words." Obito said nothing, choosing to stare at them impassively. After a few moments of staring, he finally spoke. "It doesn't matter if there are 1,000 or 100,000 of you, none of you can wait with the power of the 10 Tails. The Eye of the Moon plan will be fulfilled one way or another." The 10 Tails unleashed their fury in agreement, forcing all the allied shinobi to the ground, while the earth trembled beneath the sounds of their creator. Naruto gritted his teeth as he stood, racking his brain for what could be used to defeat the 2 Uchiha. "Kurama, how much longer until you can return?" he questioned, absent-mindedly wiping the sweat from his brow. Within the label, the Kyuubi's closed eyes and Kurama earned a small mark in a meditative posture. "I won't be able to find at least another 5 minutes or so. Just try to hold on until you can get back into the fight," he ordered. "Gotcha." Focusing his chakra once more, Naruto wearily summoned 2 shadow clones to his side. He turned to the shinobi. The beginnings of an idea stirred in his mind. "Ino," he said sharply, drawing her attention, ready to hear his plan. "Do you think you and Hinata can control them again? I only need 2 seconds to pull this off." The seriousness in his voice reflected how much he needed this part of his plan to work. "Yes, although I doubt it will be as easy as it used to be." Nodding, he moved toward the other shinobi. "Anyone with an A-rank Kaiten jutsu up their sleeve?" A chorus of "Hi" answered his question. "Alright, here's what we'll try." With Madara and Obito, the former subtly refined the hand seals they had mastered over their long lives to gain more power. The Ninpo. Dauka no Jutsu, Ninja Release. Assimilation technique was based on a jutsu he had begun developing with his brother Izuna. The concept of the jutsu was that the user selectively withdraws their life force. Originally, his plan had been to find a way to restore Izuna's eyes, but he had perished on the battlefield the next day. From his defeat at the hands of Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End to the moment of trust and love in the Dauka no Jutsu to rejuvenate his life force when his body was reaching its limit. However, this time, his targets were the last remaining Jinchuriki. Naruto and Killer Bee. Even though the 10 tails had been successfully revived, Madara wanted more. He wasn't just focused on becoming a Jinchuriki of an incomplete tailed beast, he wanted to be the shinobi who would finally surpass the Sage of Six Paths. With the Dauka no Jutsu, he could possibly assimilate them both into the judgment, hopefully provoking a reaction from the god. What could I have done? What to do? What will we do? As he paused at the final seal, Madara was about to shout his jutsu so that the allied forces could hear. Dragons of flame, rocks of varying sizes, water bullets from a particular group, blades of wind and tornadoes flying in different directions, and even the occasional streak of lightning could be seen hurtling toward them. Using his connection with the Bijuu, Madara concentrated as the Juubi opened its shark-like mouth. Negative white energy and positive black energy formed at incredible speeds, being swallowed by the beast as they solidified into a condensed ball of chakra. Madara smiled as he prepared the ultimate tailed beast technique. Bijuu Ryaiza. Tailed beast laser. The attack exploded with an intensity that took the shinobi forces by surprise, judging by their shocked faces and rapid pallor. The dense mass of chakra easily swallowed their attacks, cutting a deep trench through the earth as it hurtled toward them. Fire release. Great Dragon Technique Big-tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. Came Naruto's level and that of most of the shinobi force. It was at that moment, as the devastating force abruptly vanished in strands of chakra, that a massive dragon's head emerged from the cloud of dust that had been raised by the tailed beast Ryaiza, a large sphere of black chakra, surrounded by 4 large points resembling a Fuma shuriken. Obito glanced at the elderly Uchiha. Enough boasting, let's get started on the project. Facing the approaching attack, he needed to send a new dimension using his Kamui, but, to his disbelief, the expected warp barrier didn't form at all. He looked at Kakashi, not with slight annoyance that he was interfering with his Kamui activation. How is he acquiring knowledge about using Kamui so quickly? Before, he could only teleport objects to a separate dimension, but now he's also able to prevent Kamui from occurring. Madara paid no attention to the incoming fire dragon, slowly going through the hand seals he needed for his assimilation jutsu. However, there is no record of him making a mistake in the order of the hand seals. When the roaring dragon finally crashed into them, Madara uttered his jutsu. Ninpo. Dauka no Jutsu. As soon as his body began to decompose, Madara knew something was wrong. The jutsu was supposed to pull the chakra of its targets toward him, not the other way around. Furthermore, he couldn't be the only one affected by the jutsu. This one was performed on his knees, a silent scream etched on his face. Beneath him, Madara could feel judgment writhing in discomfort as chakra cords emerged from his eye and latched onto the various shinobi scattered across the ground. Madara made sure it didn't pierce his heart when 2 cords bound to him and Obito. Then the pain crashed down on them. Beyond what it had truly been. What it had truly been. I literally can't feel it, nor am I fading away piece by piece, flowing straight into Juubi's little squeal. Despite the burning pain he felt, Madara has been the one to observe the ground. He wasn't the only one affected by his unintentional jutsu, every single member of the allied shinobi forces was either dead or dying. What would happen? What would happen? What would happen? Why was this happening? He was supposed to enslave the shinobi world and rule it, with Obito trapped in his own ideal world. So why was this happening to him? Naruto let out a groan of pain as all the chakra cords connected. He had seen Kakashi and Bee literally shrink and die before his eyes. His team was gone. Sakura had fallen to the jutsu, and Sai was too low on chakra to last much longer as well. The Konoha teams had also perished, their last words a tearful farewell, filled with comforting words to one another. Kurama, I need help. In it. Here is my chakra. Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode activated, unleashing the power of the Bijuu within him. Unfortunately it wasn't a good idea. Naruto cursed as he felt the cords tighten to the point where it was becoming difficult to breathe. Why the hell isn't this coming out? He yelled, pounding the ground as the pain intensified. The vast amount of knowledge flowed into him. Experiences he hadn't had in the past, meetings and plans he'd never imagined, jutsu he'd never heard of, and various shinobi tactics he could barely comprehend. But it didn't stop there. The memories of several different people were also being stored within him. Inside the seal, Kurama was also assaulted with memories, the memories of his brothers and sisters. He clutched his head, trying to slow the flow of information and try to escape his current predicament. Damn it, at this rate, we're all going to become part of the 10 Tails. What did that damn Madara do? Outside, Naruto's body was also beginning to explode. You could feel his legs getting hotter and hotter until they felt like burning flames trying to burst from them. His bones were making various disturbing and unbearable sounds that were muffled by the 10 Tails players. Is this it? Am I going to die like this? No, I refuse to let this end like the Zero Sennin, and my dad volunteered for me to find the answer to breaking the cycle of hatred. I can't just give up. Not now, never. With a supreme effort of willpower, Naruto forced himself to form a shadow clone. The clone nodded and began preparing a tailed beast ball, only to be stopped by a voice they never expected to hear again. Naruto. Don't attack, you'll end up tearing yourself to pieces. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as they found themselves facing another Bijuu once again. Just like last time, they were positioned above their heads. Turning around, Naruto quickly noticed an obvious change. Where's Kurama? Why isn't he here? Son Goku, the four-tailed ape, was the one who delivered the news. Kurama is currently fighting to prevent his form from decomposing into chakra and spreading into the 10 Tails. He shouldn't contact us. Instead, he needs all his concentration on his living state and on this world. His voice was raspy and deep, sounding like rocks clashing together. Standing up, Naruto began working to save his hands. Well, what are you waiting for? Tell me what I have to do to help. You obviously have an idea of how to get out of this situation, right? He questioned, his arms hanging at his sides as his hopeful gaze fell upon them all. Goku took a breath before speaking again. We have an idea, but the price might be too high to pay. The ape shifted from one massive arm to the other, avoiding the young sage's curious gaze. Judgment is the focal point of Madara's jutsu, but we are the ones who comprise the 10 Tails. Instead of all of you merging with judgment, the current presence can interfere and modify the jutsu so that you are the only one who will benefit from it. Naruto recorded the chakra chords that granted him knowledge of the other shinobi. You mean that the things that happened were your doing? Surprisingly, he wasn't angry with them. We had done what we thought was best for the world. Of all the shinobi, he was the only one they actively helped and entrusted with their power. Madatabi, the two-tailed cat, spoke next, his voice low and solemn. Yes. We have no other choice, and it was the only thing we were capable of doing at this time. However, his gaze turned sad, and he looked away. If you continue with this, you may lose yourself to the other presences within Jubi. Or you may change your personality. Either way, you will never be the same after all this. Naruto paled at that. Would he never be the same? Compared to the alternative, which was completing the war and celebrating with the civilians. Hearing his thoughts, the three tails Asobu turned his gaze to Naruto. What are you saying? That you could be overcome by Madara's nature and decide to conquer the world as well? That's not how it works. A part of all those who died in the war will accumulate within you. Naruto blinked. When we did it that way, either situation was bad still. Madara had to compete with the other aspects of the allied force if he wanted to seriously corrupt Naruto. Sure, he might end up being a little more arrogant, but it wasn't like that was a bad thing, right? Go ahead, but I'd like you to do something for me. Tmei was the one who asked the question. What is the request you wish us to make? We may not be able to help you in any way other than listen. Naruto nodded. That was the best we could get and he was willing to accept it. When you're together again, could Kurama be the basis for the fusion? Despite the fact that the Bijuu couldn't be perfectly replicated in some human expressions, Naruto could definitely tell they were confused. Since his defeat at the Valley of the End, Kurama hasn't had the chance to truly be free. He would cherish that and make it the dominant personality in his own fusion. He finished, his eyes fixed on each of them. Everything that was done in silence while Naruto disappeared from his plane of consciousness. Physical world. The 10 Tails sank into the ground, their bodies disintegrating as more and more chakra was diverted into the young Uzumaki. All that remained were their heads and upper bodies, 5 outrageously long tails, and their left arm. By now, all that remained of the shinobi who had been present was their clothing. Even Madara's Ito Tensei body had been absorbed by Naruto's ever-changing new body. She was almost identical to the previous one, though there were several differences. For example, her fingers now ended in dangerously sharp claws that gleamed in the moonlight, her whisker marks had almost disappeared, and her hair was longer than ever. In fact, it was styled like her father's, but generally had the shape of a lion's mane. Her body had also built up more muscle. Enough to clearly define her muscles through her clothing, but compact and not too ripped. The best way to do it was finally figured out. With their work done, the Doka no Jutsu was unleashed. Not a sound was made, and the earth trembled with anticipation. Would this being be their savior or their executioner? Naruto's eyes slowly opened, revealing themselves to the world. The black sclera, containing the 10 Tails' eyes, gazed at the moon. His lips stretched into a charming smile. I did it, I'm still in control. He enhanced his finger on the moon. That's it, you bastards. Uzumaki Naruto is the undisputed number 1. NA. Just so you know, Naruto will be leaving his world in the next chapter. He may have several weapons and items that could be necessary on his adventures. I'm giving Naruto 5 weapons to use. Samehada, Tetsuseiga, Bakuseiga, Kubikurumjim, and Madara's Great War Fanatic. Harem for history. Urza Scarlet. Lucy Hertfilia. Ai can someone say Erit Catfight. Conan. Samui. Urahin Strauss. Duvialoxer. Female Sasuke. I've always wanted to try this pairing. Oh, and Urza Nightwalker, she's got the whole bad girl thing going on. Plus, this adds a twincest element to the story, well, sort of. Chapter 2. The Dragon Tamer. Standing proudly on the sands that made up the wasteland, Uzumaki Naruto maintained the stance he had assumed immediately after his rebirth. His right hand was thrust toward the night sky with his index finger pointing toward the moon, his left hand resting casually against his waist while his feet were firmly planted on the ground. An arrogant smile appeared on his face, revealing the elongated fangs that were hidden behind his lips, and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Of course, after a few moments of remaining like that, he quickly grew serious. His smile faded until his mouth formed a thoughtful frown. At this moment, he was probably the sole survivor of the Fourth Shinobi World War. He had seen what Madara had done to the Five Cage, and despite how much he didn't want to believe it, there was a very real possibility that they were at death's gate. The part of him, the part that was originally his true self, wanted to rush to Tsunade Bachin and the others and help, but the other, more logical side of him made him stay put. Even though Sakura knew medical jutsu, she knew it wouldn't help in any way. Knowing how to do something wasn't the same as actually being able to do it. The Bunshin no Jutsu was something everyone had been taught at the Ninja Academy, yet it was still the one jutsu she'd never be able to master well, at least not for a while. Scanning the wasteland that had once vibrated with life, Naruto finally noticed the state of his clothes. His jumpsuit was officially wrecked. The garment had been shredded into multiple threads in every conceivable place. Not even his pants had survived the transformation. Yet his boxers were miraculously intact. He blinked stupidly at the absurdity of the situation. His underwear was indestructible while his jumpsuit wasn't. There must be some crazy universal law in anime or something. Wait, what the heck is anime? Focusing on his current situation, Naruto cast a penetrating glance around, his eyes taking in every detail. Unlike before, when he had appeared in the incomplete 10 tails, his eyes now possessed the 9 complete tomo surrounding the 4 concentric waves. It would seem that the fusion had completed the powers of his eyes. Sorting through the varied clothing scattered across the area, Naruto thoughtfully touched his chin as he mentally decided what to choose. He had to force himself to look at the Kunoichi outfit several times during the process. He was a guy, damn it, no matter how many feminine experiences had been thrown at him. After examining the various garments lying strewn across the ground, Naruto quietly made his way to the bundle that had belonged to Kakashi. He knelt beside it, searching for the item he had always desired since meeting his sensei. Finding the copy ninja face mask next to his headband, Naruto allowed a sad smile to grace his lips. While a part of Kakashi would always be with him, it still hurt to know that his mentor would no longer be with him in this world. Adjusting the mask to his face, Naruto was about to move on to other shapes when an idea struck him. Why don't I use Inten Banbutsu Sozo to create something for myself? He thought. It wasn't such a bad idea. With at least a few hundred kage bunshin, he'd be able to create something that was both efficient and suited to his tastes. Yeah, that seems like a good idea, he said to himself, his words soft and gentle on the wind. Several puffs of smoke later, Naruto was unpleasantly surprised to see that, instead of creating a single shadow clone, he had used enough chakra to create what appeared to be 50 clones. At that moment, he felt an urge to bang his head against something. How the hell did I forget that my chakra control would be like crap after assimilation? That should have been the first thing I thought of. Rubbing his head in frustration, Naruto gestured to the assembled shadow clones. Alright, guys, I want half of you to work on Inten Banbutsu Sozo, while the other half work on every chakra control exercise you can remember. I'm going to search the battlefield and see what weapon I can find myself. All the clones saluted intelligently. Hi boss. They all dispersed into the distance, appearing as nothing more than blurs in the night. Naruto sighed as he felt a clone dissipate because it accidentally bumped into a tree. This is going to take a while. The easily located Samehada, one of the 7 swords of Kiri with whom he had been intimate. Its white bandages stood out against the dark earth, casting an ethereal glow around the sensitive blade. His footsteps sounded loud in the stillness of the night. When he reached it, Naruto grasped the hilt without hesitation, watching as the sword's handle glowed a malevolent black and the human skull at the end of the handle transformed into a canine skull in its place. Well, you don't look good, your chakra has become even more delicious than ever, master. The voice was soft, sensual, and surprisingly feminine. If Naruto ever thought he'd seen everything the world had to offer, he made a mental note to erase it from his mind. Oh. You seem surprised I can talk, then again, I can't say I blame you for that line of thinking. Okay, so you can read my mind now? Before you answer that, what happened to you? You know, the whole glowing handle and shape-shifting skull thing? Naruto asked. Even though it was a little unsettling to have a female voice in his head, Naruto was quite pleased with it. It reminded him of the recent times when he and Kurama had talked. That was a sign that I'm yours. Never in my existence have I encountered chakra that tastes as divine as yours and is limitless. To refuse you would be nothing short of foolish. Besides, without a source of chakra to feed me, I would eventually wither and die. Can you imagine how ugly my scales would look? No, thank you. Naruto still found it strange to think of Samehada as feminine. The bandages that were usually wrapped around her loosened and began to wrap around Naruto, covering some of the glaring holes in his current attire. Naruto stared at her, fascinated. He'd only ever seen bandages used to wrap Samehada's scales. He'd never thought they could be used this way. Thanks for that, Same-chan. Just to be sure, is your name really Samehada? He asked, lifting her onto his shoulder. A grunt escaped his lips as she sank her teeth into his shoulder, a grunt of surprise, not pain. Very well, more, feed me more, Naruto-sama. Naruto shuddered as a loving moan escaped his lips. Maybe it was a bad idea. Was she really draining his chakra? That's creepy as hell. What's next? Am I going to have a harem of women? Finally, after a few tugs to snap her out of her daze, Samehada loosened her grip on his shoulder. Forgive me, Naruto-sama, but your chakra just tastes so irresistibly good, and my name is whatever you wish it to be. Before I was called Samehada, I didn't even have a name yet. I didn't care about something so trivial. Does a weapon need a name? As long as I was being fed chakra, I never bothered to make myself a name. Her voice held no emotion whatsoever, yet it was very light. It was almost as if she were making a statement about the weather. Naruto didn't say anything, he simply nodded and settled into a comfortable sitting position. So, what do you know about forging weapons? Feeling his scales begin to tense, Naruto quickly tried to avoid a misunderstanding. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you, but I feel like I should forge my own weapons. It would also be good for me to make my own blades. Maybe a smaller blade for infighting. Samehada let out a snort. Well, I'm not sure about that idea. I do know about forgery. I can teach you a few things in exchange for your chakra. Naruto lowered his head in exasperation. What was he, food? At that moment, a few more clones dissipated, earning a sigh from the blonde. This is really going to take a while. Time omitted, 1 year later. Naruto wiped a strand of sweat from his brow as he raised the blade he had just finished forging. At that moment, he was in the same cavern that Madara had frequented for the past few years. What he had planned to do was create a pair of demonic swords that would work in conjunction with Samehada and Kubikurumji. He had discovered Zabuza's sword in the hands of Hazuki Sugetsu, one of Sasuke's team members, and had asked for it to be handed over. He had even included the word please. Sugetsu had laughed at him and called him a retard. Naruto laughed at his dead body after he finished him off. It was actually quite easy when you think about it. Sugetsu was weak against lightning and extreme heat, something Naruto now had access to. Combined with his limitless chakra reserves, one of the advantages of Ito Tensei, Naruto had simply killed the Taka shinobi, turning his liquid form into water vapor. In any case, he had kept Kubikurumji because it was capable of repairing itself using the iron in its blood. Such an ability was very useful, and he had no intention of letting any civilians stumble upon it and use it for their own purposes. So, despite Samehada's complaints, he had begun practicing his kenjutsu with both Kiri blades. With Samehada, he focused on coordinating his attacks so that its scales could pierce, shave, disembowel, and kill his enemies with the first strike. His ability to feast chakra was also something he had practiced. With Kubikurumji, Naruto simply had to adjust his fighting style to quick but powerful attacks that could end a battle before it even began or dragged on. He stared at the scabbard containing the sword, pride gleaming in his swirling eyes. It was expected. After all, who would expect to create such fine work on their first try? The scabbard was plain white, though with several lines of runes along its length. At the end was a purple thread tied in the shape of the letters E. Wow, I haven't even unsheathed it, but I can already feel the power emanating from it, he murmured. As he lowered the blade, Naruto arched his back, letting out a satisfied sound as his bones made tiny clicks. I think I'll take a break and work on it later. I also need to create some new clothes. He mused. The clothes he wore were nothing more than civilian attire, made to keep him clothed. However, they weren't nearly as durable as shinobi clothing, so he often ended up destroying them in his daily activities. He sat down on one of the two beds in the dark cavern and crossed his arms. One of his clones had overheard news of Sasuke and Orochimaru while heading to the nearest village, and what he'd heard had surprised him as well. Apparently, they'd both been killed in battle by an unknown kunoichi. If he'd been all Naruto, he would have gone after her in retaliation or something like that. Now, he was simply curious to know who the person was. Sasuke was listed as an A rank missing nin in the bingo book, and Orochimaru was a Sannin, someone on par with a Kage, and the one who killed the third Hokage. For them to be defeated, their opponent must have been at least at the Kage level. Lying on his back in bed, Naruto hummed a tune to himself as he drifted off to sleep. The next day. Stepping out into the sunlight, Naruto had to admit that the sight of nature was far more pleasant outdoors than in the sorry excuse of a residence where he'd been living for the past year. His hair had grown longer, reaching halfway down his back as a third bang developed between his other two, and Samehada was strapped to his back like his predecessors. He wore indescribable shinobi attire, consisting basically of a shirt and pants with sandals, and had his demonic sword strapped to his left hip. Kubikurumch was sealed in a scroll, which was safely stored in his pocket dimension to prevent anything from happening to it. His crimson-slit eyes settled on a branch that offered a great vantage point, and he leaped toward it. Despite the 100-meter gap separating them, Naruto easily closed a distance and landed carefully on the branch. Activating his 10 tails eyes, Naruto scanned the area which was pretty damn near, by the way trying to detect any nearby chakra. He stiffened at the sight of what might possibly be the greatest source of chakra a human could ever hope to achieve. The chakra itself seemed familiar, yet different at the same time. It was capable of passing for a typical shinobi, but its innate nature was entirely different from that of his deceased comrades. "Want to check it out, Same-chan?" he questioned. Samehada resonated once, its version of Sasuke's famous HN. Taking it as a yes, Naruto focused on his chakra signature. Instantly activating Jikikanaido, Naruto vanished in a swirling vortex from his location, leaving nothing out of place. When he landed at the chakra signature location, the first thing he saw was a hooded figure standing in a forest on the border of Hai no Kuni. The white cloak the figure wore did nothing to conceal the curves that identified her as a kunoichi, as well as the enlargement of her breasts, which Naruto estimated to be around a large teacup. She wore steel-toed boots and had black armbands that extended to her elbows. He couldn't see what she wore beneath her cloak, but he could see that she had black hair peeking out from under her hood. She had Sasuke's Kusanagi blade strapped to her back just as he had done. It was the handle that caught Naruto's eye. Unlike most shinobi, who would immediately assume defensive positions when a man randomly appeared in a vortex, she simply tilted her head curiously. As he did so, Naruto could see that she wore a silver mask that revealed her delicate mouth and soft lips, but concealed everything else from view. He idly wondered why she wore a mask, but filed those thoughts away for another time. Standing up, Naruto let his right hand slide down to rest on the hilt of his nameless sword, while his left hand offered a lazy wave. What could a kunoichi like you possibly be doing in these borderlands, if you don't mind me asking? Just admiring the scenery. The masked woman stared at him, patiently awaiting his reply. After a few moments of silence, she answered his question. "No, I'm looking for a new master to claim me." Naruto was pretty sure that if he'd been a younger man, he would have been experiencing a severe nosebleed at his response. Behind him, Samehada was laughing in its terrifying way, its scales contracting and relaxing at irregular intervals. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto let some of its shock seep into his voice. "Coming back? Are you looking for a new master?" At its silent nod, Naruto dared to ask another question. "Are you telling me you're into S&M in addition to role-playing games?" She shrugged indifferently. "If that's what my master wants, I'll follow his instructions as best I can." Naruto blinked twice. "Well, I certainly didn't expect that reaction. I thought she'd at least come up with some excuse or something." "That's all well and good, but who are you?" "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, former shinobi of Konohagakure." Naruto saw no harm in letting him know which village he came from. What he'd learned during his time alone was that most shinobi used the villages their opponents came from to know what to expect. Most people from Konohagakure had a fire nature, Kumagakure had a lightning nature shinobi, Sunagakure had a wind nature shinobi, Iwagakure had an earth nature shinobi, and Kurigakure had a water nature shinobi. The woman immediately knelt in reverence, confusing the masked blonde. "My apologies, Naruto-sama. I am Uchiha Setsuna, former Anbu of Konohagakure and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kurama. Please allow me to take care of you." Naruto felt his brain shut down. "Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, isn't that it? Did you just say Kyuubi no Kuryo? Not Kurama, though? How do you even know its name?" To say Naruto was going crazy would be an accurate description. Here was an Uchiha in front of him, a descendant of that bastard Madara. Wait, if he was part of him, did that make him a bastard too? Calling herself the Jinchuriki of what appeared to be a female Kurama. Suddenly, he was grateful to the Sage of Six Paths for giving him a male Nine Tails, who knows how he would have survived with a female massive chakra and hatred. The woman Setsuna removed her hood, revealing long, silky raven-colored hair braided into a ponytail with a red cord, while two bangs framed her face like Sasuke's. Her delicate fingers reached for her mask, and Naruto tightened his grip on his sword. She gently removed the mask, and Naruto could only stare, a mixture of horror and amusement in his eyes. Her Sharingan was already active, 3 tomo lazily swirling around her pupils. She had the same facial structure as her male counterpart, but Naruto could see that while Sasuke's looks had been somewhat Binshinen, Setsuna's was undeniably feminine. Looking into her eyes, Naruto couldn't find the usual hatred he'd come to expect from Sasuke. If anything, her eyes were very much like Haku's. "You're a woman, Sasuke." On one hand, this was a pretty creepy situation. Seeing the female counterpart of someone you know is always going to be as weird as hell. On the other hand, the parallels between Setsuna and Haku were becoming clear. Like Haku, Setsuna seemed to have lost her master and couldn't seem to face the idea of living her life without one. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke is this world's version of me. It's surprising that he abandoned his village for power. Something must have happened to make him turn out this way. She said, still kneeling before him. I don't know why you're kneeling, but can you stand up? It's a little embarrassing for me," he asked. "Yes, Naruto-sama." She stood up immediately, her head still bowed in submission. "When I fought Uchiha Sasuke and the Sannin Orochimaru, their last words before dying were that you could defeat me. All my previous masters have been stronger than me and have become a standard for me, and since you are the strongest being in this world, that makes you the only option for me." Naruto felt a headache coming on. "How did you get here? Was it an accident or was your trip planned?" She shook her head. "Negative. Itachi Nai pushed me into this dimension through his Mangekyo Sharingan to prevent the criminal organization Daybreak from stopping me. I was fully prepared to die, but Kurama had other ideas." "I see. Just to be clear, what rank are you?" "I was scheduled to join Anbu the day after we were attacked. At this point, I'd say I'm not a Jonin, but definitely higher than a high-level Chunin without using Kurama's chakra. When I tap into its power, I estimate I'm at least high level." "Sai, you're not going to leave me if I tell you to do it, are you?" As he expected, she resolutely shook her head. Rubbing his forehead, Naruto silently gestured for her to take his hand. Feeling her place her hand on his shoulder, he teleported them to his house. Time omitted, 1 year. Setsuna Uchiha watched with curiosity and wonder, though her face remained as blank as ever, as her teacher skillfully drew several seals on the ground. They were in a clearing somewhere within Kumo no Kuni, just outside one of the many hideouts of the deceased Obito Uchiha. Throughout the year, they had traveled from one hideout to another, searching for anything that might be useful and sealing away anything that wasn't. Naruto had initially been skeptical about her reasons for offering herself to him in servitude, but as the weeks passed, he grew more accustomed to her presence. Naruto considered her something of a friend and often pointed out how far he should go in catering to her whims. He wasn't going to treat her the way Zabuza had initially treated Haku. To him, she, too, had the right to live her life independently of him. Unfortunately, Setsuna vehemently opposed that stating that she would follow him to the ends of the earth if he so desired. He crossed his arms as he watched from his perch in a nearby tree, opening his cloak to reveal what he wore beneath. Tight black pants with a purple cloth tied around his waist and a navy blue shirt. They were preparing to travel to other dimensions for a reason. The shinobi era was nearly over. With only genin and a handful of chunin left in all the villages, it was only a matter of time before civilians took over. If they stayed, the daimyo would always fear them, and that fear would turn to hatred. Such was human nature. Lowering his sealing brush, Naruto exhaled in relief. The seal he'd been working on was incredibly complex, utilizing the principle of Kamui to send them to another world. Apparently, there were multiple dimensions in the universe, meaning that if he left this world, there was a good chance he'd never return. He turned to his servant, he preferred the term assistant, but she continued to refer to herself as such, and nodded. "The seal is complete. Ready to go?" "Yes, Naruto-sama." She replied, leaping from her position. Landing beside him in the center of the seal, she let a small smile cross her face. "We'll be on our way." "Right." Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto began forming the hand seals for the jutsu. "By the way, are Sasuke's eyes still in perfect condition?" Setsuna nodded. Rummaging in her cloak, she pulled out a glass vial containing 2 eyes encased in a clear liquid. The eyes resembled 3 intersecting ellipses with straight pinwheels in the center and a red design on a black background. Sasuke's eye and no Mangekyo Sharingan. He had harvested them after his battle with both missing nin, preventing any other shinobi from obtaining such powerful eyes. "Well, when we get there, I'll assimilate them into my own eyes. That way, no one else will be able to use them and I'll further increase my ocular power. I don't know where we're going to end up and it would be better to have another ace up my sleeve. He found it ironic that not long ago he would never have considered this option, but now he was all for it. She slid the vial back into her cloak as the lines of the seal glowed crimson. Is that why you fused Sasuke's Kusanagi with my Kurohime? She questioned, gently grasping his right arm. Naruto rolled his eyes. Do you really need me to tell you that? He asked as he finished the hand seals. Her response was a chuckle before they vanished in a crimson flash. The Ori, Fairy Tail Guild. In the office of Guildmaster Makarov, two people sat with serious expressions. The first was an extremely short old man. He had dark eyes and white hair that framed his bald head and formed a thick mustache, which he hid beneath a whimsical jester's hat with blue-orange stripes. It was Makarov Dreyer, the master of Fairy Tail. He stood with his hands clasped, gazing with a hidden pride in his eyes at the person before him. She was tall for a 13-year-old boy. She had long scarlet hair that fell over her shoulders, with two strands framing her face. She wore armor custom made by the Heart Crew's blacksmiths, a blue skirt and black boots. Her brown eyes locked onto Makarov's. Mission complete, master. The package was delivered as requested. Makarov laughed at her seriousness. Good work, Urza. Why don't you go take a break? You've been working poorly this week. He suggested. Urza shook her head vehemently, forming a mark. Not until I break Murahin's record. I will be the strongest woman in Fairy Tail. That'll show her who's the strongest. She growled, her armored hand clenched tightly, earning a bead of sweat from Makarov. Let's talk about intense. These young people are always so full of energy, Makarov commented quietly. There was no warning. No spikes of magical energy, no animal commotion, no ominous feeling to prepare them for the oppressive weight that suddenly appeared. Right at that moment, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the city, making Makarov pale with fear. It was the unmistakable roar of a dragon, and not just any dragon. Makarov knew that dragon, the Dragon King himself, Aknoloja. Makarov was out of his seat and opening his window faster than Urza had seen him move. She saw him freeze as he stared out and felt a pang of fear touch her heart as she began to tremble. Reaching him on the balcony, she saw what had frightened Makarov, and she couldn't blame him. The dragon was massive, an enormous black entity that enveloped the city with its eyes. It was a colossal dragon whose upper body was covered in round black scales, which in turn were decorated with blue spirals. Its lower body was gray and appeared smooth. Its head was blunt and rounded with four large elongated plates extending backward, as well as a mouth full of sharp teeth and, below it, an elongated protuberance pointing downward. It was gigantic. Its multi-layered wings were made of the same plates that covered its body, making them resemble bird wings. Its massive tail split in two at the end and took on a double-barbed appearance. It was staring at two children who were standing in the middle of the street, directly in front of them. Urza turned and started to run toward the exit, but was stopped by a strong grip on her shoulder. Wait, Urza. Something's wrong. Makarov shouted, his eyes still fixed on the Dragon King. Urza turned her head to face Makarov, her eyes wide with disbelief and anger. Master Makarov, the children are in danger. At least let me help evacuate those who are nearby. As she spoke, Urza saw many mages from the guild emerging into the street, ready to stand against the dragon. Makarov shook his head, still not looking at her. That's not it. Aknoloja is acting strangely. He hasn't done anything but reveal himself to us, he's just looking at the children. Looking at the scene, Urza could see that the guildmaster had been right. The dragon was simply staring at the children, more specifically the blonde one. Now that Urza had a good look at them, she realized they were teenagers, seemingly in the throes of puberty. The girl wore a white cloak that only revealed her steel-toed boots and the black bracelet she wore. She was quite attractive. Her face was very feminine, as beautiful as Urza's and Murahin's. The boy wore a long, ankle-length black coat with a red lining that was open at the chest and held together by three X-shaped marks, then draped into several loose tails. He also had four vertical black lines on his forearms and black tattoo-like bands crisscrossing his chest, wrists, and ankles. Similar bands, but with crimson ends, were wrapped around his neck like collars. His trousers were very streamlined and form-fitting, but hung loosely enough for him to be comfortable. She felt herself blush slightly as his sculpted physique peeked through his clothing. A face mask obscured most of his face and gave her a mysterious look, while his shoulder-length golden hair swung in the wind. A sheathed katana rested on his left hip while a large sword was strapped to his back. Wow, he looked so cool. Her blush deepened. When she finally saw his eyes, she gasped in astonishment. Instead of normal eyes, he had black sclera and crimson eyes with a strange pattern. To her, they looked like three commas arranged in a circle. What the hell? Looking at Aknoloja, she blinked once, twice, and three times to check if she was dreaming. After confirming that she was indeed lucid, Urza watched in amazement as the same eye she had seen on the child appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. Did he just cast a spell on the dragon? that's impossible. No mere human could catch a dragon like this alone. She watched as the child said something she couldn't hear and moved closer to the dragon's snout, causing him to fall. Each fairy tale wizard went into various states of shock upon seeing the rippling dragon form. Like a projection, the Dragon King slowly vanished. First, it lost its tail, spreading down its legs and stomach, crawling along its forelimbs until only its head remained. After a moment, that too disappeared, merging with the rest of its lifeless body. The boy turned to face the assembled crowd, while the girl ignored them and stared at the two wizards on the balcony. "Hello everyone, can you tell us where the heck we are? We're kind of new here, hey. That day a legend was born, a legendary dragon tamer. AN. This chapter was a bit of a struggle to write. I had to take so many breaks that I felt like I was writing the Olympics. Anyway, let's get to the good stuff. Sukuna. I deliberately made his background as vague as possible so that throughout the story you can see exactly what contributed to his current situation. I bet you didn't expect me to use Sasuke, did you? At this time, Naruto's weapons are Samehada, Kubikurumchim, Bakuseiga, and Madara's fanatic. Tetsuseiga will appear later in the story. Naruto had other reasons for leaving his world, but you'll have to wait and find out later in the story. Now, a critic asked me to consider adding Ultier to the harem. People might say it's getting too big, but I really don't think so. A harem can range from 2 women to about 50. In some romance novels a friend of mine has read, the harem size is often well over a dozen. So. Updated harem list. Urza Scarlet. Urahin Strauss. Satsuna Uchiha. Heiya. Conan. Urza Nightwalker. Yuvia Luxor. Lucy Hertfilia. Ultier Milkovich. Please note that Samui will be relegated to the position of servant. No matter how you try to play your situation, it may not work between them. Did anyone catch the latest Naruto chapter? Apparently, the 10 Tails has a perfect form that's about to transform into. Can anyone even try to match me? Also, what's taking Sasuke so long to join the fight? Why do I care? Lol, but seriously, has anyone wondered what exactly the 10 Tails gave Naruto? I'm not sure if it's its will and chakra or something like Itachi's crow, which has a much needed power. Furthermore, the Itachi in Satsuna's world possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan that Obito has. This is a different world from the one we're discussing, so it wouldn't make sense for some traits to remain unchanged or be completely altered. More will be shed on Daybreak and what they had planned for Satsuna. The events leading up to the appearance of Acnologia will be detailed in the next chapter. Note that only those on the battlefield have assimilated into the new Naruto. Sasuke and Orochimaru were heading towards the man who knows everything, also known as Masashi Kishimoto. Tsunade in the cage or dead, come on, do you expect him to restore everyone's health when he's rapidly losing blood from the amputation of his legs? And the remaining shinobi are merely genin with a few chunin scattered about. Suigetsu and Juugo also separated after unsuccessfully searching for Sasuke. Chapter 3. Meet the Guild. The streets, which had been a cacophony of chaos and panic just moments before, were now as silent and lifeless as a graveyard. Many people, mages, and even spirits stared in awe at the blonde teenager and what he had just accomplished. Those who had no idea of Acnologia's position over the Dragon King were astonished that he could command the massive beast, while Makarov and a few other spirits exchanged nervous glances. To tame a dragon, something never before considered in the history of Fiori, and seal it with nothing more than a look. Makarov could only hope that the boy wasn't lulled by the calm of the darkness because of this. In the crowd of fairy tale wizards, 4 teenagers stared at the blonde boy and the black-haired girl with varying expressions. The first, a boy of about 12, wore a look of disappointment, astonishment, and terror at what he had just witnessed. He was slender, slightly muscular, and of average height. His skin was lightly tanned, and his eyes were jet black. His spiky pink hair seemed to defy gravity, sticking out in all directions, as if it had never seen a brush before. He wore a black vest with gold trim over his bare chest, white knee-length pants, a thick black bracelet on his left wrist, open black sandals, and a scarf decorated with white scales. Perched on his shoulder was a small blue cat-like creature that was busy eating a fish. Wow, that guy took care of the dragon so easily. The feline creature nodded comically, still eating the fish. Yes. But Natsu, if he could defeat the dragon, what kind of chance do you stand against him? You're doomed if you face him. Natsu shot the cat a dirty look. A nice way to show your friend some support, huh? He declared sarcastically, his voice dry. I do everything I can to deliver. Bastard. The second boy, who appeared to be about the same age as the first, glared at Natsu. Unlike everyone else, he was dressed only in green pants and black boots. His most prominent feature was his spiky black hair. He had dark blue eyes and a fairly toned body. On his right pectoral muscle was a dark blue seal in the shape of a bird. A necklace, which looked like a sword with a stone in it, hung around his neck. Shut up, Natsu. You can't even beat me and you want to deal with that guy. And you wonder why I call you an idiot, lizard breath. Natsu, who had been administering a noogie to Happy, turned to face the apparent exhibitionist. What did you call me, Gray? At least I'm not an exhibitionist who can't stand the heat, you idiot. When the two boys started arguing again, the last in the group saw Urza and Makarov exit through the doors, the latter heading toward the unknown strangers and the former walking toward their group. The first girl wore a rather revealing gothic outfit. She wore a dark, sleeveless shirt adorned with some curved motifs on the chest, leather shorts held up by a studded belt with a demon-like buckle, and thigh-high boots with stiletto heels, each decorated with a skull and flower on the upper front. She also sported a bracelet shaped like a demonic arm around her right wrist, a ring on the middle finger of the same hand, and dark nail polish. Her large blue eyes never strayed from the blonde man, who was occupied by the master, and her long white hair swayed as she moved from one foot to the other. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail with a huge dark ribbon, but she let a large strand fall across her forehead, while two fringes framed her face and extended to her chest. She crossed her arms as a look of disgust spread across her face. That guy seems really cute, doesn't he, Lisana? The last person of interest could only be described as the sister of the previous girl. She was a small girl with short white hair and blue eyes. She wore a simple pink dress paired with dark red shoes. Mirani, she sighed wearily, though one could see her cheeks flush slightly. Urza soon approached them, frowning in a way that indicated the older sister was eager to return. Marahin. She acknowledged him stiffly. Scarlet. Marahin replied, as curtly as her red-haired rival, bowing her head in a way that passed for greeting. Turning just in time to see the boy and Master Makarov heading toward his office, she let out a small snort of annoyance. Damn it, I wanted to talk to the girl before she left with Gigi. She grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. As if I'd ever want to talk to you about anyone. Urza bit her lip, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, startling the three girls into jumps. When Urza turned around, she found herself staring into the eyes of the woman who had been with the male, a calculating onyx. Shaking her shoulder, Urza responded with a glance toward the unfamiliar girl. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but could you tell me where Naruto and I are? Her voice cut through the boys' argument, drawing their attention to the girls. When Natsu and Gray turned to them, Lisana took the initiative to answer Satsuna's question. Well, you're in Fairy Tail, the only guild in Magnolia Town. You've probably heard that before we, have a bad reputation. She admitted sheepishly, shooting a sharp glance at Natsu. The boy whistled innocently as he avoided her gaze, causing Satsuna to raise an eyebrow. What's a guild? Satsuna asked, storing the previous information in her mind. She lowered her head as everyone, including Happy, stared at her as if she'd suddenly grown two heads. What is it? Urza sighed wearily. I wonder if Master Makarov is having better luck with that other guy than we are. Makarov's office. In the master's office, Makarov rubbed his head in frustration as Naruto, sitting across from him and drinking sake, smiled disarmingly. The old master opened his eyes to scoff at the youngsters before him. The story he had just heard was very hard to swallow. Hearing things like shinobi, chakra, the Akatsuki, and the progenitor of that world being revived, one could easily understand his skeptical views. So you're telling me you come from another world? A world constantly filled with constant warfare and subterfuge. Naruto nodded, setting down his mug, his eyes taking on a serious light. Yes. 2 years before I tried to leave, we were in the middle of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. No, the better word would be climax. All the shinobi nations allied against the true leader of Akatsuki, a man named Uchiha. Obito and his partner, Uchiha Madara, a legend among the shinobi world. His eyes flicked to Madara's Iron no Mangekyo Sharingan, unknowingly sending a jolt of surprise down Makarov's spine. They planned to revive the Ten Tails, a primordial demon that was the progenitor of my world and was defeated by the Sage of Six Paths, and use its power to cast an infinite illusion over the world using the moon as a medium. Makarov twitched his mustache as he listened, fascinated. Why would they want to do that? Were they planning to enslave everyone in your world, or did they have an even grander plan in the works? A part of him was still skeptical about all of this, but he couldn't deny there was some merit to young Naruto's story. He had never seen any kind of magic capable of casting such an illusion in the world, nor had he ever seen or heard of such strange eyes before. Naruto frowned as he recalled the Uchiha's motivations. Obito watched the love of his life die before his very eyes, at the hands of the person to whom he entrusted nothing less than everything, and joined Madara in his attempt to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, so he could be reunited with her. Madara, on the other hand, wanted a world where the concept of winners never existed, meaning that his constant loss to Senju Hashirama would no longer matter. He also desired a world where peace was meaningless, a world filled with even more bloodshed and carnage than the elemental nations were already experiencing. Makarov let out a sigh. He was a war merchant, wasn't he? He'd seen plenty of those types over the years and knew that instigating a war was something this Madara would do. Yes. In order to accomplish this, they needed to capture all the tailed beasts scattered throughout the United Nations. Obito, accused of impersonating Madara after his death, manipulated several shinobi into joining their cause, though he remained in the shadows for quite some time. While he was out of the spotlight, the Akatsuki leader was the one who pushed through the tailed beast extraction in his place. Naruto rested his head in his hands, his eyes closing as he continued his story. They eventually succeeded, though the 10 tails was incomplete. They needed the complete tailed beast to be whole, but they failed to obtain the 8 tails and the 9 tails. The only reason the 10 tails was revived was because Obito managed to grab a portion of its chakra for the ritual. He stopped, poured himself another cup of sake, and gulped it down without a care in the world. Makarov couldn't decide whether he should be amused or disgusted by the boy's drinking habit. I'm not sure what the legal drinking age was for you in your world, but in Earthland, a child your age can't drink sake or alcoholic beverages for quite some time, he declared with a pleased smile. Naruto shrugged. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, and old enough to buck, so you could say my legal age would be 12. Not like you have any stronger stuff at your bar, right? Makarov let out a long, loud laugh, his small figure trembling with delight. Has anyone ever told you that you're a very interesting guy? All the damn time. Fairy tale, ground floor. Meanwhile, Urza and the others continued their interaction with Sukuna. After getting over their initial shock at someone not knowing what a guild was, they proceeded to bombard her with various details about magic, guilds and dark guilds, dragons, and anything else they could think of. The Redeed frowned as she watched Sukuna conversing with Murahin and Gray. She doesn't act like any ordinary civilian, yet her movements and body language reveal nothing about her. Her eyes narrowed as she glimpsed the sword strapped to her back. The sword was rather small compared to some of her own blades, but Urza could tell it wasn't the blade size that made it dangerous. She would have to see the blade itself to determine exactly what made it special, perhaps a hilt was in order. Natsu's voice cut through her thoughts and pulled her back into the conversation. So, Setsuna, who's that other guy you were with? He must be really strong, huh? I mean, did you see how he took care of that dragon? It was so amazing. She asked, her eyes filled with curiosity and amazement as she recalled the scene once more. Murahin also turned to the former shinobi with interest. Yeah, the girl seems strong. Is he your boyfriend or something? She teased. Urza could have sworn she heard a slight change in Mira's question, though she was also interested in the answer. It's not that I like him or anything. I just want to know if they have some kind of illicit relationship. Yeah. I was already quite interested in the guy, and it would be bad if Setsuna were his girlfriend and she got in the way because she didn't know. Setsuna shook her head in response. Naruto-sama isn't my boyfriend. He's my master, and I'm his tool. All his wishes are my commands, and I'll do them to the best of my ability. She replied as she received her steaming cup of herbal tea from Lisana, who had decided to offer her a drink. Thank you for the tea, Lisana-san. The group, except for Lisana, who had been preparing Setsuna's tea for her, stared at her in amazement with varying degrees of disbelief. Natsu and Happy actually seemed frozen in place, their mouths hanging in identical expressions of shock, while Gray had a slight blush on his face. Murahin was actually quite surprised by the response she received, so much so that she dropped the slice of bread she was about to bite into. She quickly recovered and leaned forward, a sly smile on her angelic face. Oh. Guys, role-playing game, huh? Well, isn't that interesting? Do you mind if I join? She asked, with a hint of enthusiasm in Urza's opinion. Setsuna's eyes narrowed as a tiny amount of killing intent erupted from her, projected toward the elder Strauss. Naruto-sama requires only one tool, and I will not allow him to carry anything less than suitable. You are unworthy to be his weapon. The face of a snarling fox appeared behind her, its jaws wide open, revealing several rows of sharp teeth, further enhancing the glow she sent toward Murahin. The girl also unleashed her kai as she became enraged by Setsuna's words. Would you mind repeating that again, bitch? Her tone was colder than an iceberg, and she gained a considerable distance from the onlookers watching the two girls. Are you implying I'm weak? Do you think you're stronger than me? She snarled, barely restraining herself from slamming Setsuna's face into the ground. I don't think so, I know it. Naruto-sama deserves only the best, and that's clearly not you. Setsuna smiled at the end as she watched a murderous glare grow on Murahin's face. Kuram-chan, do you mind if I have to summon your chakra during the fight? Of course you can. She tried to take your place beside Naruto-san, your alpha, just don't end it too quickly. I want to savor this fight. Of course. Makarov's office. So why did Acnologia appear in Magnolia Town? Was it somehow related to your crossing into this world? Makarov questioned, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Speaking of which, what exactly did you do to the Dragon King? Naruto blinked in confusion. That excuse from a dragon is the Dragon King of this world. Bahamut-sama would either laugh at his scaly butt or be very keen to teach the other dragons a lesson, he muttered. Well, I'm not really sure if my space-time seal was the trigger for Alkin the Scaly Butt's appearance, but I'm sure it was a factor in the situation. When we crossed over here, I didn't immediately end up next to Setsuna. I ended up in a huge cave, staring at the Scaly Butt. He was angry about being the strongest being in the world and talking down to the humans who were insignificant worms beneath him. To be honest, I actually spaced myself out more than a couple of times during his monologue before getting bored and teleporting to Setsuna's location, which happened to be this place. He shifted in his seat, finishing the rest of his sake in one gulp. I'm pretty sure he followed me using his own space-time ability because I left during his little speech. Being a Dragon King, it must be the first time someone's ignored him like that, and he probably wouldn't be able to play it cool. Makarov scratched his chin as he pondered his words. It's true that Aknologia might have gone after him for that reason. He always talked about how humans were insects to be exterminated by him, and to be ignored by an insect would definitely ignite his fury. However, I feel there's more to it than that. What are you hiding, Uzumaki Naruto? You never said what you did to him there, Makarov pointed out. Naruto nodded, pondering how much he should reveal. After quickly selecting the safe information to disclose, Naruto slammed his fist on the desk, a small smile spreading across his face. Well, to help you understand what I did, I'll need to go over some basics you should know. He raised his index finger. First concept. Bloodline limits. These are genetically passed down abilities within specific clans. There are a few more details, but that's the gist of it. His middle finger joined his index finger, signifying the second concept. The second thing you need to know. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This is an advanced version of the Sharingan, an eye-based bloodline limit, and it's the reason I was able to subdue Aknogi Agnoli, you know what. Hearing the boy talk about sending the Dragon King to another dimension without any remorse made Makarov a little worried. Naruto-san, he began, I'm not sure you understand the situation. Without Aknologia in this world, the natural order of the dragons will spiral out of control, and they might even unleash their frustrations on us humans. He finished, his tone grave. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds bad. However, I think you forgot the fact that he can also use space-time abilities to escape from whatever dimension he's currently in. If that happens, I'm pretty sure he'll keep quiet when a mere human has surpassed him. His pride might help in this situation. At that moment, both men felt the ground tremble. Makarov just sighed in exasperation as Naruto looked on, confused. Seeing the young man's bewildered expression, Makarov let out a wry chuckle. Looks like my sons have started another fight. At this rate, I'm going to be surrounded by mountains of paperwork from the council. He groaned. Naruto let out a laugh as he jumped up from his seat and started cracking his knuckles. Did someone tell you guys you're crazy, old man? Samahata, it's time to eat. He yelled, grabbing the greatsword behind him. With a shit-eating grin on his face, Naruto channeled chakra into his feet and leaped to the door, kicking it open and speeding toward the fight that was taking place. The Dwarven Guildmaster sighed once more. I completely forgot to ask if he'd be joining us. Oh well, I can always do that later today. I wonder if he has any more of that wonderful sake. Fairy Tail, ground floor. Setsuna dodged a straight punch with the ease of someone who had honed their skills through countless hours of training. Marahin didn't let that deter her, following up with a low spinning kick as she fell forward, using her hand for balance as a makeshift platform. She narrowed her eyes in victory as Setsuna leaped to avoid the blow, just as she had planned. Using the momentum from her spinning kick, Marahin spun around, her natural flexibility allowing her to unleash a double boot strike on Setsuna. Unfortunately for Marahin, Setsuna managed to free herself from the deadly stilettos and land safely out of her way. She made no move to attack, opting instead to remove her cloak to avoid it restricting her movements. She sensed Kurum's bloodlust emanating from the seal, silently pleading with her to use Kurohim on the white-haired girl. I'm sorry, but Naruto-sama wouldn't want me to kill someone, maybe when I'm older. It was hard to tell if she was serious or not. Meanwhile, Natsu and Gray watched the fight with growing interest, while Urza sat in a corner, pondering Setsuna's words. Had she offered herself to him willingly? Why would she do that? Images of her time as a slave began to form in her mind, forced to work long hours each day and receiving so little to eat, losing her right eye to protect others. Gel. What made her choose him over her? On one hand, she could understand where Setsuna was coming from. The Ravenette, for as long as she could remember, had been bound to someone she came to recognize as her master. If she strayed from such a lifestyle, she would most likely be lost and unsure of what to do with her life. On the other hand, Urza couldn't help but want to blame Naruto for accepting Setsuna as his weapon, even though he knew he was being biased. Back in the fight, Setsuna ran towards Marahin, her body tucked under the ground. She leaped over the tables and chairs blocking her path and twisted in the air to throw kunai at Marahin, attempting a kick from above to her head. Murahin stepped aside from the kunai, ignoring the shouts of the others when some struck a little too hard for her comfort and blocked Satsuna's kick. Seizing the opportunity, she brutally slammed her fist into Satsuna's inner thigh, using her magic energy to temporarily strengthen her arm tenfold. Satsuna let out a groan of pain before feeling her thigh bone fracture, violently striking Murahin. Jumping back to create some space, she blurred through several hand seals. Extending her left arm, she allowed lightning chakra to flow through her tenketsu and blaze around her hand. Chidori, thousand birds. Murahin slammed her right hand into the ground, causing several rock particles to encase her limb. An excited smile spread across her face as she prepared to charge. Who would have thought that the strange girl would be so good at fighting? Murahin didn't know how that happened, but she didn't care. Now she had another rival, besides Urza, who could even push her to higher levels of strength. Someone who had the ability to defeat her. Not too bad, but I still don't see what makes you so tough. The two girls charged at each other, ignoring the shouts of the spectators as they approached. When they were less than 50 centimeters apart, they both withdrew their fists. A shout interrupted Urza's thoughts before a crash echoed through the room. Turning her eyes to where Satsuna and Murahin were fighting, Urza was granted the vision of Naruto blocking Satsuna's lightning-infused hand with her sword, while her left hand caught Murahin's rock-encrusted fist. Yeah, is that how you greet everyone you see, or is it just me? NA. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm ignoring my other fix, but I just had to get this one out of my system before moving on to the others. Now I have inspiration for all my fix. Chapter 4. Demon King vs Salamander. Naruto glanced at the girl Satsuna had been fighting before he intervened, his eyes continually drawn to her beautiful white hair. She was staring at him in frustration, the frustration of having been denied the chance to defeat her enemy and pushing against his offensive limb in an effort to force him back. Unfortunately for her, Naruto was far stronger than he looked and held her fist with ease. Naruto turned his head to face Satsuna, Samehada happily chewing on lightning chakra. Satsuna, would you mind explaining why you two were fighting? The young women of the guild, including Urza, blushed slightly at his voice. Unlike the other teenagers, Naruto's voice wasn't so deep as to be odd or as high-pitched as a late bloomer like Natsu, it could be described as smooth and silky, yet manly. Satsuna felt a tick mark develop as she caught the very soft pink dust on Murahin's cheeks. Strauss and wished to be Naruto-sama's tool. Unfortunately, she isn't strong enough to surpass me and is therefore unworthy to replace me as your servant. She didn't handle the truth well and started the fight. I was just going along with it. Naruto often wondered how she could say things like that with a straight face. Satsuna, having withdrawn her hand once Samehada finished ingesting her chakra, retrieved her cloak and wrapped it around herself. The other mages watched the scene before them with noticeable confusion and, in the case of the younger ones, hidden jealousy. The male half was a little jealous that the new kid already had a pretty girl as his servant and was already sinking his claws into the girls' hearts, while the females were more than a little annoyed by Satsuna's attitude. Naruto scratched his head with his right arm, releasing Samehada with the utmost care and letting out a small sigh. Somehow, inexplicably, Naruto knew that something like this wasn't going to be a one-time deal. Dad, Mom, for once, I wish my luck was different. I can already feel the headache of dealing with them. Pretty sure Mom would approve. Quickly frustrated by her lack of success, Murahin decided it was time to make herself heard. Hey. Would you mind taking your hand away before you start getting into your moment? She barked, smacking Naruto on the head with her other hand. However, despite all the fuss she made, Murahin didn't really care about her position. Why? Now she could admire the boy up close and still maintain her image as the demon of fairy tale. Before, she wouldn't have given him a single second glance, but since puberty her hormones had literally opened her eyes to the discovery that boys weren't as ugly as she thought. Naruto was as handsome as she'd imagined, using the brief glimpse she'd caught before he left with Makarov. The upper half of his clothing clung to his tall frame like a second skin, revealing long, slender yet muscular arms that sent pleasant shivers through her. The coat opened at the chest, revealing the red t-shirt beneath, as well as a magnificent view of his abs, and unfurled into a series of cropped flaps in a way that amplified his cool factor. She'd also found the claws he possessed quite intriguing, and the tattoos she could make out whenever he changed, labeled him a bad boy in her book. The mask covering his lower face also intrigued her to the very end. She stifled a smile at the thought. Bad boys were always fun to hang out with. Maybe Naruto wouldn't mind if she spent some time with him. Naruto realized then that he was still holding Murahin's hand and let go with a shy laugh. Sorry. I was trying to stop you too, but I also wanted to show off. I hope you don't mind if I postpone your fight with Satsuna. He paused, clearly not having met the girl before him. Murahin Strauss, the strongest mage in fairy tale. You're not so bad yourself, Naruto-sama. She replied shyly, striking a rather cheeky pose in front of him while subtly flicking her middle finger at Satsuna. Naruto idly noted that she had the features of a curvaceous body and would definitely grow into a very beautiful woman. I suppose Setsuna already mentioned me, right? He asked, already guessing what she must have said. Scanning the crowd with a disinterested gaze, Naruto raised an eyebrow when he spotted two children fighting in the sea of mage limbs. Yeah, she said something about being your tool. Would you mind explaining that, Naruto-san? Naruto turned to see an angry-looking Redeed heading toward him, hands on her developing hips and a glint in her eyes that wasn't good for many. Naruto lazily stared into her brown eyes, a book inexplicably materializing in his hands. Are you saying something, Beniham? I didn't notice that, he replied lazily, slowly fanning himself with his book. It was actually quite satisfying to see the Redeed gain a foothold, clearly trying to suppress her urge to bang her head. He wondered absent-mindedly if he should scare everyone by eating without removing his mask. Kakashi must have had a reason for doing that, repeatedly. I told him. Everyone could tell from her voice that she was getting frustrated with the new boy quickly. Maybe you should explain what Setsuna meant by that, Naruto-san. Urza almost growled, her frustration with his attitude combined with the fact that Murahin was making rude gestures at her behind Naruto's back, making her more abrasive than usual. Naruto tore his book, humming a tune that neither girl recognized. Isn't it rude to demand something from someone without even introducing yourself first? Urza was about to reply, her face flushing slightly at her forgetfulness, when Murahin smoothly slipped between them, cutting the red-haired mage off. Don't waste your breath on Urza here. She does that almost all the time. In fact, why don't I introduce you to everyone? Urza earned a mark on her rival's interruption. As if I'd want a demon like you to introduce you to anyone. Now move along and let me answer my question. Urza said, not very gently, pulling the goth girl away from the boy, who was watching the proceedings with mild confusion and amusement. So? Why does she call you her master? She questioned, trying to appear as indifferent as possible. That might have worked if she were much more sociable, but unfortunately, she wasn't. Involuntarily, her brown eyes flickered away from him the moment she uttered the question, and her voice betrayed the sadness, angry, and accusatory emotion she felt. Naruto noticed her actions and silently concluded that Urza had some history with slavery. Whether she had participated, been forced into it, or been a slave herself was something he didn't want to ask. He had also kept most of his secrets from Makarov during their little chat, after all. Setsuna refers to me as her master because she wishes to call me that. Despite what she says, I'm more like her friend than her teacher. He replied, lazily flipping through the pages of his sealing book. This lightning seal could be improved if I change the last symbol from content to contain indefinitely. Content is too vague to be reliable, it might even end up activating when I don't need to use it, but contain indefinitely will allow me to choose when I use it and make it suit my situation. Urza's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she crossed her arms. And why does she do that? Why would she have to call you that? She questioned further, quickly becoming frustrated with his relaxed attitude. Naruto continued checking various seals in his book as he answered her question. From what she told me, that's how she was raised alive. He seeks a new master when the previous one dies and always pursues the strongest person within a certain age group. Surprisingly, he has not been ordered to enter any carnal act, so I guess she not only chooses the strongest person, but she doesn't care about doing them for her master. He paused in his reading to focus his eyes on her. If you want to know more about Setsuna and her relationship with me, I recommend you do it yourself. And with that said, Naruto casually raised his hand and caught Murahin by her waist. The sudden stop sent him hurtling forward, surprising him with the force Murahin had put into her leap and stumbling into a startled Urza. Before anything embarrassing could happen, Naruto sent a pulse of chakra to his feet to break his fall. Sticking to the wooden floor, Naruto quickly pulled Murahin onto his back and grabbed Urza with his left hand, being careful to avoid any damage to his sealing book. He didn't want to be responsible for all the damage a careless mistake could cause. Murahin blinked in confusion as she found herself resting on Naruto's back instead of feeling her feet embedded in it. In the bowels of her rival. The confusion lasted briefly before her mind reached the fact that there was an opportunity right in front of her. Without pausing to think of anything else, the fairy tale demon immediately wrapped her arms around his chest and pressed her blossoming bust against his back as she discreetly rubbed his hard muscles. Oh wow, they feel so strong and powerful. I want to stay like this forever, she thought to herself as her fingers trailed across his chest. A smile grew on her face when she felt a hard bulge and wasted no time in painfully grasping it with her fingers. Atomic twister. She screamed as she violently twisted his nipples with a brute force that made her feared within the guild. Yeah. Naruto yelled as he felt her nails dig into his anatomy. Most would think that since he survived the assimilation jutsu, anything else would be nothing more than a mosquito bite. Well, that was true, but Naruto barely he had been attacked in that area before. As such, that area was a little more sensitive than he would have liked. He jerked violently, accidentally causing her to tighten her grip as she resisted. Sukuna, who had been watching them as they talked with Lisanna, decided she should help her master. Using a burst of pure speed, she weaved her way through the crowd, leaping from the shoulders of the other members and the furniture, and struck the white-haired girl's sides with a few lightning-fast blows. Marahin heard an uncharacteristic squeal as she released him and rubbed her sides, landing easily on her feet. She turned to see Sukuna staring at her and frowned as she took a step forward. "What was that for, idiot? Can't I stand you getting all chubby with Naruto-kun?" She teased, intentionally adding the kun suffix in an attempt to enrage the Uchiha level head. She received a hard smack on the head from Urza, who had a mark on her forehead while her cheeks were slightly flushed. "That's what you get for acting like a psychopath. Now apologize to Naruto-san," she demanded. The blonde hadn't told her anything but the truth and she wanted their friendship to start fresh. What better way to do that than to defend him in his time of need? Before Marahin could retort, she stiffened as she felt two strong arms wrap around her stomach and grab her developing breasts. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to point with a satisfied smile at Urza and Sukuna. "Wow, not even an hour and you want to do such naughty things to me? At least you have good taste in women." She laughed as she placed her hands over his, pushing them closer to her breasts. She didn't know whether she should be pleased that Naruto wanted to touch her growing B-cups or angry that he had touched them without her permission, but the kai she felt emanating from the blonde behind her didn't reassure her at all. In fact, she felt unusually frightened because she could see the terrified faces of the other mages in front of her, the slight trembling of Satsuna's body, and the wide, frightened eyes of Lisanna and Urza. Damn it, even Natsu and Gray had stopped fighting and were huddled together, their arms wrapped around each other, while Happy was nowhere to be seen. "Mirage-on, that wasn't very nice," Naruto's voice breathed into her ear, temporarily sending a pleasant jolt of electricity running down her spine. That's why she swallowed hard as she felt her fingers tremble. "I'm going to show you that reward." She had a bad feeling about this. Itsa bad. Double entry, Twister. He roared as his fingers gripped her nipples, pinching hard enough to earn a painful scream from the fairy tale demon. Kia. Marahin screamed as she felt pain explode from her sensitive nipples. Literally leaping out of his grasp, she slid away from the blonde, her eyes wide, her hands clutching her chest. "Why you pinched my nipples? What the hell?" She nearly screamed as she pointed a trembling finger at him. Naruto just chuckled, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes that heightened the chilling situation. "You ask why? I'm not the kind of person who just takes whatever you serve me. The next time you try something like that again, I won't hesitate to do the same to you, Mira-chan." A Hanya mask appeared right behind the boy's face, a deep, terrifying voice echoing with Naruto's to produce a positively creepy sound. The mask was black and had 4 elongated wheat-like white markings, 2 stopping at the forehead and the other 2 extending past the eyes and teeth, past the chin. There were also small markings that resembled a heart, but with the top and bottom open, extending from the inner corners of its eyes. It had no eyes. What truly frightened everyone, as well as the enraged Setsuna, was the terrified, yet fearful, look on Marahin's face. Naruto was already more scared than Urza, but being able to scare the dreaded demon of fairy tale. That was bad news. Makarov, who had been calmly observing the events unfolding before him from his position on the stairs, let out a giggle. "That kid's going to be a real womanizer by the time he turns 15, makes me wonder how long it'll take him to get a fan club." Deciding it was time to intervene to prevent further disturbances, Makarov leaped down the stairs and landed right in front of Naruto, who let his kai out until there was no trace of it anywhere. Grimacing, Naruto removed Samehada from the floor and ignored it with a grumbling complaint. "What are you doing here? Don't you have any more paperwork to attend to?" he questioned as he strapped Samehada to his back. Makarov dismissed the question. "To be honest, I was just watching your little bonding moment back there and I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining our guild." He paused to take a puff of smoke from his pipe. "In fact, Fairy Tail has been considered a popular choice for mages because we've produced many spectacular mages throughout history. However, my grandson Laxus has a point about the need for fresh blood in the guild. Fairy Tail hasn't been producing many notable mages in recent years. Aside from a few special individuals, most mages only manage to reach Class A. Class S mages have become even rarer than before, and from what you say about your abilities, you could easily reach that level. Hell, you might even be the guild's first SS class member," he declared without blinking, his voice conveying the strength of his belief. "Will you join us, Naruto, Setsuna? The guild is more than just a place for mages to work. It's also a big family and I'm sure everyone would love for you to join," he asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If the guild is a big family, doesn't that mean someone who joins the board is immediately zoned out by the family? If that's the case, so life must suck for all the adult members, he asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Everyone was to blame, and Setsuna was the exception, since she too had wondered about it, and Makarov stood up, muttering about the young man and how they had been overexposed these days. There's no policy preventing intimate relationships from occurring, so you don't have to worry about that, Makarov assured him. The only policy we have that you should take note of is our policy against murder. His eyes turned cold and commanding, no longer projecting the image of a grandfather figure. Naruto had to admit that Makarov's guild mode was almost identical to the cage mode he had seen Bachan use. If there's no other option for your survival, I wouldn't mind if you killed your enemies. However, if you intentionally kill someone in cold blood, you will be immediately expelled from the guild and charged a hefty fine. Depending on the severity of the judges, you could spend at least 2 years and at most the rest of your life in prison. Naruto nodded solemnly. Don't worry about that. Setsuna and I won't kill unless we have no other choice. It's a shame I didn't include Samui, Konan, and Anko on that list, he thought to himself. After all, a seasoned ninja always kept their options open. Urza stepped forward, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. So you plan to join us, huh? Well, expect my challenge after you've secured your lodgings. I look forward to crossing swords with you, Uzumaki Naruto. She declared, resting her hands on her hips. Natsu's head practically burst into flames at the thought of someone as strong as him standing there to challenge him. Oh man, I've been lit, baby. He turned his head toward Lisana, who was standing next to her sister. Lisana-chan, I'm going to fight him. Wish me luck. Natsu, wait. Lisana yelled, trying to get him to stop. Unfortunately, hey Blondie. I challenge you to a fight. Right here, right now. The pink-haired boy declared, a huge grin plastered across his face. Naruto glared at him, paled, and asked a question that popped into his head. Is that your natural hair color? Because I really don't think pink is your thing. Have you ever tried dyeing red or black? Naruto sweated as the kid's head burst into flames once again. The first time it happened, he thought it was just his imagination causing that image. Apparently, this guy used fire. Huh. Natsu's display ended as a gigantic fist slammed into him, earning a low hiss from Gray. No fire breath, you managed to stay awake this time. Whoop-de-bucking do, you could almost taste the sarcasm in his voice. Makarov continued grumbling as he dispelled his Titan magic spell, and his arm returned to its normal size. Take your silly fight out of the guild. I haven't finished paying for all the necessary repairs from the last time you fought here. But first, Naruto and Setsuna need to officially join the guild. Go see Lisana over there so she can officially induct you. He gestured to the girl standing next to Murahin, who could only be his sister, and went back to his office. As he approached the girl, Naruto gave her a smile. Why, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and the lady next to me is Uchiha Setsuna. Lisana smiled at the two of them as she led them to the end of the bar. Nice to meet you, Naruto-san. I'm Lisana Strauss, Mirani's little sister. If you don't mind me asking, what made you accept Master Makarov's offer? She asked as she began rummaging through a small drawer. First of all, you guys seem great and it would be wonderful to live with you. Second, I don't expect any other guild to accept a new member, so I decided to take advantage of this opportunity while it was still open. Finally, Setsuna and I don't have a place to stay. Lisana nodded as she removed a seal with a fairy tale emblem in the center. Okay, where would you like your mark? She asked as she held it up. I'd like it on the back of my left hand, Setsuna announced, pulling her hand out from under her cloak and presenting it to Lisana. I'd like it to be black, please, she added as an afterthought. Barely a minute later, Setsuna was admiring her new tattoo. Turning to Naruto, Lisana lifted the seal once more. So, where do you want it, Naruto? Naruto shrugged. I could also have it in the same place as Setsuna, not original, but I don't really mind. But you have it black with a crimson outline. Of course. She sang. Placing the seal on her left hand, a pulse of magic soon left the desired imprint on the blonde shinobi's hand. Flexing his hand a couple of times, Naruto gave Lisana another eye smile. Thank you so much for that. It looks really nice. He praised, affectionately stroking her hair. Lisana blushed slightly as he pulled his hand away, a pout forming on her face. Oh, don't look so annoyed. You should be used to how young you look. She just pouted harder and let out a snort. Why am I annoyed, she muttered as she received an order of 3 beers. Sorry, Naruto, but I have to get back to work. Try not to kill my husband, okay? Naruto blinked. You? Husband? You mean the guy with the pink hair? How did that happen? You're obviously not old enough to get married. He questioned. I'll explain when I'm not so busy. Goodbye. But that said, she disappeared into the crowd of mages. Closing his eyes with Setsuna, Naruto nodded for a minute. Understanding what he was saying, Setsuna started walking toward him while touching the jar containing Sasuke's eyes. With their upcoming fight, it would be a good opportunity to get some information about his new eyes. The dairy tail grounds Natsu was literally vibrating with excitement as he waited for Naruto to arrive so they could begin their fight. Happy had appeared a little while before and was once again eating a fish while watching Natsu prepare for his fight. Gray had decided to come see Natsu get his ass kicked as well as get an idea of what Naruto could do. Urza and Murahin also showed up, wanting to see what Naruto could do in a fight, though Murahin had a more personal reason to watch. What's costing Naruto so much? I want to fight him, damn it. Maybe you should calm down until he comes, Natsu Happy said, still managing to speak clearly despite his mouth being full of fish. Urza turned to see Murahin staring into space, muttering words she could barely make out. She caught the words Naruto-kun all mine and those bitches, and quickly broke out in a sweat. From what she knew of Murahin, the white-haired demon would probably try to force Naruto to fight her to prove her superiority. If she lost, which Urza was sure would be the case, she would simply continue fighting him until she won. Naruto-san's life is about to get interesting. A small crowd had gathered around, listening to the news of the budding mage salamander, about to fight a new guild member. From what they'd heard, the guild master himself had proclaimed that the new recruit was capable of overpowering an S-class mage, and that proclamation had piqued their interest. After about 3 minutes, Naruto emerged from the gates, followed by Setsuna, the latter finally shedding her traveling cloak. She was quite agile, her form an interesting blend of strength, speed, and elegance. She wasn't so muscular as to detract from her beauty, nor was her body beautiful, but rather delicate. Her developing curves were accentuated by the tight-fitting clothing she wore. Black pants that showcased her beautiful legs, a purple sash that secured her sword, and a revealing navy blue robe with a large hem in the front that exposed her arms, back, the sides of her well-endowed breasts, and her midriff. Many of the young women in the crowd fought off feelings of inadequacy when they finally got a good look at Setsuna's chest. Most of them were B-cups, with the notable exceptions of Urza, Murahin, Kana, Evergreen, and a few others who range from a large B to a small C, but Setsuna was already a large C-cup. Stopping directly in front of Natsu, Naruto crossed his arms. So, you ready to have your ass handed to you? Natsu grinned in response. Just cut the chat and show me what you've got. Actions speak louder than words, you know. He declared as he bent down, thanking his lucky stars that he'd gotten a bite earlier. Naruto didn't respond to that and decided to get the event underway. Kuchius no jutsu. He shouted as he slammed his hand into the ground. A puff of smoke obscured the view for a brief second before a gust of wind revealed Naruto wielding a gunbai, or war fanatic. The fan was purple with black trim and a black tomo, connected to black chains that ran up his right sleeve. Natsu didn't know what the blonde planned to do with that fan, nor did he recognize any kind of re-equip magic that would occur in that way, but he didn't really care. Charging toward the blonde at considerable speed, the young dragon slayer drew his hand back as he cast his spell. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. A decent-sized fireball ignited above his closed fist as it continued its path toward the motionless ninja, pumping more power into the attack to defeat him in one blow. Naruto only shifted his stance slightly as he waited for Natsu to get closer. Using the Sharingan seemed a bit much even for Naruto, but he really wanted to see how much stronger his eye techniques had become. I'll toy with him a bit before using them. I just hope he doesn't overexert himself trying to defeat me. Nodding to himself, Naruto blocked Natsu's punch with ease, startling Natsu. Calmly tightening his grip on the fan, Naruto stared into Natsu's eyes. Uchiha Geshi, Uchiha return. A flick of his wrist sent the fire mage flying backward with impressive force through several trees, finally skidding to a stop several feet away. Slicing through a chain of one-handed seals, Naruto unleashed another jutsu. Kaiten. Nkakuk no jutsu. As Naruto launched a massive fireball at Natsu, he was surprised to see the boy make no move to avoid the attack. He was even more shocked when he saw Natsu open his mouth and swallow the fire that lapped at his body, devouring it like food. Wow, your fire tastes really good. It's almost as good as Igneal's fire. He exclaimed. He clenched his fists as he crouched down with a smile on his face once more, he said, here it comes. Fire Dragon's Roar. A gigantic torrent of flames was exhaled by the mage, hurtling toward the shinobi at great speed. Water Release. Water Blast. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, generating a massive explosion of steam as the wall of water and the flame collided. Losing his focus in surprise at seeing Naruto use water attacks, Natsu's spell ended abruptly. As he peered through the steam, searching for Naruto's whereabouts, he jumped when he heard his voice within the vapor. Sorry, Natsu, but I'm going to finish this. Taste and eat this. Amaterasu. Black flames shaped like a roaring dragon swept toward Natsu with ferocious speed and cruelty. Barely managing to dodge the onslaught, Natsu inhaled some of the strange fire to see what it tasted like. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu flames dissipated, arcing into the sky away from the crowd. Within the thick steam, Naruto grinned as he watched Natsu eat the flames with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Bad move, Natsu. Curiosity killed the cat, and you're going to learn that right now. Natsu's cheeks puffed out as he struggled to maintain his composure. The flames he had eaten were doing something to him, making him feel as if he had ingested some kind of poison. The painful sensation in his stomach broke what little control he had over his agitation, and he vomited large amounts of fire onto the ground, his stomach churning in its quest to expel the foreign substance. What's going on? What did that fire do to me? Water release. Water dragon technique. A low-powered water dragon formed using the water vapor in the atmosphere and crashed into the vomited flames, preventing a forest fire from starting. Don't worry about the flames, Natsu, I've already cancelled the technique. You should feel better soon. Natsu looked up to see Naruto emerging from the steam, his gunbai slung over his shoulder as he walked toward the fallen mage. Just as he'd said, he could feel the burning sensation in his stomach simmering into a mild discomfort. Standing up, Natsu glared at the blonde. What the hell was with that fire? Why did it hurt when I have the lungs of a dragon? Piling that bit of information aside for later, Naruto decided to answer his question. If enemy shinobi could monologue about their life experiences and techniques in battle, why couldn't he? I'm not really sure I can explain it, but I guess the reason was your limited experience with fire. Amaterasu's flames can burn continuously for at least 7 days and 7 nights, so I guess the strain it put on your body was too much for you to handle. Naruto began manipulating chakra once more as Natsu invoked his fire magic to seal his hands. Let's settle this. Rasengan Barrage. Naruto charged, a spiraling sphere of pure chakra in each hand. Alright. Fire Dragon's iron fists. Natsu roared as he shot toward the approaching shinobi. They paid no attention to the cheering crowd. Their focus was on the inevitable clash about to occur. With a loud, incoherent shout, Natsu thrust his hands toward Naruto, hoping to slam his fists into the blonde. Ducking under Natsu's savage blows, Naruto easily slipped through his guard and struck the 2 Rasengans inside. Luckily for Natsu, Naruto had only pumped enough chakra to knock the fire mage unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed by the combined force of the A-rank jutsu. As Natsu felt the world go black and his chest scream in agony, he felt a smile appear on his lips. Naruto, I'll become stronger than this, strong enough to beat even you one day. Until then, let's spar a little longer. It was a lot of fun. As Natsu was about to fall to the ground, he was caught by Naruto and gently carried away by the shinobi. It could be because I see myself in you. It could be because you have the drive and determination to become stronger. It could even be for a reason I don't yet understand, but I feel like you're going to play a big part in the years to come. Naruto thought as he draped Natsu's arm over his shoulder and began to walk toward the crowd. I'll do my best to make sure all of you grow up strong. Strong enough to get through life's trials, my friend. He smiled as he handed Natsu over to a worried Lisana, assuring her that he was alright. Makarov, watching the entire fight through a crystal ball, let a smile grace his aged face. It seemed Naruto was already settling into his life as a member of Fairy Tail.as. Natsu felt the world go black and his chest scream in agony, a smile crept across his lips. Naruto, I'll become stronger than this, strong enough to beat even you someday. Until then, let's spar a little longer. It was a lot of fun. Just as Natsu was about to collapse to the ground, Naruto caught him and gently led him away by the shinobi. It could be because I see myself in you. It could be because you have the drive and determination to become stronger. It could even be for a reason I don't yet understand, but I feel you're going to play a big part in the years to come. Naruto thought as he draped Natsu's arm over his shoulder and began to walk toward the crowd. I'll do my best to make sure all of you grow up strong. Strong enough to get through life's trials, my friend. He smiled as he handed Natsu over to a worried Lisana, assuring her he was alright. Makarov, observing the entire fight through a crystal ball, let a smile grace his aged face. It seemed Naruto was finally settling into his life as a member of Fairy Tail.as. Natsu felt the world go black and his chest scream in agony, a smile crept across his lips. Naruto, I'll become stronger than this, strong enough to beat even you someday. Until then, let's spar a little longer. It was a lot of fun. Just as Natsu was about to collapse to the ground, Naruto caught him and gently led him away by the shinobi. It could be because I see myself in you. It could be because you have the drive and determination to become stronger. It could even be for a reason I don't yet understand, but I feel you're going to play a big part in the years to come. Naruto thought as he draped Natsu's arm over his shoulder and began to walk toward the crowd. I'll do my best to make sure all of you grow up strong. Strong enough to get through life's trials, my friend. He smiled as he handed Natsu over to a worried Lisana, assuring her he was alright. Makarov, observing the entire fight through a crystal ball, let a smile grace his aged face. It seemed Naruto was finally settling into his life as a member of Fairy Tail. Chapter 5. Change in Destiny. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime manga that appear in this fic of mine. If I did, well, you'd know. Makarov sighed deeply as she sank into her seat, the comfort of her beloved chair, offering some relief from the headache that was developing. She closed her eyes and tilted her pipe so that it hung precariously in her mouth, allowing herself to be swept away by the calm of the moment and feeling grateful for the rare opportunity to simply relax without the constant challenges that life threw her way. So much for taking it easy, she thought, still in that zen-like state of relaxation. The bird song in the afternoon made her lips tremble. At this rate, it will be decades before I can pass the mantle of guildmaster to someone else. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and Makarov's peace was disturbed by the stubborn thoughts in her head regarding the young Namikaze. She had been watching the small sparring match he and Natsu had had, curious enough to see how a shinobi fought. The results were quite impressive. Makarov was astute enough to see that Naruto had been holding back against the young dragon slayer. If I were to follow what he told me, Natsu wouldn't pose much of a challenge, nor would many of the mages here. He raised his eyebrows thoughtfully as he recalled the last jutsu Naruto had used on Natsu. What was that again? Rasengan, he muttered. From what he'd seen, it looked like a swirling ball of energy that had enough power to seriously damage its opponents. His people must have been something special if they can do things like that, he murmured. In his opinion, the shinobi system he'd learned from Naruto didn't suit him. Using children as young as Lisana on jobs that could end up being their last. Inbreeding to ensure the continuation of a bloodline boundary, despite the risks involved. Constant warfare as a result of the smallest reactions between two hidden villages and human greed. And to think he's only just entered adolescence. It's as if ninjas have been preparing for S-class jobs since the beginning of their careers. He opened his eyes and lifted his head from his reclining position to see the latest headache-inducing event he'd received. On his desk was a report he'd been writing, to be sent to the Magic Council as soon as he finished. As a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, he was obligated to send them reports on any unusual activity that occurred near their guilds. And Aknologia's appearance was definitely unusual. He wasn't going to mention his title in the report. After all, the less they knew, the better. However, Naruto's actions were sure to catch the council members' attention. After all, who had tamed a dragon before? Who could use space-time techniques like he did? Such a powerful and unknown ability would draw their eyes to him, whether to observe him and try to gain his loyalty or to find a way to destroy him. Makarov frowned as he continued to stare at the report. What should I do? The entire guild and the civilians have already seen Naruto transport Aknologia to another dimension, and it would be disastrous if the report didn't match the witnesses' accounts. He continued to stare at the report for many minutes, lost in thought. After 10 minutes of silent contemplation, a spark appeared in his eyes as a smile spread across his face. Well, why didn't I think of this before? This will definitely satisfy them and keep them off my back long enough for me to have some peace. With that, the guildmaster began to write enthusiastically. Guild Hall Natsu. Don't die yet. I still need someone to catch my fish for me. Happy screamed as he flew over the injured boy, comical tears streaming down his head in an odd way. He continued screaming, oblivious to the fact that Natsu was alive, awake, and staring at him with a few marks forming on his head. Gray, who was standing next to the duo, chose that moment to add his own comment. Don't worry, Happy. I'm sure we can find another glorified couple to cook your meals for you. Natsu was in his face faster than most people could blink, pressing his forehead against the ice mage. Would you mind repeating that again, Snowman? Gray pushed his forehead against Natsu's, his gaze and demeanor suddenly aggressive. You heard me the first time, idiot. What are you going to do about it? Natsu pushed back with equal vigor, flames appearing within his eye sockets. I'm going to kick your ass, that's what I'm going to do. And with a roar, another fight broke out between the two teenage mages while everyone else carried on with their business. Natsu, stop this instant. You're going to reopen your wounds. Lisana shouted, nervously wringing her hands as she saw Natsu take a hard hit from Gray. After watching the two continue fighting despite being dry, Lisana began to get angry. Natsu. Stop now. The boys continued rolling around, throwing punches and kicks anywhere they could reach. Lisana ran her fingers through her hair and growled as she advanced toward them. One of these days, I swear he's going to get in trouble for that habit. She muttered. Watching the interaction between the three was Naruto, leaning against a stool with a glass of sake in his hand. Observing the two boys, he felt a brief wave of nostalgia for the days when Team 7 was still together. If he had to assign the trio characteristics, he'd say Gray would be the equivalent of Sasuke, always welcoming any opportunity to prove he was superior to Natsu. Lisana would be the one to break up the fight, something Sakura always did, though Lisana probably wouldn't be predisposed to either of them. Natsu reminded Naruto of himself. The hot-headed member who was loud and seized every opportunity he had to try and beat his opponent. He snapped out of his reverie when he saw Lisana's hand transform into a long, multicolored tentacle as she reached the duo, who were currently in a headlock. Both of you let go. Now. With a particularly ferocious thud, Natsu and Gray let out high-pitched squeals as their jellyfish tentacles sent a series of shockwaves through their bodies. Both ended their blocks in favor of spamming moves, which made them look even more comical than when they were fighting. Naruto laughed as he watched Lisana munch on Natsu and Gray, taking a sip of her alcoholic beverage, despite the fact that her mask was in the way. What he had gleaned from Kakashi's recollections was that the material used to adapt the mask somehow made it possible to consume food and drinks without having to remove it. The details of the material were incomplete, as Kakashi was quite young when he started using it and wasn't in the mood to hear them, but it explained why the man never seemed to remove the mask whenever he treated Naruto ramen. So, that time we tried to get him to take off the mask, he must have been watching out for us. Things were fun back then. The guild hall was noticeably quieter than before, as most of the mages had come in for job applications. Apparently, the afternoon requests were much more rewarding than the mornings and also seemed to be greater in number. At the moment, only about 20 members remained in the room, Setsuna and he included. Speaking of Setsuna, she was talking to another woman in a corner, seeming quite interested in something the woman was showing her. Judging from the brunette's animated gestures, as well as the glimpse she managed to get, it was something related to cards. After watching them for a few more moments, Naruto remembered the girl's name. That's Kana Alberona. I wonder what she and Setsuna-chan are talking about. Naruto-san, is something wrong? Lisana asked as she dragged a calm Natsu to her seat next to the blonde. Naruto looked at her and gestured for her to come closer. She seemed uncertain at first. She was undoubtedly thinking about something other than what he was about to do to her. After a moment she decided to grant his request and approached him. Ayano, it's there. A sharp blow to her forehead caused the girl to gasp in surprise as she stumbled backward, her eyes blinking rapidly at the action. Naruto grinned at the adorably confused look on her face, as Natsu seemed torn between roasting Naruto alive and leaving him with Lisana. That girl could be quite terrifying sometimes. In case you're wondering, that was for attaching a suffix to my name. Just call me Naruto. Adding san makes me feel old. Naruto mentally chuckled at her statement. To answer your question, I was wondering how accommodation is handled. Is there somewhere guild members are housed, or do they have to pay for their own lodging in town? Lisana's eyes lit up. Well, since you're new here, I didn't really expect you to know this, but the guild only serves as a place where job applications are displayed and taken. There's no free accommodation here, so I suggest you take on some jobs and earn some money before you even think about looking for an apartment, she said. Naruto only managed to hide his snort. Parent to live somewhere? No, thanks, he'd done enough of that as a kid, and that option was definitely off his list. I'll keep that in mind, he said, his thoughts wandering to other matters. So, how are requests handled? Are they usually done by individuals, or can they be done in groups? Fellas, who had been strangely quiet during the exchange, floated in front of Naruto. Let me explain. Although all the guild members are allied, some members who get along really well get together and form teams within the guild. That way, jobs that might be difficult for one person can be done by a team. Naruto nodded at Happy's explanation. Cool, that sounds a bit like what I used to do at home. He ignored the curious glances he received from Lisana and Natsu and stood up from his seat. Winking at the girl, Naruto started walking towards the application board. Well, I'm going to find something interesting to do. See ya. He waved to me. Natsu happily jumped up behind the blonde. Stop, Naruto. What about you, me, and me? Happy go. The vibrant dragon slayer froze and began to sweat rapidly as a delicate hand gripped his shoulder with a strength that defied the image hands gave of a fragile girl. An oppressive weight fell on his shoulders as the temperature around him dropped to chilling levels, and Natsu could swear the air around him was darkening with every passing second. His head began to turn robotically toward the source of it all as if it were an instinctive reaction rooted within him to confront the demon before it died. Lisana's eyes were closed and a beautiful smile appeared on her face, making her angelic features even more pronounced. In contrast, the evil aura she exuded made her appearance all the more disconcerting. Natsu-kun, what did I say about you overexerting yourself? Naruto smiled as he walked away from the two, getting closer to the request board. Well. Looks like love is in the air for those two, or at least for Lisana. Stopping in front of his target, Naruto let his eyes wander over the various requests pinned to the mahogany board. Let's see now. Find a magic bracelet. Too easy. Read someone's love horoscope. No thanks, please. Hunt a volcano demon. Naruto kept his eye on that particular request for a moment. Let's put that in the seriously considering category for now. Looking for a job already? Naruto turned to see Murahin approaching him with amusement on her face. She stopped beside him and smiled. If you'd like, you can partner with Elfman and me. We're heading over to review this particular application. She handed him the application sheet and crossed her arms as he read it. Naruto's forehead tilted slightly as he reviewed the job application. So we're going to deal with a demon infestation in a place called Shiratsum Town. Well, I can break something. His eyes widened slightly as he read the reward for the job. 2,200,000 jewels for every demon we can deal with. That's certainly an incentive. He looked up from the sheet and met Mira's gaze. Not to sound ungrateful, but why exactly do you want me to accompany you? Shouldn't you partner with someone whose abilities you know rather than an unknown factor? Mirahin gave him a small sneer. The only other person I'd choose would be Lysana, but she was very busy last week and I don't want her to get stressed. Besides, from that fight with Natsu, I can see you're capable of holding your own in a fight. She replied, a hint of irritation bleeding into her voice. Also, as your senpai in the guild, I have to show you the ropes of how we fairy tale wizards operate. Naruto felt a bead of sweat form. I didn't ask for a senpai. I don't know, maybe Urza-sen would be a better choice. She seems more reliable. He blinked as a mark formed on Murahin's face. Huh. Murahin's words were low and cold, but Naruto could easily hear them. That ugly scoundrel already went to do a stupid job, so you'll have to stick with me. Besides, I'm much better than that uptight cunt. She mocked him. Her blue eyes were cold but shrewd as she looked at him. Seeing him open his mouth once more, Murahin quickly interrupted him. Alright, enough talk. I'll see you at the gate in half an hour and you'd better not be late. With that, she quickly left. Naruto sighed as he read the request once more. Well, I need some money. He paused as a question formed in his mind. And who is Elfman? Milk-tailed Gates. Murahin walked through the guild gates with barely concealed irritation, while Elfman simply leaned against them, arms crossed, gazing up at the sky, waiting for the third member. The middle brother was a tall young man with the same messy bowl-cut white hair and blue eyes as Murahin and Lysana. His skin was tanned, unlike his sister's pale complexion, and he wore a dark blue jacket with a purplish-blue interior, fastened by a row of large buttons, with similar buttons on the back of the sleeves and a zipper down the front. The high collar was open. The back of his jacket was adorned with a large light kanji character that read the greatest, and the jacket itself appeared to be worn over a light red shirt, sometimes seemingly replaced by an A-line shirt covered in many vertical stripes. Elfman's outfit was completed with loose trousers that matched his jacket, held up by a simple belt, and traditional Japanese Jetta sandals, fastened by bands the same color as the blisters on his jacket. He waited patiently while his older sister kept pace, her murderous murmurs floating in his ear and causing a quick smile to grace his lips. I've never seen her interested in someone before. It must be something to get Mirani's attention. Arg. Where is that bum? He should have been here an hour ago. Murahin's patience finally snapped and the young teenager began to unleash a string of curses and words that were enough to make Elfman, the most manly man in the guild, shudder with compassion as he listened to her violent descriptions of what she would do to Naruto. Am I late? Naruto asked as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. He dodged an accusation from the angry girl and maneuvered so that every blow she threw was easily deflected without harming any unfortunate bystanders. You're late, asshole. Well, the thing is what? I got lost on the road to hell, so I backed up and tried again. Only the next time, I ran into a black cat, so I had to walk around Fiori 7 times to make sure I didn't have any bad luck. Murahin babbled furiously at the ridiculous story Naruto was telling her and renewed her angry tirade. Liar. Shiratsum Town. The three of them stopped in front of a huge mansion. Naruto looked around the place with narrowed eyes. Around the palace were a series of slender trees sitting casually on the grass, while behind it were a small lake and a huge rock formation. As they approached the gates, Naruto started a conversation with Elfman while Murahin walked away from the blonde. She was undoubtedly still annoyed by his lateness. So, what kind of magic do you use? Naruto probed as they headed towards Murahin. Well, my sisters and I use takeover magic. Seeing the confusion in Naruto's eyes, he elaborated. Takeover allows the user to take the power of a creature or person and use it to fight. It can increase the caster's power, strength, and speed, sometimes adding a new ability like flying or swimming. He refrained from exploring the other aspects of his magic and entered the building with Murahin. Naruto noticed the reaction to the topic of his magic and followed the siblings. As he made his way through the mansion to the room where they were supposed to meet the client, he couldn't help but admire the structure. This guy must obviously be loaded. They soon entered a room, which Naruto recognized as the library. It had all its walls segmented into long vertical sections, adorned with bookshelves filled with books, some of which sported ladders to reach their upper shelves. A large desk, complete with a chair and some pens, was present, along with a light semicircular sofa, which in its hollow part housed a round table and had 2 round lamps nearby on one side. 2 more large lamps sporting small spheres secured by cords hung from special hollow parts in the ceiling, which they were covered in square tiles. Near the door leading into the room was a wardrobe, flanked by another, smaller desk and a chair. Seated on the sofa was the client. He was a short, squat, and rather unattractive man with thin arms and legs. He sported a curled mustache that protruded directly from his nostrils and a massive wavy hair atop his round head. He wore a formal black suit, his jacket fastened with a large gold button and adorned with a decorative red flower. Underneath his jacket was a white-collared shirt and a blue tie. Naruto decided he didn't mind entertaining a man in the near future. After he had bled all his resources dry, of course. Boy, it seems the fairy tale wizards are as unpunctual as they are undisciplined. I've been waiting for you to arrive for the last hour. Sweet Kami, even his voice annoyed Naruto. As if that wasn't bad enough, he was getting Mira-chan's evil eye. We were stopped, thanks to this idiot. Murahin pointed at Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement. Your job application stated that you were suffering from a demon infestation, but you never specified what kind of demon you had. Elfman also seemed interested, while Naruto shrugged. After all, what did it matter? After dealing with Kurama and the other Biju, anything else was a piece of cake. The Shiratsu Mountains ARG. I can't believe that bastard had the nerve to exaggerate the application. Did he have a freaking Vulcan problem? Naruto watched in bewilderment as Murahin vented her frustration on an unfortunate rock, pummeling the poor thing with angry blows that shattered rapidly. He turned to Elfman, who was watching his sister with a nervous smile, and asked the question in his mind. Is this how she always gets, or is there something I'm missing? Elfman only chuckled nervously as Murahin finished reducing the rocks to rubble, her anger finally subsiding. I can't say for sure, but she seemed to be anticipating this request rather badly. Discovering that demons are just Vulcans, I suppose I'd be annoyed, too. He replied, scratching his head at the thought. Naruto sighed as a breeze began to pick up. A wary feeling spread through him as his eyes narrowed. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought to himself. I can't say for sure, but she seemed to be anticipating this request quite negatively. Discovering that demons are just Vulcans, I suppose I'd be annoyed too. He replied, scratching his head in thought. Naruto sighed as a breeze began to pick up. A wary feeling spread through him as his eyes narrowed. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought to himself. I can't say for sure, but she seemed to be anticipating this request quite negatively. Discovering that demons are just Vulcans, I suppose I'd be annoyed too. He replied, scratching his head in thought. Naruto sighed as a breeze began to pick up. A wary feeling spread through him as his eyes narrowed. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought to himself. Chapter 6. Taking on Problems Part 1. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime or manga that appears in this literary work. Naruto and Elfman headed toward the less densely populated southern sector of the Shiratsu Mountains, while Murahin covered the western sector. Since the area wasn't very large, only about 2 hectares, they weren't really worried about getting lost. If they happened to lose their way, Naruto could use an animal summoning to track their scent. That, or he could do it himself, but that would lead to some awkward questions he didn't want to answer just yet. Anyway, after a brief discussion among the trio, it was decided that Naruto would be accompanied by Elfman, since he wasn't familiar with the terrain. Naruto didn't mind at all. Elfman seemed like a nice person, and he wanted to meet another member of the guild besides those he'd met earlier that day. Besides, Elfman had camped in the area not too far back, making him the perfect guide. From what Naruto had seen of the mountains, there was almost no life in the area, and the atmosphere was quite dry. After a few moments of silence, aside from the rustling sounds as they passed through the vegetation, Naruto decided to start the conversation. So, Elfman, how long have you and your sisters been in Fairy Tail? He said casually as he formed a shadow clone a few meters behind them. That feeling he did not long ago was resurfacing, and Naruto had learned long ago that paranoia was useful for keeping more than a few shinobi alive into old age. Since Naruto had mastered most of his jutsu to the point where he could perform them with only 3 hand seals, it was relatively easy for a shinobi of his caliber to distract Elfman from noticing anything. The clone blended seamlessly into the background, its Rinnegan eyes feeding its creator as it scanned the surroundings. Elfman paused for a second before continuing down the path. Well, it really hasn't been that long since we joined the guild, he said, almost thoughtfully, as they searched for any sign of the Vulcans. I suppose we arrived about a year and a half ago. Back then, we weren't as good with magic as we are now, and our parents had passed away. We didn't have anywhere to go or a clue about how to control or manipulate magic. He paused to hop onto a rock and continued, then, when Mirani found out that Fairy Tail was the strongest guild, she convinced us to join. It also helped that Fairy Tail was the closest guild. He chuckled. Naruto nodded, avoiding the topic of his parents. So, out of curiosity, who exactly are the top players within the guild? Elfman gave him a nod of approval. Scanning the competition to see where you stand. That's good. I was hoping for another guildmate who thinks like a real man. Ignoring the curious glances Naruto was giving him, Elfman proceeded to lecture him on the mages who stood out within the guild. Let's start from the bottom and work our way up. From what I've heard, you beat Natsu fairly easily, so you're already better than a good portion of the guild. Now, Macau. Shiratsu Mountains, Marahin. Marahin frowned as she flew over the western sector of the location. Her large bat-like wings lifted her high into the sky with powerful flaps, giving her a perfect view of Shiratsum town. Normally, she would have enjoyed the peace and the view, but because of Duke Everlu's request, it only served to anger her. That damned prick, she made a mental note to respond to him. Perhaps I should blow up that mansion of his. A wicked glint appeared in her eyes as she imagined the look on his face. A flicker of movement jolted her from her reverie and she lunged down for a better view. Staying high enough to be hidden by the clouds, but low enough to have a good view, Marahin squinted as she spotted 3 forest Vulcans leaping through the trees at decent speeds. They were all quite large, easily twice the size of any ordinary Vulcan. Vulcans typically appeared to be large anthropomorphic monsters resembling primates. They possessed distinct facial features, elongated chins, protruding ears, and pointed heads that resembled a single horn on top. Vulcans had gigantic arms and, consequently, large hands attached to their muscular torsos. In comparison, they had a pair of smaller scale legs with long tails connected to the lower part of their torsos. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, she frowned when no plausible reason presented itself. What's going on here? Had she been more aware of her surroundings, she would have noticed a flying creature heading north to inform its master. Western sector, Naruto. Naruto muttered to himself as he thought about the strongest people in the guild. He knew Makarov was the strongest. He was the guild master, the one who looked after and protected everyone in the guild. How could he not be the strongest? The Titan magic elfman had described to him that it vividly reminded him of his own Akamichi body-expanding jutsu, although there were some differences between the two. Gray was also included on the list, though that had more to do with his potential than his current strength. He used ice magic, a caster-type magic that utilized the ice element. Gray used static ice make, a type of ice magic characterized by the creation of inanimate objects as weapons or by affecting the surrounding environment. However, when Naruto compared that to his own Hyoten Kekkei Genkai, it fell short. It wasn't that ice magic was weaker than Hyoten. Hyoten was superior simply because Naruto could create anything with it, while ice mages used static or dynamic ice. Wakao Convolt was another magician Elfman had included on his list. The man was adept at using purple flare, a magic that allowed him to conjure flames that couldn't be extinguished by wind or water. He mentally snorted at that. I bet he could do that easily. The most prominent names that caught Naruto's attention were Laxus Dreyer, Makarov's grandson, and Gildert's Clive, the ace of Fairy Tail. According to Elfman's description, Laxus was a lightning mage considered one of the strongest of the younger generation and rumored to be a strong contender for the S-class exams. However, Laxus's attitude toward his classmates didn't impress Naruto at all. He sounded a bit like Danzo, which greatly annoyed Naruto. I'll have to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause any unnecessary trouble like that jerk did. Unfortunately, Elfman hadn't met Gildert's in person, so he couldn't say for sure what kind of magic he used. Various rumors circulated within the guild whenever his name was mentioned, making it nearly impossible to discern the precise details. Even so, almost everyone in the guild acknowledged Gildert's as the strongest. That meant his magic would be incredibly powerful and that he had considerable combat experience. Naruto vaguely wondered how Gildert's would fare against someone like the third Reikage. He probably wouldn't survive. Clearing his thoughts and refocusing on the task at hand, Naruto paused when Elfman stopped abruptly. Looking at the tall man, Naruto could see his eyes narrow and a smile spread across his face. Naruto-san, it seems we found them. He slowly crouched down as Naruto scanned the area until he finally spotted them. A dozen Gorians, some 20 meters ahead of them, were searching for something in the sparse vegetation. They acted as a pack, with 2 or 3 of them keeping watch for predators, while the rest searched for fruit and other food. Hey, Elfman, Naruto whispered as he silently approached. Do these Vulcans usually live in packs? While questioning his teammate, his shadow clone was silently creeping toward a particularly adventurous Gorian, who was at the farthest point from the rest of them. Elfman frowned slightly. No, they generally live alone. Some form groups, but even then, the most you'd expect would be 4. For many, forming a coalition makes no sense. He began gathering his magical energy as he flexed his right arm, his eyes fixed on the largest of the group. However, our job was to get rid of them, so all these questions aren't really relevant. He cracked his knuckles as his legs tensed, ready to burst through his cover and attack. Naruto shrugged as he too began to move toward them. Whatever you say, big guy. Do you mind if I handle the left flank? They might not be as big as the ones on your side, but since I need the experience, I'll let you handle the tougher ones. It didn't really matter whether he took the smaller ones or the larger ones. All he wanted to do was test the effects of his techniques on these creatures native to Earthland. Besides, he was also curious about Elfman's abilities. By letting him handle the stronger ones, he was more likely to get a good read on his fighting style than if Elfman took the smaller fry. Elfman smiled at him, obviously happy to be allowed to fight the strongest. Know your limits and take on challenges that aren't beyond your abilities like a real man. Thank you for putting your well-being in my hands. I will definitely protect you, because I am a real man. He charged into Gore's pack, their screams startling them as they stopped what they were doing and watched him charge toward the largest member. Beast arm. Black Bull. As Elfman leaped toward his target and withdrew his right hand, he focused a massive amount of magic into the limb. The arm transformed swiftly, turning the tanned human arm into a large black arm of an unknown beast, several times larger than Elfman's original. With a loud shout, Elfman slammed his enormous fists directly into Gorian's face. The beast's face crumpled momentarily before being sent flying with impressive force through a nearby tree. As it crashed through the vegetation, the others seemed to snap out of their trance-like states and began charging at it with various war cries. Beast arm. Iron Bull. This time, his left arm transformed into a massive metal fist, only slightly thinner than his right hand, and he charged toward the nearest Vulcans. Trapping them in a brutal clothesline that lifted them off their feet, Elfman managed to wrap his fingers around their damaged throats and hurl them one after another toward the rest of the group. He charged at them once more, his fists raised and ready to dish out some pain. Naruto sighed at his partner's rash actions, but attributed it to the recklessness that all Fairy Tail members seemed to exhibit. Lazily walking toward his victims, he casually formed 3 hand seals and activated a D-rank Jinjutsu on the nearest target. The Jinjutsu was designed to reverse all senses of direction. Up and down, left and right, as well as forward and backward, were reversed. However, it wasn't just their sense of direction that changed. The opponent's view, the direction of incoming attacks, and the locations of injuries were also reversed. A smile briefly appeared on his face as he sensed Sakasama no Sekai, inverted world take effect on the group. Since he was only testing them, Naruto didn't feel the need to kill them so quickly. Now that I know Jinjutsu still works, it's time to try ninjutsu on them. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't risk using his most lethal techniques while he was so close to Elfman. Strauss was a good man, albeit somewhat eccentric, but Naruto hadn't even known him for a day. Trust had to be established first before he could even consider sharing some of his secrets. He couldn't risk letting his battle prowess and techniques be overheard by the most unpleasant people in the world. While he liked Fairy Tail and his new guildmates, the fact that they liked to boast about their magic didn't sit well with him. Sure, within the guild, they were encouraged to share something about themselves to effectively complete team mission requests, but literally explaining what their magic did in front of other mages who were opposing them. That was no longer the case. After quickly deciding which jutsu to try, Naruto gathered his chakra as 3 Gorians stumbled toward him, panicked expressions on their faces, undoubtedly experiencing the unpleasant sensation of losing their sense of direction. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Unlike his previous life, he didn't attempt to shout out his techniques in battle. Like most of the more experienced shinobi he had absorbed, he usually remained silent while casting his jutsu. At the moment, there was no particular reason why he had reverted to his old habit. He simply felt like it. The Gorians were swept away by a powerful gust of wind that blew them completely away from the rest of their pack. Naruto had used only the bare minimum of chakra to activate the jutsu, but even so, the effects were impressive. Ignoring the damage caused to the surrounding area, Naruto went through 3 more hand seals. Doten Kekai. Dormed Mu, Earth Release Barrier. Prison of the Earth of Magnificent Nothingness. The earth rumbled as Naruto's chakra poured into it, forming a massive dome that exploded with the force of a bullet. Already disoriented by Naruto's Jinjutsu and the great breakthrough, the Vulcans were unprepared for the dome surrounding them and quickly found themselves trapped inside the dark, narrow confines of hardened earth. A sigh escaped Naruto's lips as he lazily closed the distance between himself and the dome. The final technique he was about to use was one he had only managed to learn because he had succeeded in recapturing Terumi-Mei, the 5th Mizukage, as his animal path. As he approached the dome, he reduced the chakra flow in an area that caused the rock to loosen until it crumbled. Giving the captured monsters no chance, Naruto unleashed a cloud of corrosive mist that immediately began to corrode the earth from the dome. Inside, Naruto could hear the screams and cries of pain and terror as the Vulcans literally melted into goo. After blowing more mist for about half a minute, Naruto finally stopped when the sound completely faded away. Having completed his task, Naruto released the earth barrier and returned it to its original dust form. Paying no attention to the bloody remains of the Gorians, he turned and headed toward Elfman. Western Sector, Murahin. Murahin growled as she not very gently slammed the last Gorian straight through the earth. Around her lay dozens of Gorians on the ground, unconscious or dead. Though not particularly bloody, Murahin had nonetheless been brutal in her annihilation of the herd. Some had limbs stuck painfully at odd angles, others had half their bodies covered in deep burns, and some even had deep wounds bleeding alarmingly into their fur, staining it bright red. Varahan released the unfortunate Gorian from her grasp and slumped slightly in small relief, absent-mindedly wiping away the bloodstains that had fallen on her. Fortunately, she had only had to resort to the partial takeover spell in their fight. She might have managed to achieve full takeover before her brothers, but she was nowhere near mastering it. Not only was it depleting her magical reserves, but she couldn't use it for more than 2 fights without putting a great strain on her body. After all, every time she activated her Satan soul, she rapidly aged from the body of a 13-year-old girl to that of a young woman. She wasn't a doctor, but she could safely assume that the constant use of that spell would be bad for her health. Man, that wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. Then again, they're just forest Vulcans. She muttered disdainfully. Shaking her head, she stopped as she sensed a familiar magical surge in the western sector. Her eyes widened in shock as the magical signature warped and turned vile, like a miasma. Damn it, Elfman. His wings appeared in an instant and he headed towards his brother's location, praying that he could arrive in time to save his brother and friend. Elfman, 10 minutes earlier. Elfman struck another Gorian with his transformed arm and ducked beneath a telegraph device that, had it been connected, would have sent him tumbling several meters. The Gorian righted itself in midair and landed heavily on the ground, growling at the white-haired youth who had defeated his companions. However, Elfman was already moving with deceptive speed toward him. As he approached the Gorian, he attacked with his longer arms in an attempt to catch him by surprise. Elfman had just leaped onto the Vulcan, his momentum charging toward the startled Gorian. Mid-leap, Elfman twisted his form sideways and drew his leg back. Beast leg. Black horse. He kicked the Gorian in the back of the neck as his leg contracted into a horse's hoof, complete with a hoof and over 2 feet long. The result was that Elfman's foot dug into the Gorian's neck with a sickening crack as the magically enhanced hoof pierced the spinal cord. The Gorian crashed lifelessly to the ground while Elfman landed disoriented in a nearby heap. But he coughed as a fine cloud of dust entered his mouth, kicked up by his rough landing. That's how a real man does things. He choked through the cough. His cough lingered for another minute before Elfman felt comfortable enough to move. As he stood up, the sound of footsteps alerted him to Naruto's arrival. Lifting his head, he caught sight of Naruto walking toward him, looking as pristine as he had been. A delighted smile spread across Elfman's face. "Naruto-san. I see you've finished your group. Did you have any problems?" he inquired. Naruto shook his head as his shadow clone dissipated. "No, they were pretty easy to defeat. What about you, did you sustain any injuries?" he asked, sorting through the memories his clone had accumulated during the battle. Well. Looks like you two have been busy." The unfamiliar voice immediately put Elfman on edge and Naruto merely narrowed his eyes. He had sensed the beings that had surrounded them when Elfman had been greeting him, but he hadn't made any attempt to warn him to determine their objective. Turning to face the individual who was speaking, Naruto raised an eyebrow as he took in the man's physical appearance. The man was of medium height and wore a white baboon-like suit that concealed every part of his body. The baboon-like garment was a pale blue, and when Naruto peered through the eyeholes, he saw 2 red eyes with white pupils and blue shadows. Hearing Elfman gasp, Naruto turned his head slightly to keep the mysterious man in view while glancing at Elfman out of the corner of his eye. "What's wrong, Elfman? Who is he?" he asked, bracing himself for a confrontation. Masked figures usually had a reason for concealing their identity. They were either famous throughout the lands, infamous for crimes of an extreme nature, or they did so out of necessity. Elfman took a step back as the man began to laugh, his dark voice full of malice, yet smooth as silk. "It seems even the most naive fairies have heard of me. For you not to know me suggests you haven't been here long." The man held out his arms and showed the 2 of them his right palm. "I am Naraku, the Diaukai of the Death Head Group's Assassination Guild. Pleased to meet you." He finished his introduction with a small bow as Naruto activated his hand seals and released Samehada. Naraku didn't seem bothered by the appearance of the chakra blade. If anything, he seemed amused by Naruto's actions. "That's quite an interesting blade, little man. Tell me, can it take on my lizard men?" The figures emerged blurry from the surrounding vegetation to appear in a circle around Naruto and Elfman, eliminating any possibility of escape. They were male humanoid lizard-like creatures with spiky scales covering their bodies. A large plate covered their heads, while manes of hair grew from the top of their skulls down their backs. Naruto frowned as Samehada's bandages unwrapped due to some mental command and slung the sword over his shoulder. "So you went through all this trouble to fight us, huh? I don't feel special." Naraku tilted his head in amusement. "You should. After all, not every new mage gets to meet someone like me early in their career." However, hidden behind the mask, his ruby eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Why don't we make this more interesting?" Faster than Naruto expected, but still slower than his own speed, Naraku's arm was pushed outward and a pink object hurtled toward them. Naruto's first instinct was to send the item back to his pocket dimension, but doing so would reveal more of his abilities to his enemy, against whom Naruto couldn't afford to make any mistakes. During his first year after the Fourth Shinobi World War, he discovered that everyone resurrected by the Ito Tensei was more careless with their bodies, as they could regenerate any wound they received. This made them more complacent, which at the time was a boon to the allied shinobi forces, and made Naruto determined to maintain his advantage, despite having a body under the effects of the Ito Tensei. He couldn't afford to be the center of attention right now. He wasn't ready for that kind of attention yet. He blinked as he deliberately stopped to derail the object, which soon became embedded in Elfman's chest. I feel sorry for Elfman, but unfortunately, Makarov and I cannot allow any more of my abilities to be discovered. When Elfman immediately dropped to his knees and screamed in pain, Naruto felt the pink energy of whatever was inside Elfman turn black and evil. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 7. Controlling Problems Part 2. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime or manga that appears in this fic. Last time. He couldn't afford to be the center of attention right now. He wasn't ready for that kind of attention yet. He blinked as he deliberately stopped to derail the object, which soon became embedded in Elfman's chest. I feel sorry for Elfman, but unfortunately, Makarov and I cannot allow any more of my abilities to be discovered. When Elfman immediately dropped to his knees and screamed in pain, Naruto felt the pink energy of whatever was inside Elfman turn black and evil. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 7. Controlling Problems Part 2. The explosion of highly concentrated magic wasn't what Naruto expected. Instead of a massive burst of sinister colored energy erupting from Elfman, the explosion was simply a rather violent transformation. Sure, there was a dramatic increase in Elfman's magic output and a transformation of that energy from friendly but fierce to malevolent and angry, but Naruto was pleasantly surprised and disappointed. The Juubi, at the moment of its transformation, evolved from its round, grotesquely swollen body, with pointed protrusions growing from its back, into a thin, deformed monster with elongated body proportions, a gaunt and twisted neck, its tails ending in hands, and a head with its ear on the right side, its mouth on the left, and its eye in the center. It certainly wasn't an improvement, but at least it was dramatic. Now that I think about it, most of the transformations Shinobi underwent were dramatic. Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu, 8-branch technique, transformed him into a giant white snake larger than Manda with 8 heads and 8 tails. Hoshigaki Kisame's fusion with Samehada turned him into a massive shark man, complete with fins, webbed hands, and gills. Jinchuriki became chakra beings by sacrificing their skin and considerable blood. Elfman's transformation just didn't seem impressive to Naruto. Of course, his standards were different from everyone else's, so he had to be given some leeway. The transformation began with Elfman's muscular arms spontaneously doubling in mass. The transformation wasn't natural, as it seemed as if things had forced their way inside his body and were forcing his anatomy to expand to make room for themselves. A similar event was occurring within his legs. They were constantly bulging, taking on the appearance of a feline. Judging by the large paws forming in place of his feet, they resembled those of big cats. His spiky white hair turned jet black and his nails sharpened into inch-long claws that were immediately buried in the earth as his body convulsed in pain. Naraku's mocking laughter forced Naruto to tear his eyes away from Elfman's transformation. The assassin mage was already retreating, leaving the lizardman he had brought to face Naruto. The old man wasn't joking when he said it would be powerful. To think that just a fragment of the demon Lacrima would be enough to corrupt him. Naraku seemed to pause in his thoughts, his chuckles quieting for a moment before resuming with greater enthusiasm. Oh, I see. Naruto assumed a ready stance, taking a few steps back to keep Naraku and Elfman in his sights. With Elfman in this state, he didn't want to expose his back to him. If attacked, he'd be forced to reveal some of his abilities. What the hell did you do to him? He growled, channeling a considerable amount of chakra into Samehada. And what the hell is a Lacrima demon? As expected, Naraku let out a few more dramatic chuckles that echoed through the area. You really expect me to tell you? What naive stupidity. If you want answers, find them yourself. He said, turning his back on Naruto, not considering him a threat at that moment. As for what I did to him, Naraku's ruby eyes turned to meet Naruto's crimson slit eyes, burning with a fire that rivaled Obito's and Kisame's. Naruto could see the substantial amount of power emanating from Naraku's eyes. They were the eyes of someone who had the power to ensure his goals were achieved. In a way, they resembled his own eyes. The similarities were few, but they existed. The differences, on the other hand, were clearly obvious. I suppose you could say I awakened his true instincts. Naraku smiled at the growing irritation in Naruto's eyes. Goodbye, little fairy. Pray we never meet again. Next time will be the last. With that, a cloud of purple miasma was expelled from his cloak, completely concealing Naruto's form, or so he thought. Naruto could see his opponent disappear into the foliage about 10 meters away. He grimaced at the thought of fighting someone as calculating and cunning as Orochimaru again. Samehada, would you mind eating that demon lacrima stuff in Elfman? Samehada remained silent for a moment before giving its answer. In theory, I should be able to do it. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I'm certain I can consume at least half of the strange magic in your body. Naruto nodded deliberately and threw it to the ground, just as the lizard man finally grew impatient and charged at him. Do it, he whispered to his sword. Samehada's bandages dissolved when it used Naruto's chakra boost to unleash its true nature. The scales that were usually hidden from view, keeping it in sword form, literally exploded into view, and its large crazed mouth was exposed for all to see. Naruto knew that the risk involved in his gamble allowing Naraku to even glimpse Samehada's abilities wasn't appealing to him. However, all Naraku would see were its energy absorption talents. If he found them useful, since Naruto wasn't sure if any magic could replicate the effect, Samehada wouldn't allow anyone else to wield it. Those thorny barbs of theirs hurt. Bucking wounded like hell. Despite lacking limbs to allow for movement, Samehada easily slid through the approaching lizardman, who inexplicably ignored her in favor of Naruto. Reaching the child transformer, she sank her serrated fangs into his flesh and began to scrape away the energy emanating from his body. Meanwhile, Naruto had already slipped into Hyuga-style Taijutsu and patiently waited for the nearest creature to catch him. As they approached, shouting tangled war cries, he let his inquisitive mind work, analyzing their speed and assessing his reflexes. When the first one attacked with a magically enhanced roundhouse kick, Naruto leaned his body to the side and cleanly dodged the attack. While the lizard man was still completing his rotation, Naruto had already landed 4 swift strikes on his outstretched leg. Having the combined abilities of Hyuga Hiashi, Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata allowed him to focus on 4 vital joints, causing the ligament supporting the bone to collapse. As a result, the bone would suddenly and painfully dislodge from its socket, effectively paralyzing his opponents. Without even bothering to heed the lizard man's screams as he landed heavily on the injured limb, Naruto charged toward the next attack. His blows were good, quick, and coordinated in such a way that Naruto thought anyone else would have suffered a concussion from them. Shifting his body at the last possible moment to avoid their punches, Naruto continued to dodge their attacks and constantly forced them to overextend themselves. After a particular opportunity arose, Naruto struck with a palm strike that literally obliterated Lizardman's heart. Sensing one approaching from behind, Naruto seamlessly shifted from Jaiuken to Goken, albeit only momentarily, and slammed his left foot into the creature's lung. There was a loud cracking sound that signaled the lizard's ribcage had ruptured. Shifting back into Jaiuken form, Naruto glanced quickly at Elfman and let out a quiet sigh of relief as he saw the changes constantly reversing. I need to finish this quickly and deal with the puppeteer. He moved into the stance required for the Haki Rakijuian show, 8 trigram 64 palms, when he sensed a massive amount of energy approaching at high speed. That current of darkness. The large magical seal appeared directly beneath the remaining lizardmen. Multiple tendrils of darkness sprouted and enveloped them all. Murahin landed with the force of a raging bull and slammed her hands against the darkness of the prison. Evil spark. Putting a considerable amount of magic into her hands, she propelled them toward their prison and unleashed the electricity that had been building up. Naraku. The death-headed Diaukai sat atop a tree in the distance, watching the blonde mage engage his lizardman. The boy was skilled, highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat if the screen he just witnessed was any indication. Naraku estimated the boy to be an expert in unarmed combat. He moved with the grace and fluidity of someone who spent a great deal of time training, and his physical strength was truly impressive for someone his age. However, the 13-year-old was no master. There were some gaps in his posture, and his reflexes needed some work. On the other hand, his weapon was the most intriguing sword he had ever seen. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he turned his head to get a better look. Does it have the ability to absorb magic? That would certainly be useful against certain individuals. Unfortunately, he had no other information about the sword and was pressed for time. Had those factors been negated, he would have tried to reach for the blade. No matter. There will always be another time to seize that blade. He smiled as he sensed Strassa's other brother approaching. So, little Mira finally shows up now that I have a rough estimate of her abilities, it's time for me to go. He leaped from a tree branch and landed on the forest floor. But first he drew power from another demon lacrima fragment and focused. I should leave them with one last challenge. The purple magic seal appeared in the air before him and Naraku cast his spell. Living magic. Creation. With Naruto and Murahin. When the cloud of dust whipped up by Murahin's spell dissipated, Naruto could finally get a good look at her new appearance. Her eyes had grown darker and her eyelashes longer, with a thin, dark mark and a slight zigzag pattern running vertically across her right eye. Similar markings appeared on her right breast and both bare thighs. Her hair was wilder, sticking up and curling more tightly, with her front ponytail growing longer and her ears enlarged, stretching back and gaining pointed edges, resembling those of elves. He could see that she had also gained sharp canine teeth, and her lips were coated with dark lipstick. Her forearms and hands underwent noticeable changes, becoming covered in scales, each sprouting a fin-like protrusion on its outer side. She also grew a large, sturdy tail, seemingly made of metal plates or scales, growing smaller and closer to its end. Her clothing had changed as well. Her attire was replaced by a dark one-piece suit that revealed her arms and legs, which were open at the front and back, exposing most of her abdomen, wide décolletage, and upper back. The fabric had lighter colored edges that formed pointed shapes, and its similarly pointed collar was fastened around her neck with a cravat. Her shoulders were cinched with thin belts that protruded from the suit, and her feet were covered by matching high-heeled boots, which were decorated with lighter motifs on their upper portions, taking the form of downward-pointing, serrated blades on the front of her legs and on the lower portions, corresponding to her ankles and feet. She also donned a pair of gloves that covered the backs of her transformed arms. The most important thing, however, was the fact that she looked several years older. If he had to guess, she looked about 19. A silly smile spread across his face. "I think I'm going to have some very pleasant dreams tonight." Murahin frowned heavily at the unconscious lizardman at her feet before turning toward Elfman, worry and concern flashing in her eyes. As she approached his defeated form, she saw Samehada still feasting on the last traces of tainted magic in his body. Assuming the worst, she called out to her younger brother, Elfman. "Wake up." Samehada took that as her cue to leave and unhooked her fangs from his body, letting him fall rather roughly to the ground. He immediately began coughing violently, spitting out traces of saliva as he cautiously got to his feet. By that time, Murahin had already reverted to her human form and was gently rubbing his back to try and ease his discomfort. "Samehada, come. It's time for us to return." Gliding towards her master, the sentient blade found itself being picked up by the white-haired woman. Murahin stared at the strange thing she was holding. Whatever had happened to her brother was surely due to this thing's actions, and she was determined to put it behind her for harming him. "What the hell is this? Damn, that hurts." Samehada's deadly spikes made their debut, knowing the inner workings of Murahin's left hand well. They struck deep, probably piercing her entire palm and emerging like a hot knife through butter. Dropping the handle, Murahin winced as the spikes were pulled from her palm. Cool, just bucking cool. To be fair, she didn't have much magic left and was exhausted from using her takeover spell. Satan's soul took a huge effort on her part to activate and maintain, so it was extremely difficult for her to use it more than twice a day at her current levels. Add to that the fact that her hands were badly injured and in no condition to defend herself, and she felt quite justified in swearing loudly against nothing in particular. Naruto shook his head at her mischief and walked toward her dejected form. By now, Elfman had managed to stand and also went to his sister. "Big sis, what happened to you?" he asked when he noticed the mess on her hand. His eyes narrowed and his tone grew angrier. "Who did this to you? I'll teach them what happens when they mess with us." Murahin and Elfman shook their heads to see Naruto holding Samehada in his hands and shyly scratching his head. "Would you mind waiting until I explain before you act?" Elfman hesitated for a moment before nodding as Murahin shrugged. Naruto followed suit and placed Samehada on the ground in front of them. "Samehada is a sentient sword that I recently took a liking to. Since then, everyone else who tries to wield it ends up paying the price." He wrinkled his nose at Murahin's hand. "Usually with blood. I should have told you, but I didn't think that situation would arise. That, and I don't really know you guys that well. Now, why don't I bandage Mira-chan's hand and head back to the city?" Elfman looked like he was about to say something, but Murahin interrupted him. "Wait. First of all, why was your weird sword chewing at Elfman in the first place? Second, why were you attacked by all those lizardmen?" "Well, Elfman and I ran into a member of the Caucus Head's Caucus Assassination Guild. His name was Naraku." "Wait, you met the Diaukai of the Death's Head Caucus?" Murahin interrupted, her eyes wide. Naraku was an infamous member of that guild, having completed over 300 assassination requests. If she compared him to fairy tale standards, he was probably somewhere on par with Gildert's Clive. Not a reassuring thought. Yes, he brought the lizardman with him and managed to stab Elfman with something he called a demon lacrima fragment. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Seeing their confusion, Naruto sighed once more. "You say he would use something extremely rare, or at least little known. I suppose you sensed that change in Elfman's magical energy?" he asked. Murahin nodded as Naruto crouched down and began bandaging her hands with Samehada's. "Yes, I just finished dealing with the Gorians in the northern sector when I first sensed it," she replied. Naruto nodded as he continued his story, Elfman also crouching down to listen to what had happened. He put the fragment inside Elfman. He was too fast for any of us to do anything to stop him. Well, that wasn't true, but some fabrication was necessary for his future plans. After that, Elfman began to transform into something, and Naraku left. He probably expected those lizardmen to take us both down. Thanks for the rescue, by the way. She just shrugged and looked away, a light blush on her cheeks. Don't mention it. You probably could have handled them on your own. Naruto shook his head. I still offer my thanks. Any help, no matter how big or small, should be rewarded with gratitude. Elfman jumped into the conversation. Then why was your sword attacking me? I don't think I was chasing you. He looked perplexed, his confused expression comical. Since the shard was infusing your body with its own magic, I had the idea of having Samahata feed on that tainted magic to drain it. Even if it contained a large amount of energy, Samahata would consume that amount faster than it could be released inside you. With that, Naruto finished bandaging Murahan's left hand and stood up. Brushing the dust off his pants, he opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the appearance of an extremely large purple magic seal in the air. At the F. Erwayarg. Like a projected hologram, a creature emerged from within the seal. It was twice the size of Elfman, with long flowing arms, sharp claws sprouting from its back, and thick fur covering its abdomen and pectoral muscles prominently displayed. Its hair grew into a mane-like shape that reached the back of its knees, its ears and canine teeth became pointed, and it had a pair of striped horns pointing upwards, growing from a plate on its forehead. Its legs, much smaller in comparison to its large arms and torso, grew with dark hooves, and it also gained a pair of protrusions sprouting from its shoulders, similar in appearance to its horns. Floating in the air next to the creature was Naraku himself. He gave the three of them a cheeky little wave before disappearing in a blurry motion. The monster roared once more before launching its attack with astonishing speed. Naruto cursed before scooping Murahan up with his left arm and grabbing Elfman with his right. Channeling chakra into his feet, Naruto leaped out of the creature's path and landed several feet away effortlessly. Naraku was gone. Naruto couldn't sense his magic nearby, and it was impossible to fool his newfound otherworldly senses. He could end this quickly with ninjutsu, but Murahan and Elfman were close. What was the best course of action? He turned to Murahan. You wouldn't have any ideas on how to get rid of that thing, would you? He asked. Knock him unconscious and I can handle the rest. Surprisingly, it was Elfman who spoke. His eyes were hard and unwavering, as if he were daring Naruto to disagree with his idea. No, Elfman. You can't perform the full body takeoff yet. You'll end up being overpowered by it. Murahan glared at her brother, unwilling to let him carry out his plans. Naruto raised an eyebrow despite keeping his eyes on the charging creature. Is there a problem with Elfman's takeover? He leaped away from the beast's furious charge, curious why it didn't try to use its arms each time it jumped. It's probably operating on its basic instincts and can't use its limbs to their full effect. Landing softly, Naruto decided to offer his own opinion. Murahan, perhaps we should try Elfman's idea. He cut off her impending objections with a timely cough. I know you care about your brother's well-being, but Elfman is aware of the risks and wants to believe he can overcome them. I can't guarantee it, but his idea is the best we have. But she protested weakly. If anything happens to him, you'll be there to help him through it. Believe in him. She left Elfman below and gave him an appraising look. He's your brother, after all. Elfman nodded in gratitude as he began gathering the necessary amount of magic for his plan. Thank you, Naruto-san. Hearing those words from a real man motivates me to do even better than before. Naruto shook his head, amused. So all I have to do is knock him out? He questioned as he began to hop on his tiptoes. Elfman's nod was all the confirmation he needed. With another burst of chakra, he was halfway toward the monster, which was also on its third charge. Seeing that its eyes were hidden from his view, Naruto activated his Byakugan. His eyes transformed from their usual red slits to white, with a pale lavender tint. Stopping 5 feet away from the charging beast, Naruto settled into the Gyuukin stance for the second time that day. Here within my range, he waited patiently for the beast to approach him, nostalgia swirling in his mind. In his eyes, the monster was replaced by the image of the old Uzumaki Naruto. He found the irony of the situation amusing. He and the beast had taken on the roles of Neji and Naruto, respectively. Now just like back then. The beast was less than a meter away when Naruto finally moved. Haki Nai Sho, 8 trigrams. 2 palms. 2 consecutive blows stopped it in its tracks. Yon Sho, 4 palms. 2 more strikes found their marks on the flesh of the beasts, bringing the total to 4 strikes. Hachi Sho, 8 palms. Geikaroku Sho, 16 palms. Sanjei Nai Sho, 32 palms. The breath of the blow rained down upon the creature with unerring precision and speed, forming afterimages and further enhancing the illusion of Naruto extending his arms to attack. Finally, almost at the end of his technique, Naruto connected with the final strike and walked past the frozen beast, his hands in his pockets. As he stood with his back to the creature, he silently finished the technique's name. Hakirakujikin Sho, 8 trigram 64 palms. As if triggered by a silent device, the beast crashed to the ground in blissful unconsciousness. Soon, the sound of footsteps announced Elfman's approach. Turning to face the young man, Naruto chuckled at the look of astonishment on Elfman's face. "Not that I mind you enjoying the awesomeness that is me, but don't you have a job to do?" Elfman grew serious and knelt beside the unconscious beast, concentrating. "Take control." A bright light began to radiate from Elfman as he absorbed and copied the beast's power. Naruto watched the screen with interest, while Murahin looked on with a mixture of hope and concern. The light grew brighter as Elfman began to grow taller and more muscular. When the light finally faded, there was Elfman in beast form. The only difference was his white hair and tattered pants. "The Elfman?" Mira called softly. "Elfman, can you hear me?" Elfman glanced at his sister and his third teammate before a smile spread across the acquisition wizard's face. "I knew I could do it," she said, smiling brightly. Naruto bowed his head. "As long as you believe in yourself, you can achieve any goal you set your mind to." Despite his words, he had already activated his Sharingan, likely as a result of Elfman losing control of the beast. Taking risks was not something he took lightly. Murahin wrapped her arms around Elfman and let out a sigh of relief. "I was afraid you wouldn't make it. What you did was very reckless and could easily have backfired. Don't ever scare me like that again, do you hear me?" Elfman chuckled. "Sure. Now I can finally be as strong as everyone else," and he stopped mid-sentence, dropping to one knee and clutching his head. He began to thrash about, letting out a bestial roar that echoed throughout the forest. Naruto gritted his teeth and made his choice. "I'll have to reveal my Sharingan to Mira-chan. She's already seen me subdue Aknoloja, and we're the only ones here." As Murahin moved away from her deranged brother, Naruto moved forward and encountered Beast Elfman. The Sharingan's ultimate ability, commonly used, is capable of inducing a unique form of hypnosis that involves suggesting actions and thoughts to the opponent through genjutsu created by simple eye contact. As a skilled Sharingan user, and with a wealth of experience gained from the strongest Uchiha in history, as well as insights into the weaknesses of other shinobi, it was child's play for Naruto to suppress the beast within Elfman. In the space of a second, Elfman's bestial eyes regained their human consciousness, and he took a step back, looking at Naruto in a new light. "You managed to subdue the beast." Murahin was in a similar state of shock. It was as if every time Naruto revealed something about himself, instead of providing answers, he posed new questions that left her more than confused. "Naruto-kun, what happened? What did you just do?" For a moment, Naruto didn't respond, and a fringe of his hair covered his eyes. "What I'm about to tell you is a secret that Master Makarov and I want to keep for a while longer. If you want to know." He looked at them, his Sharingan spinning hypnotically, pulsing with power and authority. "You must promise never to reveal this without my or the Master's permission." Seeing them nod solemnly, Naruto began to speak. Chapter 8. The Consequences. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime or manga that appears in any and all of my works. The journey back to Everlue Mansion was uneventful. The three Fairy Tail wizards were all silent, each lost in their own thoughts after Naruto's revelation. To say they were surprised would be an understatement. Elfman reverted to his human form, seemingly unharmed but still determined to seek medical reassurance before returning to the guild. His clothes were torn and covered in blood, dust, and a bit of foliage. He and Murahin had moved away from their blonde companion, who stood a few feet ahead, trying to clear their thoughts. Elfman's gaze drifted to Naruto's back, questions burning in his mind. Such terrifying magic, yet it could aid my own ambitions. He clenched his fists tightly as he recalled the force of the beast's instincts in that brief moment when he had lost control. The creature, even when unconscious and possessed by Elfman, had been a force to be reckoned with. If Naruto hadn't suppressed its consciousness the moment he did. Elfman shuddered at the thought of the outcome. If Naruto could help me control my magic, this wouldn't happen again. I refuse to be weak. I have to become stronger. His clear blue eyes hardened with immense determination and resolve to protect my sisters. Murahin was also deep in thought. She was recalling the first time she met Naruto. That dragon was ready to attack anything and everything in sight, but the moment Naruto laid eyes on her, it became as terrifying as a statue. So that's how she subdued him, she realized. She wasn't as well versed in the different types of magic in the world as the Master or Urza, but she could recall a type of eye magic that allowed one to project images into the minds of others. Naruto's, something she admitted was largely unknown to him, was as deadly as the Master's light magic. If it's so dangerous, but he's still in his juvenile stage, she narrowed her eyes as a thought formed, his magic could be a lost magic like Natsu's. Ahead of them, Naruto continued on his way to the mansion to collect payment for the job application. Revealing the Sharingan to Elfman and Murahin had been a gamble, but he had managed to impress upon them the importance of his secret. He hadn't told them everything about it. The only things he mentioned were its ability to predict movements, create illusions, and copy attacks, the general abilities that every Sharingan user had at their disposal when they reached the Tsutomu stage. Fortunately, he was able to use Kamui with his normal Sharingan, something Obito had managed to do in his previous life, as he had no intention of revealing any secrets related to the evolved stages of his Jujutsu. Her eyes settled on Everlu's mansion in the distance. Let's see, there was a note about payment for the number of monsters we deposited. She tilted her head in thought. I definitely killed 8 Gorians in the forest, 2 more lizardmen before Murahin showed up, and that's it, I guess. So that means he should pay me 2,200,000 jewels. Not bad for my first job application. As they approached the gates, Naruto's good mood at the prospect of earning his money increased when he saw Duke Everlu's profile through a window. That kid must be seriously loaded to be able to pay all that. Now I'm definitely going to steal everything of value. And even better, I can kill him without anyone getting a clue. Let it not be said that Naruto did not find the use of the Rinnegan extremely satisfying. With a new spring in his wake, Naruto headed through the mansion gates and continued through the house until he reached the library. He paused, waiting for his teammates to catch up before entering. They were only a minute behind him, giving him enough time to create a shadow clone and transform into a spider. The clone's Rinnegan eyes connected with Naruto's, and it quickly crawled under the door and across the carpet, positioning itself to kill Everlu without any trouble. The few feet approached Naruto, and he gave the brothers an amused look. What took you so long? Weren't you the one who complained that I was late? Murahin frowned. Yeah, laugh all you want. When I'm back to 100%, I'll make you pay for that comment. However, both she and Naruto knew she wasn't going to do anything to him. It was more of a reflex than anything else. From what she'd observed, Mira had a reputation she wanted to uphold, and from the whispers she'd overheard the guild members making earlier that day, it was a pretty big one. He shrugged and turned the doorknob. Whatever. Upon entering the library, the group stood right in Everlu's face. He was still sitting on his comfortable sofa, reading a large book with a picture of an incredibly ugly woman on the cover. If that wasn't bad enough, the woman was naked. Beads of sweat formed on each of their faces as Everlu let out a perverted chuckle. Shit. Coughing loudly, Naruto clicked his tongue when Everlu finally noticed he wasn't alone. He quickly hid his book and gave them a look. Yes. I suppose you're here to admit you didn't deal with them. That doesn't surprise me. Fairy Tail was said to be the most trustworthy guild in Magnolia. Murahin and Elfman bristled as Naruto simply unplugged him. The guy wasn't going to live much longer, so why be fooled by his words? Actually, we've dealt with them and are ready to receive our payment. Since he added that each monster was worth 200,000 jewels, my bill will be 2,200,000 jewels. Elfman, he gestured to the tall, white-haired boy, he took down 7 monsters, so his salary should be 1,540,000 jewels. Murahin. He paused and turned to look at her. How many did you take care of? She shrugged. About 2 dozen or so. Naruto nodded and turned to Duke, who was rapidly paling. Yes, then you have to pay him 5,200,000 jewels. That is, if you actually have that amount of money. He finished. After all, if you don't pay us, people will start gossiping about the richest man in town not having enough money to pay the incentive he put on his own job application. Mages won't accept your applications because you'd be known as someone who didn't care about paying his dues, but hey, no pressure. Everlu felt like banging his head against a wall. Why had he put that notice back in his request? Shiratsum town. The trio walked away from Everlu mansion with their pockets considerably heavier. Elfman had managed to get a change of clothes. He now wore a large striped shirt which had alternating colors and an exact copy of his pants, along with completely new sandals. The group entered Shiratsum station and booked a train to Magnolia. When he sensed they were a safe distance from the mansion, Naruto's clone crept toward Everlu. The bastard was asleep at the time, his bodyguards on their lunch break and his servants out in town. The clone dispelled the transformation and swiftly activated his Rinnegan. Grasping the man's dangling arm, the clone extracted Duke Everlu's soul using the human path's abilities. Assimilating the soul took some time, but the clone was able to successfully extract all the information about his wealth and merchandise. Unfortunately, he would have to impersonate Everlu for a while before dying of natural causes. Transforming into Everlu, Naruto's clone let out a perverted laugh as Duke's thoughts of the more normal maids under his control appeared. Hey, it wasn't like the boss would have minded. Magnolia. Naruto sighed dramatically as he and Murahin walked through the streets of Magnolia. Elfman had been admitted to a magic hospital, that is, a hospital specifically designed to treat mages. They still needed the doctor's approval if Elfman was going to be alright. After all, they weren't even sure what a demon lacrima was in the first place. Naruto had his own suspicions about what the demon lacrima could do. It was similar to the curse seal Orochimaru slapped his desired vassal, in that it gave the user a power boost and a darker hue to their energy. Anything else was just fragments of ideas that were probably wrong. Makarov might know about this demon lacrima. It would be better to know more about this now than later. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he recalled Naraku's grinning face. I'll need to find out more about that guy, too. Someone with such a reputation can't be underestimated. Murahin bumped Naruto's side with her hip. Don't act like a drama queen. You should be proud of yourself. Most rookies never earn more than 2 million jewels in their first jobs. Well, I still haven't found a place for Setsuna to stay, and I apologize for being a bit dramatic, he said curtly. Dodging Murahin's half-hearted attempt to hit her, he grabbed her and spun her around, his hands firmly on her waist. The blush that lit up her face prompted a burst of amused laughter from him. Murahin playfully slapped his arm, which was draped around her shoulders, and gave him a look. What was that for? What? Can't I bother my new friend like this? No, you can't. Freeloader. Murahin shook her head at his antics, ignoring the fact that she was smiling. I haven't felt this comfortable with any man I know. Thinking back to her friends, the man she was closest to was probably Laxus, and even he had his stupid moments. From what she'd seen, Naruto was much more laid back and fun than Laxus, but he could also get serious when the situation called for it. Naruto isn't a bad guy to hang out with. Maybe I'll go on another request with him, she thought. Tell me, Naruto, he lazily shifted his eyes to her, the only indication that he was paying attention. There was something in her voice, a hidden emotion that piqued his interest. Murahin was loud, rude, condescending, and usually quite expressive about what she had to say, so what could possibly make her sound so calm? You would I mean I just wanted to say. She took a deep breath and pulled him into a hug. That wasn't enough to surprise Naruto, but then again, it was pretty hard to surprise him. Is there any reason why I'm being rewarded? His voice was low and questioning as his hands responded to his action. Murahin gave him a light slap on the arm, even as she felt her face heat up. Be baka. I'm just thanking you, you know, for helping Elfman get back there. She mumbled, still leaning into his embrace. She could see a lot of civilians staring at their situation, but she was too happy to make a scene. They must know about me. If they didn't, I'd say it looked like we were being mean in public. For his part, Naruto managed to remain calm when the topic of Elfman came up. It was true that he felt guilty about how he had allowed Elfman's condition to develop, but he had committed far worse acts, to the point that Elfman's plight would be seen as insignificant. Before meeting Setsuna, he had made a habit of practicing his espionage and manipulation skills on various people. Daimyos, common merchants, the remaining samurai in the land of the dead, the other minor hidden villages, and many others had their lives made worse or brighter by his actions toward them. Having inherited much of Obito's personality, it wasn't difficult for him to become obsessed with collecting various powerful objects. He had taken the brains and chakra of the 5 Kage as soon as he could control his new body. The Rikidam Sen no Mgu, tools of the Sage of Six Paths treasure of Kumo, was also stolen by him. The Forbidden Scroll of Konoha, the Raijin no Ken, the Dragon Summoning Scroll of Yuzushi Agakur. And the list went on. Yes, I'm glad I could help. But we need to get stronger. This mission only showed me how lucky we were against that guy. If something like that happens again, we might not make it out alive. He spoke softly, slowly rubbing circles on Mira's back. It was something he had developed when Setsuna entered his life. For now, though, we should enjoy surviving. Then, we'll train until we're strong enough to protect our precious people. Beautiful people? Murahin asked, stepping back to look Naruto in the face. Naruto nodded. It's something a friend taught me before he died. A light of understanding appeared in Murahin's eyes, and Naruto continued. He believed that when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they truly become strong. Murahin immediately thought of her brothers when she considered their words. Other images began to form behind them. Makarov, Kana, Laxus, Mikao, Natsu, Wakaba, Gray, even Urza was on her list. Do you have a precious person? Once. He died a few years ago. Nothing more was said as they broke their embrace. She thought Naruto still had his arm around Murahin's shoulders. The gates of Fairy Tail came into view, a welcome sight for both mages, well, mage and shinobi, and Murahin slipped out of Naruto's grasp. Come on. Lysandra must be pretty worried about us, and I'm sure that retarded bitch is back. She sneered. The raised eyebrow was all he got. Why do you hate each other so much? When you meet, it's like you're on opposite sides of a war. A thought struck him. Are you lesbian negatives? Seeing Murahin stumble in surprise was something Naruto would come to appreciate. She stood up and turned around with a look of horror on her face. What the hell are you talking about? I'm straight, damn it. She raised her fist at him, frowning heavily at the insinuation that she and Urza were seeing each other. Even if I were, there's no way I'd chase after that jerk even if I were paid to. Naruto raised his hands in surrender. It was just a thought, no need to rip my head off, he muttered as they entered the guild. Makarov's office. Makarov was happy. The most troublesome members, Natsu, were absent on a work request, which meant the guild was much quieter than usual. The Magic Council hadn't bothered him since he handed in his report, and his beer sponsor had even been kind enough to give them double the beer they'd ordered. However, Laxus was still in his attitude phase, the only thing that spoiled his day. Well, that and Naruto's earlier stunt. He admitted. No matter how many times he reminded himself of it, he still found it a mouthful to swallow. It's hard to believe the day isn't over yet Makarov was jolted from his thoughts by knocking on his door. Grumbling incoherently, he turned around before shouting, "Come in, it's open." Naruto entered the office just as a shout rang out from the guild bar. He paid it no mind as Makarov grunted and slapped his face with his palm. Of all times, why now? It was so nice and peaceful without those two fighting. I guess they've been like this ever since they met. Naruto asked as he settled into the seat across from Makarov. Makarov frowned as he stood up. Unfortunately. I wonder if they clashed before ending up here. That would certainly explain their complicated relationship. Well, I'm not here to talk about Urza-san and Mira-chan's rivalry. He leaned forward to meet Makarov's gaze. Something happened during our job application that left me worried. Tell me, what do you know about Naraku and the Diablo Lacrima? Makarov looked pale. You encountered Naraku. And you're still alive. Remarkable. He blew hard, clutching his hands. Were you in danger? His voice was controlled, but Naruto could detect the worry and concern for his children. Then again, Naruto had inadvertently made their fears more justified. After all, he had presented himself as a seasoned chunin during their first talk. Elfman had a fragment of the demon Lacrima embedded within him, but Samahata managed to consume all the tainted magic before it could seriously affect him. Unfortunately, his Toma magic might be even more difficult to control, Naruto stated. Makarov closed his eyes. Elfman must have been hit pretty hard by that news. Spending so much time trying to catch up with his sisters only to have his work destroyed in an instant, it makes my heart ache with sympathy. Naruto scratched his cheek as he mentally rehearsed everything he wanted to say. I didn't say my analysis was accurate. I may have made a mistake in my diagnosis. In any case, I was wondering if Elfman's problem had more to do with him than the difficulty of the takeover spell. Naruto made a hand gesture, and Makarov's wooden desk began to tense up, as if something were trying to break free. Makarov literally fell over in shock when a branch rapidly grew from his desk. Wood make magic was something he'd seen before, so he wasn't surprised by what had just happened. What surprised him was the sense of calm emanating from the wooden structure. It felt so pleasant and peaceful that he even unconsciously took a step forward to approach the branch. I see you felt the effects of my Mokuton, wood release. Naruto's voice broke the spell under which Makarov found himself and drew his attention. I was planning to help Elfman train his takeover by acting as a check in case he lost control due to the spell. With a swift pulse of chakra, the branch disintegrated as quickly as it had been created. But first, please enlighten me about the demon that Lacrima Naraku mentioned. Makarov nodded, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. Alright. I'll tell you about that cursed object. Physically, it's a sphere that appears to be made of a crystalline material that changes color according to the wishes of its user. Much of the origins of the Lacrima demon are shrouded in mystery. I can only warn you of its abilities. He cautioned. Naruto shrugged. I wasn't expecting anything more than that. However, any knowledge is worth more than gold at this point. In any case, the demon Lacrima has the power to grant immense power to whoever wields it. Even a single fragment is enough to increase the power of a double being. With enough fragments, even the weakest mage would have more than enough power to use lost magic without the health risks. Not only is it capable of granting power, but it can also grant a wish to whoever manages to find it. His eyes met Naruto's. If Naraku is searching for the pieces of the demon Lacrima, then we must make preparations. Naraku is a very deadly enemy, Naruto. Even my former master couldn't emerge victorious in their battles. Naruto nodded and stood up. Turning to the door, he made a small wave. I'd like to spend more time talking, but I still need to find a place for Setsuna and me to sleep. I'll talk to you later, Jai-san. Magnolia. Setsuna and Naruto followed the short, stocky man who claimed to own one of the best, if not the best, apartments in Magnolia. The journey took approximately 5 minutes from the guild, and the apartment was located in the heart of the city, allowing easy access to and from the guild, as well as Magnolia's various shops. As soon as the man finished showing them, Naruto cast a genjutsu to make him believe they had paid the down payment as well as the next 3 months' rent. Making sure the man had long since left, Naruto turned to Setsuna. "Why don't we rest today and work on what needs to be done to the apartment tomorrow?" She nodded carefully. "Yes. It would be best for us to rest while we can." Naruto nodded as well. Before that, he formed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu and slammed his hands into the ground. A large cloud of smoke appeared as Naruto stood upright once more. "I need to start setting up a new espionage system in this world. Fortunately, we have the best person for the job." He smiled as the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto's human path. "It's been a while, Iro-senin." Chapter 9. Showdown. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime manga that appear in my fics. If I did, there would be a lot more fan service in them. Naruto smiled as he took in the familiar form of his godfather. Jiraiya was dressed in his usual kimono of a short green shirt and matching pants, beneath which he wore chainmail armor that revealed the sleeves and legs of his outfit with his red haori. Unlike before, he wasn't wearing handguards, having replaced them with metal armbands. His missing limb had been replaced, eliminating any evidence of the aftermath of his battle with Nagato, and his hair was even longer. Even without activating the Byakugan, Naruto could see that his mentor's body had become more toned and slightly slimmer than when he was alive. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Iro-senin?" Jiraiya smirked at the mention of his hated nickname. "Certainly, brat. I almost imagined you'd forgotten about the rest of us in that pocket dimension of yours." His gaze shifted to Setsuna, who was lounging in the wooden chair next to Naruto, and a goofy grin spread across his face as hearts appeared in his eyes. "Whoa. Nice catch, Naruto. Definitely a 10. Steam billowed from his nostrils as he gave Naruto a double thumbs up. Naruto smiled. "Oh, yes, it definitely is. I'm sorry for not introducing you to the two of them sooner, but I had my reasons." He crossed the spacious living room and sat down in the chair opposite Setsuna with a sigh. "Please, have a seat, Iro-senin. There are a few things we need to discuss right away." Jiraiya's goofy demeanor vanished at the serious tone of Naruto's voice, and his eyes hardened as his posture straightened. There was a time for everything, and now was the time for Game-senin to leave Konoha. He sat in the third seat to Naruto's left, making sure to keep his body leaning towards Setsuna in the position she had attacked him in. Most unlikely, but minor things have killed many a shinobi in Kunoichi. Besides, he narrowed his eyes at her. "She looks a lot like that Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto clasped his hands together as he leaned forward in his seat. "Jiraiya, meet Uchiha Setsuna. Setsuna-chan, this guy is the pervert I told you about." He introduced himself, wondering how the two would react. Jiraiya, meanwhile, remained silent as he looked at the girl in a new light. The only Uchiha survivors of the clan massacre were Itachi and Sasuke. Obito didn't really count since he was supposed to be Kia at the time. "And Uchiha, huh? I suppose you weren't in Konoha during the Uchiha clan massacre, were you?" he asked, his eyes scanning her form for clues to their relationship. Unfortunately for him, Setsuna was still wearing her usual cloak, which concealed her alluring figure. She rolled her eyes. "Please stop staring at me. My mother and my tenant would be upset if some unworthy man were to devour me with his eyes." She crossed her arms beneath her breasts, though the action was hidden from Jiraiya by his cloak. "To answer your question, I suppose you could say I was in Konoha at the time of the massacre, but you might also be right if you assume I wasn't there. It all depends on which Konoha you're talking about." She replied coldly, her onyx eyes bleeding from the Sharigan with unerring ease. At that moment, Naruto jumped into the conversation. "What Setsuna-chan means is that she's not from our world. Her brother sent her across dimensions in a last-ditch effort to evade her captors." He leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "From what she told me, Jinchuriki from all the elemental continents were being rounded up and experimented on by Konoha. In her world, Konoha was known as the most bloodthirsty and battle-crazy hidden village. They even had their own mercenary group designed for the sole purpose of defeating and capturing Jinchuriki. The criminal mercenary group, Daybreak. If Jiraiya hadn't explored the possibilities of time-space fuinjutsu, he would have had a hard time believing Naruto's claims. Wait. He gestured to Setsuna, a hint of disbelief coloring his words. "Are you saying she's a Jinchuriki?" At Naruto's silent nod, the Game-senin turned to the Uchiha heiress. "If you don't mind me asking, which Bijuu do you have?" he inquired, having a clue as to which one she might contain. Setsuna held up 9 fingers, and Jiraiya slapped her face, annoyed with himself. Well, of course she'd carry a powerful one. Her allies went so far as to send it far away across dimensions to avoid its capture. Raising his head, he looked at his successor. "Alright, Naruto, I think it's time you told me everything that's happened to you." Naruto bowed his head. "I was about to, Iro-senin. It's all connected to the reason I called you in the first place." Shifting into a more comfortable position, Naruto began recounting the events that had transpired since his last conversation with his godfather. He started with his meeting with Sukuna, dabbled slightly in his exploits in the elemental nations, touched on the subject of his newfound strength, and finally concluded with his time back in his homeworld. "I left for many reasons I don't wish to discuss at this time," he stated, his words firm and unyielding. Jiraiya leaned back, a weary sigh escaping him as he closed his eyes. "Well, all of that is indeed interesting, you still haven't made your purpose for summoning me clear," he persisted, trying not to dwell on some of the things Naruto had said. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Naraku's grinning face floated in his mind, mocking him wherever he was. "When we arrived in this new world, Setsuna and I joined a guild called Fairy Tail." Seeing Jiraiya's confusion, Naruto proceeded to explain what little he knew about Earthland to his former sensei. In Earthland, mages band together to form a guild. I suppose you could associate them with the hidden villages, with mages being the equivalent of shinobi. However, our world is far stronger than theirs. Why would that be? If they have similar but different abilities to shinobi, wouldn't that put them on a level playing field? Jiraiya asked, wondering why Naruto of all people would judge these mages without getting a proper indication of their strength. Normally I'd say yes, but not this time. Guilds that participate in requests that are less honorable than what people would like are labeled dark guilds because mages, who see themselves as the protectors of civilians, have to maintain an image that appeals to the public. Naruto snorted, recalling his bewilderment when Makarov explained things to him in the master's office. They don't fight with the intent to kill, and those who lack the cunning and intelligence that distinguish shinobi from everyone else, the scum, who don't deserve to live, are sent to prison cells, in the belief that they will learn from their mistakes and turn over a new leaf. As always, there are exceptions to this mentality. One of them was an assassin from a dark guild who appeared in my first job application. Setsuna's group of friends lunged at him in surprise. He hadn't told her anything about that. His name is Naraku, the so-called Yaokai of the Death Group's assassination guild. He's my reason for summoning you. Jiraiya knew what was expected of him. You want me to spy on him, learn everything there is to know about him, and then kill him after extracting all the useful information. Would you prefer to kill him yourself, or should I handle it alone? Naruto shrugged. I don't care if he dies by my hand or not. All I want you to do is find any information about him and the object he's searching for. From what Juji told me, an item like the demon lacrima would be extremely useful and dangerous in the wrong hands. He fixed his gaze on Jiraiya once more. Since this mission could likely take up to 3 years, I'll lend you some of my pseudopaths to help you succeed. Jiraiya nodded and stood up. When do I start? Immediately. The spider must learn never to provoke an impatient god. The next morning. Naruto and Setsuna walked slowly toward the guild, taking their time to enjoy the early morning silence. The first rays of the rising sun indicated how early it was. Magnolia seemed to still be asleep. The shops weren't open yet, only a handful of sleepy people were on the streets, and the cheerful sounds of birds chirped throughout the town. Naruto looked at Setsuna, who seemed lost in thought. Setsuna-chan. She blinked, startled from her thoughts. Hi, Naruto-sama. How was your day yesterday? Did you get a job offer? Arriving at a place to stay, talking to Jiraiya, and the ever-present thoughts of the lacrima demon had kept that question out of his mind until now. She shook her head, her long hair billowing. No, I was looking to get to know the other guild members and gather information about their abilities. She paused, as if unsure of what to say. I made a new friend. Well, I think I did. His name is Kana Alberona, one of the oldest in our age group. He uses card magic, a type of holder magic that revolves around the use of magical cards, which can produce a variety of effects, like generating things and even seemingly living beings. He's very nice and fun to talk to. Naruto laughed and put his arm around her shoulders. Well, I'm pretty sure she'd be delighted to have you as a friend. I suppose Kurama approves. Yes, Aka-san sees potential in Kana to become someone great in the future. She leaned closer, her arms sliding from her shoulders to her waist. She wants to go out and have fun too. Naruto sweated. The last time she said that, Tetsu no Kuni went under the water. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Will she promise to behave? He felt Setsuna stiffen momentarily before wrapping her hand around his waist and caressing him with an inhuman sensuality. Moo, Naruto-kun, don't you trust me? He turned to meet her eyes, her usual onyx-colored eyes transformed into a bloody crimson with black slits. After all, I'm not interested in causing any serious harm. She fluttered her long eyelashes and pressed her body closer to his. Naruto used his free hand to run his fingers through his hair, earning a soft purr from the possessed Uchiha. Your definition of mischief involves leveling mountains and raising tsunamis. Besides, don't you think people in the guild will wonder who you are and what you are to Setsuna if you treat her like your daughter in public? She smiled, turning away from Naruto and tossing her hair. Deceit and lies are part of me, as are the destructive tendencies Kaisen passed on to my brothers and me. Just leave it all to me. She winked. Naruto shrugged. I doubt you'd want to go out right now. You're enjoying your beauty too much to be active so soon. They had arrived at the guild and Naruto went ahead to push open the door for Setsuna Kurama. She gave him another fang-laced smile before Setsuna's eyes returned to their normal color, meaning the Uchiha was in control once again. She sighed and rubbed her head. Kaisen can be so much like Matatabi-sama, it's not funny. Upon entering the guild, Naruto could only see Makarov and a few of the older members. Spying on the young brunette, Setsuna, whom he befriended, Naruto moved closer to her. As he approached, he took in her outfit. A light blue camouflage bikini top, calf-length brown pants with 2 bands hanging from each leg, and a light belt covered in heart motifs loosely tied around her waist, and high-heeled sandals. She also wore a pair of metal bracelets adorning her biceps, one with an incision made up of mini AS, and 3 simple, round metal bangles on her right wrist. She has strange taste in clothes. Most women prefer to expose themselves just enough to appear tempting to men, but she doesn't seem to care about that. Then again, I can't really speak to her taste in clothes. I mean, she used to wear that damn orange jumpsuit all the time. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, Naruto slid into the seat next to the brunette and offered her a smile. Good morning. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Setsuna-chan's best friend. You must be Kana Alberona, right? Kana was a slender girl of average height with long, wavy, loose brown hair that reached almost to her waist, its shade shifting from time to time. 2 strands of hair framed her face and extended below her shoulders, the left strand emerging from a prominent high fringe. She had large brown eyes with long eyelashes. Her black fairy tale seal was located on the lower left side of her abdomen, just above her hips. She blinked, surprised by his sudden appearance, before extending her right hand. Oh, good morning to you too. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. I heard you were busy and didn't want to be a bother. Naruto shook her hand, and Kana felt herself blush slightly from the strength of his grip. I remember Setsuna-chan mentioning you in our conversation yesterday. You know, she glanced at him once more, her blush deepening slightly, you're exactly as she described. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, I've heard a few things about you from her. From what she said, you seem like someone we can trust. Anna waved her hand, trying not to show how upset she was by his words. Well, as the oldest in our group, I have to do my best to look out for the others. I have to be there for all the younger ones, to give them someone they can turn to for help, someone they can look to. Naruto nodded in agreement. That sounds like a worthwhile goal. But are you sure it's wise to do all that by yourself? Anna sighed as she slumped in her seat. Who else is there? The master is too busy playing with the guild, Mikao and Wakaba don't care what the younger ones do, as long as it doesn't interfere with their drinking, Laxus is always absent, and the other kids really don't take my words seriously. What about Lisana? She keeps Natsu and Gray in line, Naruto pointed out. She can only do so much in this guild, and asking her to help me achieve my goal is something I simply can't do. She blinked once more and turned to point at Naruto. You're almost my age, aren't you? You could be my assistant and help me. She breathed a sigh of excitement. Naruto tapped his chin at the thought. Well, I guess I could help whenever I can. I'll be pretty busy for the next month, so I doubt it'll be much help. He mused. Anna asked the question but kept her mouth shut, trying not to seem too nosy. Since you're curious, I'll tell you why I'll be busy. She leaned in to whisper to him. I'll be helping Elfman perfect his camera shooting magic. That and a few other things, she added mentally. Anna gave an oh and smiled. It's great to see someone helping Elfman with his problem. It's really been bothering him for the past month. She perked up as Makarov finished placing the morning's applications on the application board. Throughout their discussion, many more members appeared at the guild. Natsu and Happy were eating in a corner, Gray was eating a snow cone with Mikao, Wakaba and Riitas were chatting, and Urza was heading toward them. It seems Benihim-chan wants to settle her score right now. Naruto observed, watching the repeat approach with Setsuna in tow. He wondered if it would be best for the two of them to submit a job application and resolve their differences. I should keep that in mind for another time. This tension between Urza-san, Mira-chan, and Setsuna-chan isn't going to resolve itself, no matter how much I wish it would. Everyone watched with interest as Urza approached Naruto and placed her hands on her hips. Good morning, Naruto-san. Are you ready for our scheduled match? Naruto sighed. He trusted her to get straight to the point. He looked at her with his usual distant expression. Oh. And how did you find out that I'd secured a place for Setsuna-chan and me to stay? Common sense dictated that Setsuna should have told him about her purchase, but that idea was thrown out the window when she answered his question. I asked Magnolia about her whereabouts, and one of her neighbors mentioned that she was renting one of the most luxurious apartments, she replied. Naruto sweated. Are you really that eager to try and get rid of me? He was clueless. The doors burst open and Murahin lunged at Urza, fists raised in fight gear. "Hold on, bitch. I'm fighting Naruto today, so get your big ass out of the way." As expected, Urza shook her head and frowned at her rival. "I was first, so get in line. Haven't you learned any manners at all? Why did you?" Naruto stood up from his seat, closing the distance between them to prevent further escalation. "Look, we could waste time arguing like this, or you two could fight me at the same time." He stretched, ignoring the incredulous stares of the other members. "Not that I care if there's an order. Either way is fine." Natsu and Gray, both watching with interest, let their jaws drop. Sure, they loved a good fight as much as the next person, but facing those two at the same time, that was insane. Beside them, Lysana looked worried about her new friend. According to Murahin, she had been in a tough fight during her first job application, which was just the day before. Urza and her sister were also very strong, both capable of great things, and vying for the title of strongest sorceress in Fairy Tail. Lysana really wanted to believe that Naruto was holding his own against the onslaught of the two mages, but she feared that he would end up putting in a great effort in the fight. Murahin smiled and punched the air. "Very good. I hope you like it, because this is how I roll. I'll take you down in 3 minutes." Urza nodded, a smile lighting up her face. "Although I would have preferred to fight you alone, this course of action will help gauge your skill level. Shall we meet at the site of your fight with Natsu?" Naruto nodded and turned to Setsuna and Kana, the latter watching in amazement. "Are you two coming? That'll be fun." Kana looked uncertain and glanced at Setsuna for guidance. The Uchiha shrugged and followed him, prompting Kana to stand as well. After all, it wasn't as if they had anything better to do at the moment. Setsuna and Naruto still had plenty of money left over from Naruto's job application, and Kana wanted to go to a job application later that day. What did they have to lose? The land where the dairy plant is located. Naruto bounced lazily on his toes as he met the gaze of the two women. From what he'd seen of Murahin, she was a hand-to-hand specialist. Her entire arsenal of spells, or at least the spells she displayed, complemented her various physical attacks. She was incredibly fast, nearly as fast as post-time Skip Lee, and her strength when she activated her Satan Soul rivaled Sakura's. Fighting her would be a war of attrition. Her body hadn't matured enough to sustain the spell for long, drawn-out battles. Overall, she wouldn't pose much of a problem. Urza, on the other hand, was a mystery. He had no idea what kind of magic she used, and all most people would tell him was that she was terrifying in battle. Sure, he was stronger than almost everyone in this world, but he was raised as a shinobi and reincarnated as one. Why waste energy using flashy jutsu when he could use a method that required a negligible amount of chakra in comparison? In any case, Urza was clueless, and the only way she would learn of his abilities would be in battle. Slamming her hand against the ground, a puff of smoke obscured her view for a brief moment before a gust of wind revealed Naruto wielding a sheathed sword. The scabbard was plain white, though adorned with several lines of runes along its length. At the end was a purple thread tied in the shape of the letter Z. The date was as long as he was tall, its crossguard forming the spiral shape of the Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing the summons, Urza felt her interest piqued. A requip. It looks very different from the ones I've seen. Is it a special requip? Or could it be rune magic? Alright then, shall we begin? Naruto asked, drawing his sword. The blade gleamed almost malevolently in the sunlight. Murahin wasted no time. Take control. Satan's soul. A large magical seal appeared above her, encasing her in a cocoon of purple energy. In less than a minute, Murahin reappeared in all her glory. Urza began to glow brightly as a magic seal appeared around her. Requip. Flight armor. In an instant, Urza's usual clothes vanished, leaving behind an outfit that made Naruto raise an eyebrow. This new armor featured very few armored pieces. It was patterned with cheetahs, and the outfit included a large collar around Urza's neck and a tail hanging from the back of her shorts, both made of thick fur, plus a pair of large cheetah ears adorning either side of her head. She wielded a pair of short swords with elaborate rapier-like handguards shaped like rose thorns. Naruto wasted no time, taking her actions as the signal to begin. He sprinted toward Urza with incredible speed, hoping to force her to reveal her magic and fighting style. As he approached the redeed, his eyes widened momentarily when he saw her moving away from him at her current speed. What? Urza appeared behind him, ready to unleash her kick as Naruto vanished from sight. She froze in shock, allowing Naruto to land a kick to her midsection that sent her sprawling. Sensing Murahin coming from behind, Naruto swiftly launched himself forward with a roundhouse kick that Murahin narrowly avoided. He dodged Urza's flying kick with a well-timed leap and parried a rapier with his sword. Channeling wind chakra into the leaf, Naruto shattered her swords with a single slash. Throwing a punch, Naruto's fist was caught by Urza, who then tried to throw him off balance by pulling him toward her. Instead of resisting, as she expected him to, he let himself be pulled and used the momentum to violently strike Urza. Urza staggered from the blow, slightly disoriented by it. Naruto would have continued his attack, but he was forced to dodge the streams of dark energy that Murahin kept firing at him. He continued to avoid the pellets of doom and reached inside his clothing to activate the storage seal. When the pouch of kunai appeared, Naruto grabbed 3 with his free hand and coated them with fire chakra. Equip. Flame Empress armor. Urza was back in the fray, her outfit changed once again. She now wore armor that was predominantly dark red, but also featured orange and black parts, the former shaped like flames and the latter like the limbs of a dragon. It was basically made up of 3 different parts. The revealing breastplate with dragon wings attached to it, the orange gauntlets, and the dragon claw-shaped cracks. Her hair was also tied up in a pair of long, high pigtails. Naruto threw the kunai at her and activated one of his favorite jutsu without a hand seal. Kunai Shadow Clone Technique 3 kunai instantly multiplied into 300, forcing Urza to concentrate on blocking the swarm of blades. Naruto turned his attention to Murahin, whose fists were enveloped in dark purple energy. Just out of curiosity, what kind of magic does Urza-san use? He asked conversationally as he ran toward Murahin, his body leaning forward in a way that made it seem likely he'd trip over his own feet. Murahin stood her ground as Naruto approached her, saying nothing in response to his question. When he reached a surprising distance from her, she rolled up, avoiding his sidekick, and grabbed his tail. This action earned her an unexpected but not unpleasant cross between a squeal and a whimper. She spun around to strike him, only to feel his left foot slam into her face, sending her tumbling. Naruto initiated a substitution jutsu with one of the kunai Urza had deflected and appeared directly in front of the approaching mage. He stabbed her, confident of victory, when his red blade met hers in a shower of sparks that temporarily blinded her. Naruto thrust forward, demonstrating that Urza's impressive strength was no match for him, and threw a punch that grazed her side. Urza leaned back and kicked upward, trying to catch him in the jaw. With unnatural speed, Naruto ducked his head to avoid the kick and dove to the ground, while simultaneously firing a direct kick to Urza's face that sent her sprawling once more. Evil spark. The sound of thunder caused Naruto to cover his feet with wind chakra. Hearing Murahin's footsteps, Naruto planted the leaf in the ground and used it as a springboard to deliver a double kick to Murahin's ribs, knocking her out of the wind. He followed up with a fire release. Great fireball technique that scorched her body and pushed her back a considerable distance. I should finish this now. Rushing toward the astonishing Urza, Naruto drove his knee into her stomach. The blow knocked her down for the count. The force behind it was far greater than before. Turning to Murahin, Naruto hurled his sword at her with unerring speed and precision. Murahin barely saw the flash of light before she was caught in the nearest tree. Aim, set, and match. Naruto said as he walked toward Murahin's bruised form. Stopping in front of her, Naruto grinned as he pulled out the blade. I win, Mira-chan, he whispered the last part, sending a shiver down her spine with his voice. Everyone who watched the match felt like they'd fainted in a heap. Naruto had only joined their guild yesterday, yet he'd already defeated 3 rising stars in Fairy Tail. Such strength was mind-blowing for a 13-year-old. Natsu and Gray looked at Naruto with envy and admiration. They wanted to beat the 2 girls someday and were understandably jealous that the new kid had done it. However, watching the 2 girls get their just desserts was just as satisfying as the first option. In his office, Makarov sighed as he watched the fight's conclusion. Enjoy your peace while it lasts, Naruto, he thought, focusing his eyes on the folder on his desk. The Magic Council had sent it to him while the fight was still raging, and Makarov knew Naruto would be more than upset by what was written in it. I fear the council's attempts to force them to join will have disastrous consequences. Unbeknownst to everyone except Naruto, a small paper construction laughed to itself as it flew out of the guild hall. Chapter 10. S-Class, Exams. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime manga that appears in this fanfic I'm working on. Trust me, if I did own them, I wouldn't be getting these damn X's. Chapter 10. S-Class, Exams. Naruto muttered to himself as he headed toward the guild, cradling an unconscious Urza Scarlet in his arms. He carried her bridal style, her head resting on his biceps and supported by his right hand, while his left arm was wrapped tightly under her legs, allowing them to sway with every movement he made. The young Redeed was breathing evenly, a little drool escaping from her parted lips and running along her jawline, and she was pressed firmly against his body. Beside him, watching Urza in his arms with a strange expression of amusement, surprise, and mischief, was Kana, his new friend. The dark-haired boy walked to his left, content to travel in silence, but occasionally letting out a giggle or two. She was amused by the situation. Her new friend had not only defeated Natsu, who was an extremely stubborn and relentless fighter, but he had also defeated the disciplinarian of Fairy Tail. If that wasn't impressive enough, he had beaten her and Murahin, the demon. Fairly easily, too, if she was honest with herself. While she hadn't managed to see everything that happened in the fight, she had seen enough to realize that Naruto wasn't fighting as hard as he could have. She didn't know why he would choose to do that, kids always love to show off, but she wasn't. She was also surprised by how peaceful Urza looked in her sleep. Every time she'd seen Urza, the girl had an aura that warned others to behave themselves. She rarely smiled. Sure, she smiled a lot, especially on the rare occasions when she defeated Murahin, but she never gave a genuine smile. Since joining Fairy Tail, the only expressions Kana had seen on Urza's face were anger, indifference, arrogance, disapproval, and that slightly mocking glint most girls had at that age. It was a welcome change from the armed girl, though Kana wondered why Urza seemed so comfortable in Naruto's arms. He heard a faint growl reverberating to his right and stifled the smile that threatened to appear by feigning a cough. Walking with him was Murahin, who was understandably in a foul mood. Not only had she lost to Naruto, but her opponent was the one he was supposed to carry. She hadn't even used those eyes to strike at them both. She'd simply brought the unknown variable, Urza, or, in Mira's words, the redeeted bitch, into the equation, gleaned information from her while defending the known variable, her, before treating her like they were little children. Looking at the redeed once more, Murahin grimaced. The reason we lost was because we didn't face it as a team. I let Urza handle most of the fighting and only attacked when an opportunity presented itself. Naruto has a better understanding of my abilities than she does, so I guess it's only natural that I attack her first. She glanced at the blonde out of the corner of her eye as he started a conversation with Kana. Still, that bitch should have something a little different, she grumbled. Flashback. Yes, I'm glad I could help, but we need to get stronger. This mission only showed me how lucky we were against that guy. If something like that happens again, we might not make it out alive. He spoke softly, slowly rubbing circles on Mira's back. It was something he'd developed when Sukuna came into his life. Right now, though, we should enjoy surviving. Then, we'll train until we're strong enough to protect our precious people. Beautiful people? Murahin asked, stepping back to look Naruto in the face. Naruto nodded. It's something a friend taught me before he died. A light of understanding appeared in Murahin's eyes, and Naruto continued. He believed that when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they truly become strong. Murahin immediately thought of her brothers when she considered their words. Other images began to form behind them. Makarov, Kana, Laxus, Mikao, Natsu, Wakaba, Gray, even Urza was on her list. Do you have a precious person? Once. He died a few years ago. Nothing more was said as they broke their embrace. Though Naruto still had his arm around Murahin's shoulders. Then flashback. The memory playing in her mind was sudden and not entirely welcome. The possibility of stooping to ask Urza to work together was tempered by her newfound desire to grow stronger to protect her family. After all, years of constant struggle couldn't be stopped after a single mast, no matter how revealing. Mira bit her lip in frustration. She would have to think about it later in the day. Murahin continued to let her thoughts wander. Elfman would be discharged from the hospital that afternoon, probably around 3 o'clock. That meant she had a little over 8 hours to make a quick request, pick up some groceries, and prepare Elfman's favorite meal as a special welcome home treat. I hope nothing bad has happened to him. Lysana could barely sleep with all her worries. More bad news and she might lose them. A gentle tap interrupted her thoughts, and she blinked. She found herself standing in front of the guild, Naruto watching her with amusement, his crimson eyes dancing in her expression. A jewel for your thoughts. She shook her head, her mind still racing with ideas for surprising her little brother. It's nothing, really. Elfman is being discharged and I want to throw him a surprise party, or something. Naruto was cheered up by the news. That's great. I wanted to ask you something, would you mind if you came with me? Hana, having overheard enough of the conversation to realize her interest had piqued, joined in. What exactly are you two talking about? She asked, holding the door open for Naruto to enter. Muttering a quick thanks, the blonde slid in with his unconscious passenger and started heading for the guild's infirmary. I'll tell you later, Kana. I need to make sure Beniham-chan gets a good rest. He called out, navigating through the crowd that had gathered at his appearance. She barely paid attention to his words, choosing instead to go over what she was going to train the Strauss siblings for. During his walk, he reviewed what he had seen of Murahin's abilities and concluded that she and her siblings had the same problem he had years ago. They had no formal combat training. Elfman fought with nothing but brute strength and good reflexes. He never made a plan of attack, just charged in with flying fists and hoped it would all work out. Naruto frowned as solutions began to whisper in his mind. Oken could work for him. He doesn't have the flexibility to take the Gyuukin or the other shinobi to jutsu styles, and his strength would make him really effective against his opponents. I'll have to increase his speed as well. I can't have his full strength. Meditation and mental exercises are essential if he wants to master full body takeover. He managed to cross the guild hall before stopping and bowing his head. Nice job, idiot, volunteering to drop someone off at the infirmary when you have no idea where it is. Quickly making a clone and sending it to Makarov for the report, Naruto continued to ponder as he stroked Urza's red hair. He had settled into a squat, resting Urza's legs on the floor and her head in the crook of his left arm. Lysana is currently the weak link of those three. As she's a support mage, she'd be the first to be caught off guard. I'll have to observe her in action to determine her overall strength, but it would be best to teach her everything I can about healing. I doubt she can reverse engineer medical jutsu, but she'll have to be able to help them with more than just first aid. Now, how do I make her a badass medic? The answer came to him quickly, and Naruto was truly surprised by what his mind was offering him. I'll need to do more comparisons between chakra and magic to be sure, but I think that would be the best way to make her strong quickly. Once the foundation is established, I can increase her speed and strength extraordinarily in half a year. A stray thought caused his lips to twitch. Natsu will have to watch out for Lysana when I'm done with her. In his arms, Urza stirred slightly as she became more aware of herself. She tried to open her eyes, but the effort was immense, and she was forced to abandon her attempts immediately. Still a little dazed, she chose to snuggle closer to the warmth that held her. The innate strength of the hand supporting her back suggested she was being carried by a man, and the scent she inhaled smelled faintly of nature. Curiosity enveloped her, and Urza lifted her heavy eyelids to see a large blurry shape. Blinking several times to clear her vision, Urza found herself looking into Naruto's eyes and froze. The strange sensation that originated in her head was Naruto's fingers as he stroked her hair, almost lovingly. "Are you awake, Urza?" he asked as he stood up from his squatting position and headed toward the infirmary, grateful for the wonders of shadow clone jutsu. He was mildly amused by how quickly the girl's face went from pale to a furious red, which easily matched the shade of her hair in less than 2 seconds. "Just relax, and I'll explain when we get to the infirmary." She nodded without saying a word, not trusting herself to speak, and let herself be led by the blonde man. Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Hana watched Naruto leave with Urza in tow, quietly amused by the situation. He hasn't even been here a week, and he's already making a name for himself in the guild. However, as she considered his rapid achievements, she felt herself frown as thoughts began to whisper. If he continues at this rate, he'll become an S-class mage before me. If that happens, my chances of reaching S-class will be much lower. Her heart tightened at that thought. With monsters like Laxus and Naruto in the picture. A snort from her close companion pulled Kana from her thoughts. Murahin crossed her arms and watched Naruto's form disappear with narrowed eyes. "Stupid lucky bitch," she muttered, though Kana could make out what she'd said. A mischievous smile crept across Kana's face, and she draped an arm around the sullen mage, startling Murahin. She glanced sideways at Mira's annoyed and flustered expression. "So, Mira, why are you so interested in Naruto-san? I thought Laxus was your childhood toy." Murahin pulled away from Kana's grip but didn't kick. "First of all, Laxus is just a friend. I have no idea why you guys think we're a couple." She wrinkled her nose in disgust. Sure, Laxus had his good points, but he was too attached to Mira's tastes and constantly went out of his way to get requests that included her. "Naruto-kun is a nice guy I'd like to spend time with. He's also the first rookie to beat Red in me, which I don't think anyone expected. Besides, he's cool. Have you felt that hard body of his?" Murahin licked her lips. Anna sweated while playing the girl. She'd never met anyone as eccentric as Murahin. The girl could be calm and collected one minute, raging mad the next, and with such a foul mouth that Kana thought she'd been born shouting obscenities. Well, only you would be weird enough to touch someone within the first few minutes of meeting them. Mira nodded, ignoring the odd comment. "You should try it sometime. Maybe then you'll find someone good enough for you. On another note, do you know where Laxus is right now? I haven't seen that bastard for 2 weeks, and he must be betting me money." "Mirani?" Both girls turned to see Lysana standing behind them with her hands on her hips and a stern expression. Next to her were Natsu and Gray. The latter looked bored, and the former was feeding happy fish. "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the surprise? We only have a few hours to get ready, you know." Anna, Gray, and Natsu were intrigued by the surprise, while Murahin rubbed her head in dismay. "Damn it, thanks for reminding me of Lysana. Would you mind telling Naruto-kun I have to go? He wanted to talk to Elfman, so you can let him know when he'll be discharged. Goodbye." With that, she stormed out of the guild, ignoring those she pushed and shoved aside. Firmness, Fairy Tail. Naruto sat on a nearby stool watching Urza recover. He had just told her about the events of the battle and was currently waiting for the Redeed to process everything he had said. It wasn't long before the Redeed sighed. "So I lost, huh? I shouldn't have sapped your strength." Naruto stood up and approached Urza, who was lying on one of the infirmary beds. "To be honest with you, you truly deserve your reputation. I've heard about requip magic and how difficult it is to repurchase various items. Not only can you acquire entire armor sets, but the speed at which you do it makes it deadly and versatile in combat. He paused to catch his breath and continued. However, it does have some obvious weaknesses. First, it exposes itself whenever it prepares to repurchase a request, and immediately afterward. Not many people are quick enough to exploit that, but it's still a weakness. Second, your focus is too narrowly limited to swordsmanship, which makes you vulnerable to experienced hand-to-hand combatants. I think you're already aware of that, aren't you? Urza grimaced at the memory of that beating. Yes. What would you suggest I do? It was strange, in Urza's opinion, that she was asking someone who had joined the guild about how to improve when she usually only practiced by training dummies or sparring with Marahin to help correct her mistakes. Naruto tapped his chin. Do you mind if I sit next to you? She silently moved away, giving him room to sit. Sinking back onto the comfortable bed, Naruto resumed his train of thought. What I would suggest is asking the best hand-to-hand mage in the guild to teach you a few things and training from time to time. You could keep your swords, but incorporate everything you learn into your fighting style to keep your skills well-rounded. Urza blinked a few times, running her advice through her mind. How do you know so much about fighting when you're just she trailed off, realizing she had no idea how old Naruto was. Forgive my manners, but how old are you exactly? Naruto ignored her curiosity. I'm 13, about the same age as Mira-chan if I had to guess. My godfather raised me to be the best in combat, whether it was melee, mid-range, long-range, or magic. He was very demanding and pushed me to my limits, making sure I understood everything I needed to know about fighting. Lying on the spot is so annoying. I'll have to contact Jiraiya and come up with a cover story for when I get back. Urza nodded, accepting his story. So you defeated Mira and me because you were stronger and more experienced than us? Yes and no. Well, my skills were superior to yours in terms of control and power, your lack of teamwork was what really caused your downfall. Urza started with that. The idea of working together hadn't even crossed her mind at that moment. All she'd wanted to do was fight him and see how she fared against him. Teamwork? Naruto nodded. Why do you think I kept switching between you and Mira-chan and back again every time you got close? I wanted to keep you separated, making it easier to defeat you both. If you had both focused on fighting me as a team, with you keeping me busy with long-range attacks and Mira-chan closing in to finish me off, the outcome of our fight would have been different. Urza pouted cutely. Marahin would rather eat manure than work with me. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If you don't mind me asking, why are you and Mira-chan so competitive? Sure, you two are rivals, so some trash talk is to be expected, but you two do it all the time, and it's pretty intense to watch. If anything, their rivalry seemed like a watered-down version of Madara and Hashirama in terms of destruction, and a diluted version of his and Sasuke's in terms of intensity. Urza shrugged and looked away from him. It's something we've been doing since we met. There's no particular reason for it. Marahin keeps challenging me, and I keep going. For some reason, opening up to Naruto was so easy for her. He just had this aura that drew you to trust him. I see. Naruto stood up, turning to Urza with a smile. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but I have some things that require my attention. I hope to see you soon, Beniham-chan. He walked to the door and opened it, but didn't leave yet. Hiding your heart behind that armor isn't the best solution, he stated, still looking away. Acknowledging the darkness within ourselves is necessary for personal growth. Keeping it all inside is detrimental to you and your family. He turned to face her, surprised, with a kind look. You may have fooled others, but you can't fool someone who's been wearing a mask their whole life. You want to be strong so you're never hurt again, whether physically or emotionally. That armor of yours gives you strength, but you're only showing your crutch. Accept your negative aspects, and your heart will begin its healing journey. He gave her another smile. As a fellow brother and friend, I offer my help and support for your personal growth. Good morning. With a nod, he walked away. Urza just sat there, staring at the space Naruto's form had occupied, a whirlwind of emotions paralyzing her. She ran his words through her mind once more, recalling the sincere look in his eyes. Her face warmed slightly as she remembered his new nickname for her. Beniham-chan friend. Time omitted. 6 hours later. Hey Elfman. Where the hell have you been? Mikao called out when the Strauss family arrived with Elfman from Mage Hospital. Elfman didn't look any different, except for the bandages that could be seen covering his chest. Elfman gave a shaky laugh in response, rubbing the back of his head. I'm sorry, but I wasn't feeling well. Mirani and Lysandra picked me up from the hospital. Mikao simply waved her apology. I'm glad to hear you're alright. Naruto's been waiting for you. He said something about training. Elfman stopped and scanned the hall, looking for the blonde boy. He soon spotted Naruto sitting in the center with Kana, deep in conversation. Turning to Mikao and Lysandra, he waved before taking off. Marahin had gone to a job application some time ago after they celebrated with a special lunch, so she wouldn't be back for a while. Lysana went to find Natsu and happy to play with. Naruto looked up from his drink to see Elfman wandering toward him. He sighed and stood up to meet him, saying goodbye to Kana. He approached his new friend and bowed his head slightly. "Hey. Are you feeling better?" Yes, Elfman's throat went dry as the seconds ticked by and he resisted the urge to swallow. "So," he began, looking firmly at Naruto. "You said you wanted to talk to me?" A nod was her response. "I want to help you deal with that problem of yours. Right now, anyone who takes a request from you will be fighting for their lives if that beast takes control of your body." Elfman felt the word stab him and winced. He knew what Naruto meant. If he hadn't been there at that moment, Murahin would have been hurt. Badly. Knowing that it inflamed her guilt and determination, he wouldn't be a burden to his family. "I accept." Naruto blinked. "You didn't hear me. There's no need to do this. Without you, Mirani would be in the hospital right now, nothing more than a prisoner in my own body." Elfman shuddered at the memory of the beast's immense power. It was like a raging tidal surge that shattered everything in its path, breaking down his mental defenses as if they didn't exist. It frightened him. If Naruto could help him stop the beast from taking control, he would do whatever it took. He had to protect his family. "I don't care if it's difficult. I don't care if it's dangerous for me. Please," his knees buckled in permission. "Help me become strong." Naruto raised an eyebrow. They had a lot of work to do. Time omitted. 6 months. Naruto entered the guild with Setsuna in tow, his arm draped around her shoulders once more. Half a year had passed since Naruto had offered Elfman the chance to master his magic, and Naruto couldn't have been prouder of his friend. His progress had been average, but that meant nothing to Naruto. People developed at different rates because everyone was unique. Elfman was the type who learned through repeated exercises of increasing difficulty. He wasn't exactly brilliant, but he was clever at using what he had learned and what was available to him to his advantage. However, if Naruto was to be honest with himself, Elfman's weaknesses were still prominent. Having grown up with a boisterous group in Fairy Tail, he was impatient, prone to fits of foolishness, and rarely accepted help from anyone. No matter how many times Naruto emphasized the importance of teamwork, Elfman remained stubborn and refused to cooperate. Oh good. I didn't know Naruto had struck him in the stubbornness. It would be a wake-up call for him when Naruto resorted to more drastic measures. In any case, besides training Elfman, Naruto and Setsuna had been making a name for themselves, though the former did so reluctantly. Several clients who took their job applications were hired by Naruto and praised his fighting skills, as well as the fact that he didn't destroy anything like the other Fairy Tail wizards. Women had also come to know him for his magic hands. Several requests for a masseur came into Fairy Tail, specifically requesting the blonde after his first client, a wealthy woman with considerable political influence, mentioned him during one of her social gatherings. From that day on, the older men admired him as if he were their god. Setsuna was also praised for her strength and had been crowned the Queen of Lightning because she couldn't control Kage over her primary element. Unlike Naruto, she was very demanding in her work requests and treated her clients with nothing but cold courtesy, earning her the nickname Demon King's Raven. Her friendship with Kana had also strengthened over the period. She was unable to connect with Gray and Natsu, seeing them as too annoying to be anything more than guildmates. Of course, there was also the fact that she could kick their butt several shades of wind with one arm. Her relationship with Urza had progressed into friendship, providing the Redeed with a training partner who would help her progress at a much faster pace than before. Murahin, on the other hand, had declared Setsuna her eternal rival after witnessing Urza's defeat at Setsuna's hands during one of their training sessions. Setsuna thought that Murahin liked to think that she was strong enough to call herself Setsuna's rival. "Good morning, Naruto. You look great, as always," Kana complained. The brunette had grown another centimeter taller and puberty had begun to show signs of its progress, resulting in increased male attention. At that moment, she was slumped over the table, her hair disheveled and her eyes lined with dark circles that blatantly suggested her current mood. "Seriously, how do you look so refreshed every single time? Even your hair looks better than mine on my best morning." Detaching himself from Setsuna, who pouted sadly at the loss of contact, Naruto sat down with a bored expression. "To be honest, I don't really know how my hair looks so well groomed. I guess it's just amazing." Amusement flickered in his eyes when Kana glared at his hair, as if blaming him for its current state. "Besides, I get up early to do some jogging around Magnolia to get my blood pumping. You should try it sometime." Kana just shrank even more. "Do I look like I have your crazy energy? I don't even have the energy to get out of bed in the mornings, let alone go for a jog." She groaned. Setsuna sat down as well, finally joining the conversation. "Are you going to a job application later today?" "Naruto. Fight me." A voice roared. Naruto sighed in exasperation as Natsu's flame-coated fists hurtled toward his face at medium speed. You'd think I'd have learned by now. Incredibly, he ducked his head to avoid Natsu's punch, stretched out his right arm, and grabbed the tumbling boy by his hair. With a not-so-gentle flick of his wrist, Naruto sent poor Natsu crashing into the second floor wall. The sound of flesh hitting stone brought him a certain satisfaction. Anna lifted her head and looked at her. "No, I'm not really ready for an application today. Besides," her face twisted into a strange expression, "Gilderts is coming today." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Gilderts, Fairy Tail's ace, huh? There must be time for the S-class trials." Sneaking into Makarov's office was something he rarely did, but he was glad he'd taken advantage of this opportunity. The S-class mage promotion trial was something he was interested in. Right now, he was well funded thanks to Everlu's fortune, and letting his name grow in Fiori would be beneficial. Not only would it deter other guilds from picking a fight with Fairy Tail, but it would also encourage Naraku to pursue him. Besides, he could fight Gildert's mysterious Clive and finally see what made him so special. "Listen up, you good-for-nothing brats." All activity ceased as Makarov's voice rose above the din. The diminutive old man stood on the second-floor stair railing, radiating an aura of seriousness and excitement. "I'm sure most of you are aware of what this announcement is about. For the newcomers, it's time for an event that will mark your advancement to the truly exceptional. The S-class exams." A powerful roar of applause reverberated through the hall, each member displaying enthusiasm and excitement on their face. As you know, the S-class mage promotion trials are an annual tradition in which we participate to give any mage the opportunity to become an S-class elite. This year, we have 3 trials and a battle royale. Each of these trials will test the following qualities: leadership, intelligence, and battle prowess. These trials will assess your standing with respect to the aforementioned traits, while the battle royale gives mages the opportunity to showcase their skills and impress the judges. Natsu let out a shout of joy, prompting another round of applause. "The trials begin at the end of the month. Those interested should come and sign their names in my office." Seeing the younger ones turning to rush toward his office, Makarov shouted once more. "Oh, I just remembered. No one under 13 will be allowed. That's especially for you, Natsu." "That? How's it that Naruto and the girls have fun? Real men need to shine too." "Silence." Makarov's head grew to demonic proportions as he towered over the terrified boys, a terrible aura surrounding him. "When I say something, you'd better listen. Understand that?" High. Anna sighed heavily as the noise continued. Why was life so damn troublesome? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. It was almost time. Soon, his true abilities would be revealed. Did the council want to test his power? He would show it to them. It would show everyone how dangerous it could be. Tenru Island. A sleeping figure stirred in its slumber, a frown creasing its face. "Uzumaki Naruto," the figure murmured in its sleep, a dark aura beginning to emanate from its sleeping body. "Friend. Freedom has never tasted so sweet. I'm done with Ixes. Can someone give me a shout or what?" Now, I know I was going to wrap this up soon and move on to the beginning of canon, but I want to expand a bit on Naruto's S-class trials. Well, a lot, but that's not the point. They always seem to have Naruto becoming an S-class by fighting Gilderts. Now, while I like it and plan to do it too, I think it takes more than that for a mage to become S-class. If the mage isn't qualified to lead a party, why should they be able to accompany other mages on S-class missions? Also, S-class means they're the elite. In my opinion, that means you have to be smart and strong. Intelligence, analytical skills, and strategy should all be factored into the evaluations. Hopefully, you love it. Laxus hasn't made his debut yet, so Mira will be closer to Naruto than she'd like when he returns. The next chapter will feature the debuts of Laxus, the Thunder Legion, the Magic Council, Seagrain, Jelal, and Altair. The battles I'm planning will be incredible. I will be updating all my other stories before considering bringing my new Naruto Bleach story. Chapter 11. A storm is coming. Oh yeah. Naruto dodged Elfman's direct hit, throwing himself backward to the ground. His student's enormous black hairy arm navigated through the empty space it had previously occupied with far greater speed than Elfman usually displayed, an indication of his growth under Naruto's tutelage. "Not bad," he said. Slapping his foot, Naruto stopped his fall and delivered a brutal backhand kick right into Elfman's chin. Elfman's momentum was shattered, leaving him disoriented and suspended in midair. One of the worst possible positions to be in against someone of Naruto's caliber. But not good enough. A second kick slammed into Elfman's guts and propelled him a good 10 feet, saliva and drops of blood forced from his mouth and into the air. With a thud, the disciple crashed into the vegetation surrounding his training grounds, leaving skid marks that tore his clothes. Gritting his teeth, Elfman focused and managed to half-jump back onto his feet with the help of a beast leg. Black Bull spell. "I'm not finished yet, Naruto-sensei," he roared. Naruto also stood up, preparing for the next wave. "Show me then." come on, let's see the fruits of your training. Without wasting a moment, Elfman clasped his hands around the monkey seal and focused. The seal aided him in his meditation and when gathering magical energy for his spells, but overall, it was unnecessary. While it helped him concentrate better, it didn't mean he couldn't do it without it. The large magic circle burst into existence before him, churning out yellow-tinged energy in waves that, had Makarov been there, would have shocked the guild master. Anyone sensitive to the levels of energy being released would be astonished if they compared it to Elfman's previous magical ability. It wasn't just a little bigger. It was almost as if he were a completely different person. His newfound magical power had increased far beyond what he had anticipated. At the moment, his ability rivaled that of his older sister in her takeover form, something very few within the guild could boast of. Brayag. As Elfman's scream deepened and became more bestial, his body was also undergoing several changes. His upper torso was rapidly expanding, becoming more bulky as the transformation continued. His legs were steadily swelling, taking on the appearance of a feline. Judging by the large paws forming in place of his feet, they resembled those of big cats. His spiky hair thickened and stood out, forming a mane around his head. His skin tone lightened substantially and red fur began to grow, covering his torso. In half a minute, the transformation was complete. Elfman was back to his original height, though a few centimeters taller than before, and his new form was revealed. His body structure was that of the beast Elfman had obtained from his disastrous first job, but there were some marked differences. For one thing, his feet were made from those of his Werediger. That is, they retained their feline appearance. His body was almost entirely covered in scales, a feature of his recent acquisition of lizardmen, while his arms were composed of stone. His eyes gleamed in the clouds of dust. All in all, he cut short the imposing figure. Naruto sighed, his hair rippling in the breeze. He still needs to work on his transformation speed. 16 seconds might be acceptable in Earthland, but there's always the chance of meeting someone with great speed. Not bad, Elfman. I mean, if I were a turtle. He called haughtily, testing Elfman's anger. A low growl rumbled from the transformed mage, earning a hidden grin from Naruto. Now that you're done, let's see your hand-to-hand skills. He relaxed his stance and rummaged in his weapon pouch, nostalgia growing stronger as his fingers brushed the pages of a book. He paused briefly before pulling it out, revealing it to be the latest edition of his bingo book collection. It was something he'd started compiling roughly half a year before leaving the Elemental Nations. With so many memories of various shinobi in his head, he tended to forget a number of jutsu. To avoid this, he collected bingo books to learn more about the elements that made up his body, as well as to review the jutsu he couldn't recall. Elfman, who had been charging toward his sensei, stopped when he saw Naruto engrossed in a book, which was wide open. Without another thought, he leaped toward him and swung his left arm back to deliver a blow to his elbow. Whereas before he had tried to rouse Naruto to take him seriously, now he had learned to exploit any advantage his opponents gave him. It wasn't the most honorable thing to do, but a man has to do what a man has to do to win, according to Naruto. Of course, it wouldn't be realistic for Elfman to assume that Naruto was finished. After the first 3 months, Elfman realized that Naruto was never caught off guard in combat. Every time he had fought the blonde, the only times he landed an attack were when Naruto led him. It was still difficult for Elfman to watch as Naruto maintained his composure and always managed to block, stop, or counter every move he made. As expected, Naruto's right hand, the one not holding the book, grabbed the incoming limb with the swiftness of a cobra. Due to Elfman's newfound bulk, he was only able to lunge his left leg at Naruto, hoping to at least strike him. There's not that much luck. This time, Naruto's right leg lifted and blocked the larger feline leg. With his hand still tightened around Elfman's elbow, he attacked. Raiden no Yoroi, lightning release armor. A blue lightning bolt surged through his body, filling him with more strength and power than he usually possessed. The lightning shot from his fingertips through Elfman, hitting him with more than enough volts to send him twitching violently. The swift flick of his finger against Strauss's chest ended the young man's pain, though it sent him hurtling toward the opposite end of the training area. As Naruto turned the page in his book, he mentally reviewed Elfman's improvements. He's become at least twice as fast as before, which will greatly benefit his agility if he continues to practice. A roar reached his ears, and he continuously dodged to avoid the barrage of Elfman's punches. As expected, since he's focused more on the force of his blows, his raw strength has increased and is rapidly approaching superhuman levels. He ducked beneath a clawed hand and nonchalantly punched Elfman in the face. Pain tolerance is his most defining aspect. He can withstand damage at the level of a seasoned chunin, possibly even a jonin if he puts his mind to it. Overall, he presents himself very well as a close-quarters fighter. However, like a switch being flipped, Elfman transformed back into his base form in a shower of light, signifying the end of his spell. He collapsed to the ground, pulling on deep pants to ease his exhaustion. Haha, that was much better than the first few times, he grunted, getting to his feet. Naruto nodded and turned the pages again. Yes, your new spell has become much gentler than the first few times you tried it. Are you having any effect? Elfman shook his head. No, I feel fine. There's no pain like last time. Deep down, Elfman was ecstatic with the progress of his new spell. As its name suggested, it was a fusion of all the monsters he had used his magic on, a perfect combination of human intelligence, animal grace, and demonic strength. That's good to hear. Closing his book, Naruto crossed his arms and turned to look at his student with a frown. However, there are some weaknesses that need to be addressed. First, the duration you can maintain the spell is only 10 minutes, something we need to work on improving. As a spell that affects your body, the best thing to do would be to increase your stamina and understanding of the spell, to fight in longer battles, as well as reduce the amount of magic energy you use while in that form. Elfman pulled a notebook from somewhere in his clothing, which had remained remarkably undamaged throughout the test, and began jotting down the points Naruto had raised. Yes, please continue. Secondly, the beasts you selected for the spell contradict each other. For example, the beast is all about brute strength, while your Werediger is designed more for speed. Your form, while ideally feasible, is simply not applicable in battle against agile opponents. Fortunately for you, I have a solution which I will tell you tomorrow. The groan he heard made him chuckle softly. Oh, come on. The S-class tests start tomorrow. You'll be super busy once they begin. Real men take advantage of any opportunity that comes their way. Ara. Someone seems lively today. Next item of the day. A review of your dodging skills. He grinned. Bachan, I've never been so pleased to discover your inner sadist. Elfman and Lysandra will surely benefit from this, though I'm sure they'll condemn me to hell for it. Oh well. That day, Elfman gained a healthy respect for all kinds of sports balls. The damage they could do in the hands of a skilled fighter was nothing to sniff out. Time skip. Uzumaki residence. Setsuna hummed a melodious tune to herself as she stirred the pot. Tonight, she was preparing dinner for the two of them, something she had reluctantly conceded to Naruto. Instead of handling all the household chores, as she had wanted ever since she became his servant, Naruto had devised a schedule that divided them both, with rotating shifts as well. They had discussed it for some time, with Naruto convincing her that just because she was his servant didn't mean he was going to leave all his responsibilities to her. Finally accepting the proposal, Setsuna had settled into her current routine quite well. Keeping the heat on a low flame, she perked up at the sound of the doors opening. Anticipation bubbled within her, a light blush settling across her face. Would he like her surprise? Kurama had insisted he would be all over her if she did, but she was so nervous. It was so out of character for her that she had briefly considered abandoning her plan, but her desire, for once, had rejected her. I'm home. She patted her cheeks, regaining some composure. Welcome home. Now was the moment of truth. Kaisen had taught her how to get his attention, and she was going to do it. In her seal, Kurama settled into one of the chairs in the room and grabbed some popcorn to prepare for the upcoming show. Lying beside her was a dildo, which she had crafted in the likeness of her future partner's member, just in case things got a little heated and she ended up getting turned on. You can do it, Setsuna-chan. Show those magicians you're an alpha female. Naruto entered the kitchen, about to ask what Setsuna was making for dinner, only to stop and stare at the Uchiha. Or rather, at his choice of clothing. A simple apron that did nothing to conceal his feminine figure. On the contrary, it seemed to enhance it. It didn't help that it was nighttime, when men are more sexually active than during the day. Asshole, what message are you trying to send? He asked, slowly approaching his friend. She nearly turned cherry red as Kurama began feeding her more lines. Naruto-sama, please grant this Uchiha's wish. Leaning against the table, she lifted her left leg and rested it on the surface, making it abundantly clear what she wanted him to do to her. She arched her back, accentuating her bust, which strained against the apron and looked as if it might burst. Please take my virginity once more, she finished with that damn seductive look she had mastered with her Bijuu, a look that very few people could completely resist. Naruto stopped right in front of her and wondered why she was being so bold today. She wasn't on her period, otherwise he would have caught the scent of blood, and she was immune to possession, one of the many advantages of having Kurama sealed inside her. Setsuna, he began tracing patterns on her thighs, stimulating her with his clawed fingers. Is something bothering you? You know you can always tell me what's bothering you. Her breath caught in her throat as he ran his fingers dangerously close to her inner thigh. She hesitated as he knelt and removed his mask. His tongue flicked out and made contact with her smooth skin, making her tremble in surprise. Oh, Kami-sama. She swallowed and shuddered again as his tongue traced a path over her lower body, his cold muscles sending shivers through her warm flesh. Lemon skipped. In the end, they didn't have dinner. Did they care? Not in the slightest. The next day, fairy tale. Murahin raised an eyebrow at her new rival. Setsuna seemed to glow in the room, exuding an air of self-satisfaction that intrigued her. After observing her for a few more minutes, she shook her head and turned back to the master, who stood on the second floor, looking down at the members. "Alright, brats. Those chosen to participate in the S-class trials will now be announced. For those who didn't make it, I encourage you to use this as motivation to improve next year." Coughing to get their attention, Makarov pulled a piece of parchment from his sleeve and unfolded it. "The contestants are next. Hers is scarlet." The crowd erupted in cheers as the armored mage stepped forward, determination blazing in her eyes. She marched to the second floor, joining Makarov in his position. When she met Murahin's gaze, a smug expression spread across her face. Murahin Strauss. As quickly as it arrived, the smug look vanished and was replaced by an irritated one as Murahin simply headed for the second floor. When she reached the stairs, she turned to face Setsuna. "See you at the top, Setsuna." She smiled before walking towards her fellow contestant. "Laxus Dreyer." Many people fell silent in shock. Was Laxus here? The crowd turned around, looking for the prodigal son when a disembodied voice was heard. "What's going on? You all seem to have been surprised that I'd get promoted." A bolt of lightning ripped through the guild, landing on the second floor with such speed that it caught Setsuna's attention. When the lightning dissipated, Laxus was revealed. He was a very tall, muscular teenager with blue-gray eyes. His hair was combed back, its numerous spiky strands pointing backward, though some of it fell over his forehead. He had a distinctive lightning-shaped scar over his right eye, and like his grandfather, he sported dark lines around his eyes, each with a single prominent eyelash sticking out. He wore an orange robe with leopard-like spots on the shoulders and sides, with dark-lined sleeves that extended below his elbows and fur trim along the bottom edges. He wore a bright red cape, tied in the front with a striking knot, which bore a large lighter fairy tale symbol on the back, and baggy, dark trousers tucked into light metal greaves. Around his waist was a simple belt to which he attached a device linked to his magical headphones. He also had a small chain attached around his right wrist. Naruto watched him wrap an arm around Murahin with a smug smile and narrowed his eyes. Murahin was annoyed, that much was clear, but Laxus wasn't paying any attention to it. Setsuna Uchiha. More cheers erupted as the Uchiha heiress ascended the stairs, her majestic air making her movement seem even more elegant than ever. Kana Alberona. Kana swallowed hard and stood up hesitantly from her seat. As she passed Naruto, he gave her a thumbs up, cheering her up a little. And the last candidate. Naruto Uzumaki. A second later, Naruto was on the second floor, appearing in a gust of wind between Laxus and Murahin. Pulling Murahin out of Laxus's embrace, Naruto narrowed his eyes at Makarov's grandson. From his previous display, it was safe to assume he was using lightning magic, though Naruto made a note to be on the lookout for any other magic Laxus he might have up his sleeve. "Hey Mira. Is he bothering you?" he asked, intentionally wrapping her in a protective hug with her back to him. He had seen the way Laxus looked at Murahin. He looked at her as if she were his, as if she were destined to be with him. For the moment, Naruto wanted to see what Laxus could do, and what better way to do that than to goad him into attacking. Murahin was a split second away from pushing Naruto away before an idea surfaced in her mind. She leaned back in his embrace and shot a smug look at Laxus, who stared back in surprise. "Yeah, but don't worry about it, Naruto-kun." The emphasis and the intimate way she pronounced his name put everyone who heard him on edge. Laxus was dangerously obsessed with Murahin, something most people couldn't understand. Was he a masochist or something? Laxus frowned at their interaction. Who did this rookie punk think he was? Who the hell are you, and what are you doing with my girl? Naruto bristled at that, something the girls quickly noticed. If you didn't hear Master call my name, then I'd hate to see your pitiful backside when you're old and senile. And for the record, Kai began to emanate from the shorter blonde in the form of a dark aura, and he crashed into Laxus with the force of a raging bull. Mira-chan isn't property. She doesn't belong to anyone. Lightning began to crackle around Laxus's right arm. Why you, little, he growled. That's enough, you two, Makarov admonished. Save the antagonism for the first test. The battle skill test. Era. The Magic Council was the governing body of the wizarding world. It possessed almost absolute control over the wizarding world, acting as a kind of leading government. The council ruled all the legal guilds scattered throughout the lands, overseeing and keeping them in check, and they were also responsible for events caused by wizards. They possessed the right to punish wizards who broke the law and to confiscate magical artifacts that could cause large-scale damage. The Magic Council is composed of 10 members at a time, or, to be more precise, 9 seats, numbered from 2 to 10. The first seat was occupied by the president, effectively the leader of the entire council, who made the final decisions on every matter. For the moment, all the members had gathered for one purpose. The evaluation of Fairy Tail's rising star, Uzumaki Naruto. The report they had received from Makarov had raised more than an eyebrow. A child, no older than 13, possessed magic capable of taming wild beasts into docile creatures. Even legendary dragons. There had been a furious debate about the boy. Should they take him out of the guild and recruit him into the royal army, or should they leave him in Makarov's hands? After 3 days of non-stop arguing, the president finally made his decision. They would wait until the child grew up within the Fairy Tail Guild before taking any further action. If he was deemed mature enough, they would then take steps to bring him into their care. At this moment, the members of the council gathered around a large circular table, complete with chairs for them to sit on. A large video projector, levitating in the center of the table, provided all the members with a perfect view. With the projector's lacrima, as well as Makarov's permission, the council members could watch the first 2 trials from their headquarters. The first member, starting from the right clockwise, was a tall old man with a large gray beard and mustache. He had pointed ears and a habit of only opening them to reveal his eyes. He wore many layers of robes, like the other members of the Magic Council. Above his head, a small bat-like creature could be seen. This was Org, the sage of the Magic Council. So, the S-class trials are finally underway. Now we'll see this boy Makarov kept talking to, he said curtly. Indeed. It will be interesting to see how expert he is. The speaker, who was sitting next to Org, was a short old man with brown hair and a mustache. His tufts of hair resembled ears, and what appeared to be a pale yellow tail, gave him a cat-like appearance. Like everyone else, he wore many layers of robes. His name was Michello. Another member snorted. I doubt anything the teenager displays is of any consequence. For all we know, his magic might be the weakest of those fairies. His voice was noticeably younger than the others, like someone in the late stages of puberty. He was young, around 16, and his most striking features were his blue hair and the odd reddish mark tattoo below and above his right eye. He wore a smart but simple robe. It consisted of a long white tunic with black stripes along the edges and upper arms, an ornate collar, large straps connected to decorated buckles that fastened the vest in the front over a dark shirt, trousers, and matching shoes. He also sported a ring on his right hand, the middle finger, telling people to buck off in style, and the medallion attesting to his membership in the 10 holy mages around his neck, hidden by the collar of his jacket. His name was Seagrain. The woman laughed, a large crystal lacrima rolling between her hands. Ara. Seagrain-sama, it's not nice to underestimate someone, especially one praised by the guild master. She was even younger than Seagrain, probably around 14 years old. She had pale skin, dark purple hair, and brown eyes. Her attire was a simple yet revealing white dress with a stripped pattern. Her name was Altair Milkovich. The person sitting next to him was a tall elderly woman. She wore a cloak like her fellow council members and a purple turtleneck. Her most striking feature was her long nose, which gave her a more witch-like appearance. She had sandy blonde hair, tied back in a large ponytail. She was Belno. I agree with Seagrain. Aside from that lost magic of his, why should we expect anything extraordinary from the teenager? The next member of the council was a small elderly man with thick flesh-colored eyebrows and a tiny toothbrush mustache that reached halfway down his mouth. He wore a long-sleeved brown shirt with black vertical stripes and a black tricorn hat. Come now, Belno. Makarov may be old, but his standards are nothing to scoff at. The last of the assembled members was a tall, middle-aged man who wore small, round, dark-tinted glasses. He wore a white and blue Magic Council cloak, always with the hood up. He had large thin lips and tanned skin, with black hair and enormous sideburns that almost touched his lips. There were small hairs on his chin. He also had small downward pointing eyebrows, making him look angry and serious at all times. The first trial is about to begin, Yujima. It should be quite a spectacle. I heard Makarov's grandson will be on the exam. Altair let out an exaggerated sigh, her hand still toying with her lacrima. I wonder what he'll look like. Makarov-san didn't give us any description of Uzumaki-san. A mischievous smile flickered across her face. Perhaps he's a cute. Org raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be obvious? They're starting with the battle power test. Each pair of contestants will fight at a given time with their names called out. Unless he cracks under the pressure and drops out, I don't see how we're going to miss him. Fairy Tail exam grounds. Alright everyone, Makarov shouted, drawing the attention of all the participating contestants. They were currently in a protected tent, away from the stands where the other Fairy Tail members were cheering and placing bets. We'll begin in the next 5 minutes. In this test, your goal is to defeat your opponent and demonstrate your combat prowess. His eyes shifted to Laxus as he spoke his next words. No serious mutilation is allowed. Life-threatening attacks are prohibited. Bones may be broken, but attacks that seriously affect the health and career of the contestants are strictly forbidden. Naruto frowned. There was his plan to end Laxus's career by breaking his spine. Gaara had to do it to those he disliked when he was a genin, so why couldn't he? The price to pay for joining a legitimate guild, I suppose. The cough from Makarov brought him back to attention. The first pair to face off will be Urza Scarlet and Setsuna Uchiha. The two girls glanced at each other, the former with enthusiasm and competitive determination, while the latter simply analyzed her objective with a blank expression. When the bell rings, those expected should arrive on the stage. Good luck to everyone. With his announcement, Makarov left them in silence. Laxus grinned and crossed his arms. Heh, this will be easy. I'll destroy them all with my power, right Mira? He turned, expecting to see her drifting toward him, only to snarl when he saw that damned boy from before he spoke to her and that weak brunette. Hey, bastard. Stop being so nice to her. Murahin blinked in surprise when Naruto stopped talking and looked at Laxus. With his perpetual mask concealing his lower face, she couldn't see his full expression, but she could tell he was annoyed. Are you a jealous little girl or just plain slow? If Mira-chan wants to talk to me, who are you to tell me to stay away from her? Laxus blushed a furious red, his fist clenching in anger as Murahin looked at him in disappointment. What had happened while he'd been away training the Thunder God tribe? Sure, there had been a little friction between them after their last fight, but he thought things would have gone back to normal. Was it because of that new boy? Did he seduce Mira away from him, her boyfriend? The more she thought about it, the more likely her theory was to turn on her and shoot a hateful glare at Naruto. I swear I'll get rid of you someday, Uzumaki. Mira belongs to me. Not you. Me. Examine grounds. On the stage, which was a large expanse of land and served as a battlefield, Setsuna looked at her armored friend with a smile. Isn't this an unfortunate pairing for you, Urza-san? Urza said nothing, but her eyes trembled slightly. She had barely won any of her matches, and the times she had won were due to a combination of luck, surprise tactics, and Setsuna's lack of enthusiasm. Oh, she had improved well, but her growth wasn't dramatic enough to defeat her friend. Perhaps we should start the match and see how it goes. Yes, maybe we should. The match supervisor, who ironically was Strauss himself, decided not to waste any time. Battle between Setsuna Uchiha and Urza Scarlet begin. NA. Seems like a good place to stop. Sword fights have never been my thing, and starting Naruto's combat right away was unappealing to me. Unfortunately, my muse is being a bitch. I was doing really well writing the next chapter of Rebirth Prophecy when my rhythm just stopped. I don't know how that happened, but it made writing the rest a pain. As such, I turned to this to work on. Don't worry, I'll update my other stories before working on the next chapter of this fic. Just so you know, Gilderts appears in the next chapter, as well as the Thunder God tribe. You can also see Naruto's second secret student next time. I hope what I decided to give you makes sense and is engaging. I mean, I only had 6 months to work on them before the S-class business came up. Elfman's increasing strength doesn't mean he'll win more fights. It just means he has a greater physical chance of defeating his opponents. Mentally. He still needs more than a few lessons to reach that level of toughness I want him to have. Can anyone help me with swordplay scenes? Any ideas, tips or advice would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 12. Testing his worth. Chapter 12. The words had barely been spoken when both girls were running towards each other with a speed that surprised those unaware of their training. Being the faster of the two, Setsuna managed to draw her sword long before Urza and began the fight with a slight push. Urza was not fooled and chose to attack Setsuna with her magic sword, putting a lot of force into her swing. Metallic clash. Setsuna's cold eyes met Urza's fiery ones as her Kurohim clashed with Urza's sword, neither girl yielding an inch as they tried to gain the upper hand. In a shower of sparks, Setsuna swung her sword diagonally, knocking the heavier blade away from her. Unlike their fights, Urza didn't exert herself too much. She had learned that lesson from Naruto's beating. Releasing her sword just as Setsuna flung it aside, Urza swung her armored fist toward Setsuna. Setsuna's left hand swung to strike Urza's fist, though she had to reinforce it with a bit of chakra to avoid any bruising. Without pausing, Urza rolled her up. Gripping the ground, she spun a full 360 degrees, unleashing a barrage of double spinning kicks at Setsuna. Instead of making contact with flesh, Urza's feet met no resistance. Accustomed to crouching, her sharp battle instincts guiding her, she summoned a shield from her dimension to block Setsuna's aerial attack. Forcing a grimace, Urza leaped away from Setsuna, who landed easily despite Urza blocking her attack. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Urza's reaction. You almost never use shield, seems my lessons haven't been forgotten. Urza wordlessly summoned 2 more magic swords, wielding them in a reverse grip. How did you avoid my previous attack? She asked, pausing for a moment. The spell she was about to cast was new to her, as she hadn't practiced much with it and needed every advantage she could get. Setsuna cupped her cheeks with her free hand, somewhat amused. And here I was, starting to think you'd broken that habit. I think I'll have to re-educate you in combat etiquette. The tone of her voice, promising untold amounts of pain and suffering, along with the smile that emphasized her angelic features, made Urza pale and take a step back. That was a mistake that nearly cost her the match. As Urza stepped back, Setsuna was right in front of her with Kurohime already descending in a vertical slash. She barely managed to block the slash with her right sword, only to be pushed back by Setsuna. Caught off guard, Urza blocked Setsuna's upward kick with her second weapon. Looking into Setsuna's eyes, Urza immediately closed her left eye and focused her right eye on Setsuna's Sharingan. "That's better," she whispered. In a burst of movement, Setsuna broke free from Urza's grip, spun around, and delivered a blinding kick to Urza's chest plate, sending her skating. "Still not good enough," she yelled. Urza felt the wind rush from her lungs from the force of Setsuna's kicks and discarded her swords for a katana. Stabbing him in the ground, she unleashed her spell. Demon Blade Crimson Sakura. The blade began to glow with a malevolent red, its edge sharpening as she poured more of her magical energy into it. Hearing Kurohime's whistle once more, Urza circled around the barrage of slashes. Requip. Flight armor. Urza's attire vanished, revealing her armor change almost instantly. Naruto, who was watching the fight on the Lacrima video in the shop, raised an eyebrow in surprise. That time he'd fought her in Murahin, the speed of her requip ability had been impressive, but he'd had to stop moving before the spell took hold. Now she was able to do it against someone as fast as Setsuna. It was truly commendable to see the growth she'd achieved in just 6 months. Leaping backward, she charged towards Setsuna at ever-increasing speeds that left her nothing more than a blur in Laxus's eyes. With Setsuna suddenly on the defensive and attacking with everything he had, Urza rained blow after blow upon the black-haired mage. However, due to his Kekkei Genkai, Setsuna easily saw through her attacks and parried or blocked each of Urza's swings. Swinging her left leg back, Setsuna smiled as she cast her recent favorite jutsu. Chidori Koken, Sword of 1,000 Birds. As Urza swung again, a lightning bolt encased Kurohime's sword. By the time contact was made, Urza's katana had already been replaced by a long spear in a shower of sparks and metallic clangs. Glancing at Urza, Setsuna smiled as she took in Urza's impressive and swift requip. The armor was primarily gold and light blue. The breastplate was decorated with gold ornaments and had thin plates encircling Urza's neck. Her head was also adorned with a headband with 2 ribbons, and her hair was now styled in a long braid. As noted earlier, her weapon was a long spear with a very large blade and a decorated circle resembling a shield that attached it to the shaft. Waiting shop. In the shop, Laxus let out a snort. Is she really using the Lightning Empress armor against that weak lightning mage? What the hell is she thinking? Not that he's much of a threat. He crossed his arms as he watched the Lacrima video, never noticing Mira's frown as she glared at her rival. Naruto shook his head at Laxus's words. Setsuna is one of the best, if not the best, lightning mages in the guild right now. That wasn't exactly true. As far as he knew, he was the most knowledgeable in lightning manipulation in the guild. However, it was also true that he didn't use lightning jutsu often. Urza's choice was the necessary action to gain more points in this race to become S-class. She demonstrates that she is capable of making decisions that effectively address any problem she encounters. Furthermore, with her quick requip, she shows versatility in her fighting style. Something that most mages lack. Laxus growled angrily as Naruto appeared once more in front of Murahin. "Shut up, you damn know-it-all. S-class elites are selected according to their power, not the choices they make. In the end, those without power are destined to fade into the background, never to become S-class mages." Before Naruto could reply, Murahin made her opinion known. "Will you two stop fighting already? This fight is getting interesting, damn it," she scolded, smacking Laxus's arm and handcuffing Naruto. Pulling Naruto toward her, she marched further away from Laxus's position. "Since you two can't be civil around each other, I'll have to separate you two," she declared. Laxus frowned as he watched Murahin slide Naruto's arm close to her well-endowed chest. A pang of jealousy twisted his heart. There was the new guy who hadn't existed, who would have been enveloped in Murahin's embrace. It infuriated him to see his closest friend and object of desire being taken by the blonde-haired bastard. That bastard, when the time comes, I'll make sure he keeps his hands off my woman. Battlegrounds. Urza was having a hard time. It wasn't that her Lightning Empress armor wasn't working, because it wasn't. Having fought Setsuna countless times, Urza knew she could use lightning magic and had specifically saved up for the Lightning Empress armor. However, the way Setsuna used said lightning was what really made her fight. Unlike Laxus, who preferred to fire mid-range lightning bolts and incorporate lightning into his melee combat, Setsuna channeled a constant stream of highly concentrated lightning through her sword. This not only struck Urza every time they clashed, but with each blow, Urza could feel her Lightning Empress armor crack and shatter from the rising voltage. After all, while the Lightning Empress's armor have the offensive power of a lightning attack and granted Urza a limited ability to use lightning magic, Satsuna's extremely high affinity for lightning was more than a match for the armor. Enhanced by her monstrous chakra reserves, even at half strength, her lightning was superior to Urza's armor. Hearing Satsuna's footsteps approach, Urza whirled around and stopped her attack. A knee strike slammed into her chest plate once more, a distinct crack echoing as Urza gasped in pain. Dropping her requip, Urza stumbled, dazed. Satsuna saw Urza stagger, her arms clutching her chest, and decided to end their fight. Urza had shown enough for the master to consider. There was no need to continue this charade. She vanished from her position in a flock of crows and rematerialized before Urza, a discreet hand seal ready to cast a genjutsu. Only her deeply ingrained reflexes saved her from decapitation. Throwing her head back to dodge Urza's diagonal strike, Satsuna fell backward as she landed another upward kick. Urza blocked the attack with her gauntlets and immediately leaped forward. Settling into a crouching position, she weighed her options. She could continue fighting, surrender, or try to force Satsuna to surrender. She snorted at the first option. Satsuna was merely toying with her and knew most, if not all, of her tactics. Going against an opponent with so much information about her strengths and weaknesses would have been tantamount to suicide had these circumstances been real. The second option appealed to her more than she cared to admit. Half a year ago, she wouldn't have even considered it. She would have fought on until she collapsed. For one thing, giving up would leave a bad taste in her mouth and belittle her pride as a mage. For another, Makarov hadn't told them what the next task was. As far as she knew, it would require her to have some magic energy left to get through. Losing all her magic in this fight would show that she was incapable of planning for the possibility of future skirmishes, that is, it would portray her as someone focused on the here and now, rather than conserving energy for potential future battles. Besides, her pride wasn't everything to her. So what if she didn't achieve S-class on her first try? Everything happened for a reason. The third option was impossible. Getting Murahin to act like a refined lady would be infinitely easier than trying to deceive Satsuna. The last time she tried, she ended up buried in the dirt for most of the afternoon. Sighing, Urza raised her hand. I lose. This match will only end in my defeat if I continue, and I see no point in doing so. She found it slightly annoying that Elfman was looking at her with incredulous eyes, but she managed to keep her annoyance to a small mark. Once they were together again, Elfman proceeded to call. Lost winner, Satsuna-cha. Waiting shop. Murahin blinked in admiration at the announcement. She lost. Did Red really lose her match? She was 2 seconds away from flipping her hick. Urza, the most stubborn person in the entire fairy tale guild besides herself, had swallowed her pride and acknowledged Satsuna as her superior. Naruto, who was standing next to her and Kana, shrugged. That was all she could do. Satsuna knows how she fights, she's physically superior to her, and she can't be outmatched by just anyone. The match ended the moment it began. Urza gave it her all, but sometimes luck isn't always on your side, something Urza just experienced. Ana frowned, her eyes shifting from the Lacrima video to Naruto. But why give up? How does that show someone is capable of being an S-class? She could risk guessing, but at that moment she needed to stay out of the spotlight. Currently, Naruto was the center of attention. He had proven himself an expert in combat and was strong enough to defeat Satsuna, according to his sushi-obsessed friend. Laxus had expressed a desire to fight him, Murahin was interested in the possibility of fighting him again, and even she wanted to see how he measured up against her. This served her well. With no one else around, except for Naruto, who was the type to never underestimate anyone, expecting her to be a challenge, she had the element of surprise on her side. Well, unless she was matched up against Naruto. Naruto pulled a book from somewhere on his person and lazily began flipping through the pages. I can't find any fault with Urza when it comes to facing Satsuna with courage. However, very few people have the courage to sheathe their sword once it's drawn. He stopped at a marked page and began to read. Fear isn't a bad thing. It tells you what your weakness is. And once you know your weakness, you can become stronger and more adaptable to the challenges you face. It's necessary to become an S-class mage. Learn this lesson well, and you'll definitely go far in life. The sound of the tent flap opening caused each of the remaining candidates to shift their attention to Makarov and another individual entering. Naruto squinted as he assessed the stranger. He was a tall, muscular man with shoulder-length reddish-orange hair, combed back, and some stubble around his mouth and chin. His attire was simple. A dark, tattered cloak over his bare chest, with a high collar and armored plates on the shoulders, held closed by a belt and covering his entire figure, and loose-fitting dark trousers, complete with an armored waistguard with plates similar to those on his shoulders, tucked into simple boots. The man's magical abilities were something that intrigued Naruto. Even though Naruto felt they had been suppressed to a minimum, he could tell they completely surpassed anything the S-class aspirants could achieve. If he had to compare his former self to the strange, at best, man, it would be very close, but Naruto was confident he would have found a way to defeat him, though he doubted it would be anything other than the usual approach. Overwhelming his enemies with his shadow clone jutsu, activating Nine Tails chakra mode, and finishing with a new version of the Rasengan. He broke out in a sweat. Damn, I'd really have Lady Luck's favor if I managed to survive doing that. His sensitive ears caught Kana's startled gasp as she stared at the man. Pretending to read his book, his eyes watched the emotions play across her face. Surprise, joy, sadness, embarrassment, and the tiniest seeds of hatred. A rather interesting mix of contrasting emotions, especially the last. He was curious about the possible relationship between the man and Kana, but he shrugged and returned to his book. If she was ready to tell him, he would say that there was no point in asking for details. Alright everyone, gather around. It's time to choose the next pair of contestants, Makarov said as he stood in front of the video lacrima. Let me remind you that losing your match doesn't mean you're out of the S-class category. If you fall to your opponent, use it as experience and improve yourself. Glancing at his partner, Makarov coughed lightly. The next match, which was chosen completely at random, is Kana Alberona vs Murahin Strauss. The apologetic look he gave her annoyed the brunette card mage. Murahin looked at Kana with an appreciative expression. Are you ready to do this, sister? Laxus interrupted before Kana could say a word. What are you saying? That magic card of hers against your takeover? What other outcome do you expect besides cleaning the floor with it? Ana gritted her teeth in anger and disappointment as she listened to Laxus, one of her strongest mages, speak to her in front of Gilderts. She was furious that he had insulted and degraded her magic to something not even worth learning. She had spent years practicing her card magic, dedicating so much time, sweat, and energy to mastering it. To have it belittled, especially by the master, enraged her like nothing she had ever seen before. Before she could open her mouth and she would most likely respond and end up saying something she hadn't meant to, Naruto spoke. Be your best, Kana. I'm pretty sure you have a few surprises in store for us. He gave her a discreet wink as she turned and looked him in the eye. She felt her heart clench uncomfortably. Was it him? Pushing her thoughts aside, she nodded resolutely and headed for the stands, her mind a whirlwind of plans and counter-plans. On her right arm, a seal became visible for the briefest of seconds before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Examine grounds. Elfman swallowed audibly as he watched his sister and Kana leave the tent. The two were obviously the next pair to fight. Ni-chan, you'd better not underestimate Kana, you have no idea how much she's changed. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. This next battle might get a little ugly. His sister was never really one of the surprises. Are both fighters ready? Kana nodded resolutely as Murahin smiled. Let's begin. Kana immediately began hurling rows of magic cards at Murahin, her movement swift and precise. Murahin moved easily through the barrage, though she took note of how to avoid them after hearing the cards hit the ground with enough force to shatter it. Kana kept her face blank as she continued to send more cards en masse toward her opponent. Murahin let out a laugh as she proceeded to dodge, somersault, and avoid all of Kana's cards. Hey Kana. Seriously, this little act of yours is boring. Leaping away from another barrage of cards, Murahin decided to go on the offensive. Extending her hand toward Kana, her magic flowed beneath the brunette as she shouted her spell. Darkness stream. A multitude of large tendrils exploded from the ground and shot toward Kana. Throwing herself out of the tendrils' reach, Kana cursed as another swarm of tendrils emerged from the ground and tried to engulf her. Wind edge. She drew two cards. Sky and an unnamed one, with a green, wind-like drawing, and combined them in one hand. With the other, she waved it in the direction of the spell, activating it. The gust of updraft generated from the ground several meters away, forcing Murahin to leap into the sky to avoid it. When Kana saw this, she let a smile spread across her face. I've got you. Channeling magical energy into his left hand, he swiftly struck his right bicep while simultaneously releasing the gathered energy. In a puff of smoke, two black gloves appeared on his hand. Managing to grab one while Murahin was still airborne, he leaped toward her and raised the right gloved fist. Murahin saw the incoming fist and grimaced as she prepared to block it. Shit. What happened next was the real showstopper. When the blast hit, Murahin was flung way beyond the distance she should have landed. Instead of being knocked down with just a slight increase in speed, she was propelled from her original position with a velocity comparable to jets. The crowd remained silent for a few moments, no doubt trying to figure out what had happened, before cheering like crazy for the show. Landing gracefully, Kana put on her other glove and looked at the clouds of dust that had risen when Murahin crashed to earth. She could barely make out a shape. Squinting, she saw something that looked remarkably like a bat's wing. Demon Blast. A large ball of dark energy blew through the dust cloud to reveal Murahin in her partial takeover form. She aimed the ball at Kana and fired, a large violet beam streaking toward her. Thinking quickly, Kana slammed her fists into the ground. The force of her blow kicked up a layer of earth, which she swiftly built into a makeshift barrier, shielding it with her magic energy. When Mira's attack struck, a massive cloud of dust erupted, thick and heavy, providing Kana with a good smokescreen. Standing away from the cloud of dust, Mirahan's form was fully revealed to the crowd. Unlike her Satan soul, she didn't age when she used this spell. One could say she closely resembled a miniature version of her Satan soul. Her hair was still styled in the same wild fashion as usual in her Satan soul form. Her attire was the same gothic clothing she always wore. Her arms were covered in scales, though they lacked the fin-like protrusions on the outer edges, as well as the gauntlets. Large wings completed the form. These wings resembled those of a bat and had small, spike-like protrusions along their upper edges. The Fountain of Prayer. A fountain of water shot out from within the cloud of dust, hurtling toward Mirahan with unremitting speed. A jolt of fate. A bolt of lightning followed the water, its static form flickering in and out of existence as it moved forward. Taking another breath, Mirahan smiled as Kana emerged from her hiding place and prepared another attack. Looking ahead with her wings, Mira spun around with a spinning kick that collided with Kana's right hook. Using her momentum to enhance her strike, Mirahan blasted Kana across the arena with her right fist and finished with another demon blast. Striking Kana, the lightning bolt slammed her hard into the unforgiving earth with enough force to create a miniature crater. When the dust settled, Kana's battered and bruised form could be seen twitching on the ground. The crowd made several sympathetic noises as Mirahan landed in front of the fallen girl, a somewhat sad expression etched on her face. Kana was her friend, one of the few true friends she had in the guild. She wasn't a great fighter, and her magic was more support magic than combat-oriented, while Mirahan was seemingly built for combat. The moment the master called their names, they both knew how it was going to end. The fact that Kana gave it her all and kept getting up only made him sadder. Mirahan ducked, preparing to knock Kana out and claim victory, when she felt it. A pulse of magical energy directly beneath her. Eyes wide, she leaped forward, summoning a magic circle. Summon lightning. Kana's scream sent her looping. It wasn't coming from the Kana she'd almost knocked out, it was coming from behind her. The cage of green lightning rapidly expanded from the seal and engulfed Mirahan completely, electrifying her with massive bursts of energy. Mirahan's cries of pain tugged at Elfman's heartstrings, but he forced himself not to succumb to his desire to end the fight just yet. There was still a chance Mirahan could turn things around. The battered Kana erupted in smoke just as the lightning cage was shattered by a powerful blast of darkness magic. Landing shakily, Mirahan began searching for her opponent in the disoriented haze. That last attack of his really took my breath away, I need to finish this quickly. Looking down at her knees for balance, Mira noticed a shadow growing ever larger. Heavenly pain kick. Due to her disoriented state, Mira made the rookie mistake of looking in the direction of the shout. A sandaled foot slammed into her face, pushing her deep into the ground in a mini crater and raising another cloud of dust in the arena. Unlike last time, Kana hadn't used her magic-induced strength to carry out the attack. She still struggled to control the flow of energy the way Naruto and Lisana could, and trying to do so in the middle of a battle would only backfire. There was silence in the arena as Kana gasped from the grueling fight. Proudly, though exhausted, she raised her fist in victory. Winner by knockout, Kana Alberona. Urza. But the Magic Council, every single member had been watching the fights with interest to assess the strength of Fairy Tail's latest generation. While some members, namely Seagrain and Belno, were annoyed by the constant delay of Naruto's debut, others were impressed by the fights they had seen so far. While the battles didn't quite match those of S-class mages, it was remarkable that mages as young as these could fight, as well as the latest batch from Fairy Tail. Org continued to twitch his beard as he watched the ongoing fights. Such an impressive and efficient requip skill, this Urza Scarlet seems to have pushed requip magic to its limits. When word gets out about her ability, she might even become a role model for future requip mages. Bachello nodded, her eyes narrowed in thought. Her swordsmanship skills are intriguingly high for a teenager. If I had to make an honest assessment of her swordsmanship, I'd say she's roughly on par with our captains. She opened her eyes and frowned as she watched Urza and Setsuna clash. The other girl, Setsuna Uchiha, is also very promising. Not only is she highly skilled with a sword, but she can also use it in conjunction with lightning magic to inflict significant damage on her opponents. Seagrain chuckled, her eyes fixed on the form of her old childhood friend. Indeed, she has talent. Being able to defeat the Lightning Empress armor is something only a few individuals can do, and even then they use other forms of magic to do it. For her to be able to accomplish such a feat, she must have an exceptional ability, a strong affinity with lightning. Ijima nodded in agreement. Yes. I've never seen anyone think of executing lightning magic through a sword. Most of the time, the weapon used is a spear to avoid accidentally striking the wielder due to its length. However, I can see why a blade could also be used. Not only will the lightning push the blade's sharpness to its absolute maximum, but if an opponent is stabbed, their body will go numb. An unorthodox but very effective solution. Elno snorted. That may be so, but I think the match between Kana Alberona and Marahan Strauss was disappointing. Strauss was barely paying attention to her surroundings, focusing solely on defeating her opponent and showing little to no strategy to prove she's S-class material. Altair covered her lips as she laughed. Well, what did you expect from fairy tale wizards? They rarely think and are prone to fits of emotion-induced madness. If anything, we should be impressed with Miss Alberona's performance. It's very rare that we fight fairy tale wizards with strategy. Ijima jumped when the next announcement was made. Final match of the first trial. Naruto Uzumaki vs Laxus Drare. It's starting. When the council members shifted their attention to the Lacrima video, Seagrain smiled as she leaned back. Urza's performance was good, but it required a great sacrifice to bring back the Black Mage Zeref. Even if she continued to grow at this rate, she wouldn't make it. Still, something good has come out of this. Setsuna Uchiha Naruto Uzumaki, I wonder if any of you will be the one to release Master Zeref from his slumber. Fairy Tale Exam Grounds. In the center of the grounds, the two male S-class potentials stood facing each other. In the southern hemisphere of the center, Laxus grinned as he removed his cloak and his magic earphones. Tossing them aside as he glared at his opponent, Laxus began to stretch and warm up. To the onlookers, he seemed unconcerned about the upcoming fight. So, are you ready to eat, you dirty boy? Naruto, standing before Laxus, ignored the taunt and began removing his ankle-length black coat. When he tugged on one side, the three X-shaped marks holding it together separated easily and quickly. As the coat fell away, the crimson vest beneath was revealed. Furthermore, the tattoo-like bands crisscrossing his chest and wrists, along with the black lines on his forearms, were now more visible. The coat vanished in a burst of light, and Naruto glared at Laxus with bored, narrowed eyes. The question you should be asking me is how far I'm going to push you to the ground. If I were you, I'd start giving up hope right now. Laxus frowned and settled into his ready stance. I'm going to make you eat those words. He growled. Naruto shrugged and reached into his pocket for a book, which caused Laxus to give him a strange look and Elfman to stare with his palm. I'm ready when you are. Deciding to get things started, Elfman lowered his hands. Naruto Uzumaki vs Laxus Drare, let's begin. Turning the page, Naruto decided to start the fight slowly to get a feel for Laxus. He had a general idea of what Laxus was capable of. Now, he needed to get the specifics and limits of Makarov's grandson. Shouldn't you be attacking now, honorable grandson? Laxus stiffened at the name and unleashed a massive burst of magical energy from his body in the form of lightning. A flash of light erupted around him like a pseudo-armor, bathing him in a brilliant yellow light. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have thought Laxus was trying to resemble an angel or some celestial being. Never call me that, he commanded, his voice thick with negative emotion. Naruto paid him no attention, simply turning the pages once more. Ara. Do you think you're in any position to ask me anything about Grandpa? He grinned, making Laxus turn red with anger. Bucket. Manipulating the lightning energy within his body, Laxus vanished into pure elemental lightning that crackled with furious vigor. The bolts hurtled toward Naruto at the speed of sound, easily reappearing behind the blonde boy and coalescing into Laxus, whose lightning-coated fist descended toward Naruto's back. The lazy backhand sent him flying away from Naruto in an undignified pile-up toward the ground. Managing to recover just in time and land safely, Laxus winced as the left half of his face throbbed. Rubbing it, his unobstructed eye narrowed toward Naruto. How did his eyes manage to keep up with my speed? I should have been able to hit him without him noticing. Deciding to try again, Laxus used his lightning body spell to back away and attempt to strike Naruto from the right side. With his right hand occupied, it would be easier to attack from that side. Unfortunately for Laxus, Naruto had been dealing with shinobi who moved as fast as Laxus for far longer than he bothered to count. By the time Laxus had covered half the distance to him, Naruto was already on the move. A raised right leg blocked the lightning user's knee strike, his left hand parried the blow aimed at his gut. Laxus immediately retreated and tried again from another direction, growing increasingly frustrated as Naruto blocked, dodged, and countered every single blow. What truly infuriated Laxus was that not only did Naruto manage to keep up with Laxus's lightning rush, but he still managed to take a single bloody step the entire time. It was almost as if Naruto could predict his every move. An elbow collided with Laxus's face with intense force, the power behind the blow actually managing to momentarily deactivate Laxus's lightning body spell. Regaining his composure, Laxus once again attempted to catch Naruto with his speed. Appearing directly above the blonde reader, he unleashed a downward diagonal kick aimed at Naruto's head. That's when Naruto moved. Like nothing Laxus had ever seen before, the blonde vanished from sight at speeds his eyes couldn't perceive. His attack completely disappeared. Laxus didn't even have time to regain his balance before Naruto reappeared and struck his elbow in the exact same spot as his previous attack. Sent to the ground once more, Laxus growled heatedly as Naruto continued reading his book. This can't be happening. I can't be played by that rookie. It's all a dream, that's what it is. I'm going to wake up and I'll be victorious. Then Laxus noticed something that stopped him in his tracks. Where Naruto was standing was the exact position he'd been in before he vanished and dodged Laxus's kick. There were no footprints, nothing to indicate he'd moved. Laxus wouldn't know it, but that was the moment he began to see Naruto as someone to measure himself against. His speed, even among lightning mages, was inhuman. He was praised as one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in Fiori. Naruto's speed wasn't inhuman. That would be insulting to compare someone like him to a human. It wasn't even godlike, because that would imply that, however impressive it was, it didn't reach a level beyond mortal comprehension. That assumption would also be wrong. Naruto's speed was that of the gods themselves. Speed at a level that transcended the limits of semi-evolved beings. Calming his trembling, Laxus decided to try something new. Positioning his right arm a few inches from his left, both palms open and extended, Laxus created a sphere of lightning around his outstretched forearm. Thunder bullets. A barrage of small but destructive spheres of lightning shot toward Naruto at great speed. Seeing the beams hurtling toward him, Naruto decided his book had to vanish to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Stuffing it into his pocket, where it was sealed, Naruto charged toward Laxus, dodging the barrage of orbs like a snake slithering across a river as if in slow motion. Appearing silently before Laxus, Naruto launched him upward with a powerful kick reminiscent of Might Guy's Taijutsu technique, Asakujaku, Morning Peacock. Without pausing, he used a Cage Bio, Shadow Dancer technique to appear behind Laxus, mirroring his body's movement. Using the creation of all things jutsu to create black wrappings, Naruto skillfully restrained Laxus in a manner similar to how Lee used his bandages to perform the Omnitrix, front lotus. With Laxus restrained, Naruto struck a gravity seal and pulled Laxus to the ground. Still hanging in midair, Naruto took a deep breath as he manipulated his powerful chakra to flow like Natsu's and attacked. "Fire Dragon," he said, hearing the crowd fall silent at his words. Naruto smiled at the confusion they must be feeling. Roar. A huge pillar of flames descended upon Laxus, resulting in a tremendous explosion that wrecked a good portion of the grounds and forced Elfman to jump into the stands. Landing mid-crouch, Naruto peered through the smoke to see Laxus struggling to his feet, several burns visible across his body. Revenge is a bitch, isn't it? Still, we'd better finish things quickly. Blurring his gaze toward the astonishing Laxus, Naruto focused the chakra in his hands and struck. Several times. In rapid succession. Point blank. Asakujaku, Morning Peacock. Face. Arms. Legs. Chest. Guts. Back to the face. Switches to the chest. Naruto left no spot unmarked in his furious assault, striking as hard as he was fast. All the crowd could see were countless flames unfurling in the shape and appearance of a peacock's feathers as Naruto continued groaning over Laxus, not letting up until he felt Laxus was unconscious. Throwing Laxus to the ground, Naruto waited half a minute, calmly reading his book once more, before the crowd and Elfman gasped. Winner by knockout. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 13. It's finally here. Demon King vs Guild Ace. Chapter 13. The outcome of the announcement was as predictable as rain on a cloudy day. The crowd of mages roared with joy and approval, shouting and waving their hands with fervent excitement at the recent battle they had witnessed. Bottles of beer were opened and consumed with a zeal that would have seemed extravagant to those outside the guild, and boisterous applause echoed in the stands as proud friends of the combatants exchanged words of praise and pride. In a section of the stands where the younger generations were seated, Natsu let out a boisterous round of applause at Naruto's victory, even standing up in his seat and shouting his excitement. Woohoo. Yes. That fight was incredible. Naruto beat Laxus like he was a sack of potatoes. Yes. Happy agreed, his little cat body being pampered by Lisana. Bray, who was sitting 2 seats away from Natsu and right next to Lisana, had a wide grin on his face and nodded. Yeah, he owned Laxus so much that even the old man must have felt sorry for him. Placing his hands behind his head, Gray leaned back to examine Laxus's fallen form with a satisfied look. I can't say I'm not enjoying this. I think that bully got what he deserved. Someone finally knocking him off that pedestal he likes to promote himself on. Lisanda frowned uncertainly at Gray's words, involuntarily fiddling with Happy's wings. Even so, I think Naruto was a little too harsh on him. That last attack really seemed impressive, isn't it? I bet he could teach me some of his moves, then I'll be an even bigger kicker than I am now. Natsu sang, throwing a smug look at Gray, which made the ice mage frown. Sitting back from his previous position, ignoring Wakaba's unintentional slap, Gray shot his rival a dirty look. As if Naruto would waste his time teaching you any of his moves. You just burn the guild hall down again, like when he tried to teach you the fire release. Water release technique. Immediately in Gray's face, pushing his way through Lisana with surprising strength, Natsu growled at his rival and breathed flames. At least he knew it was better to try and teach me his attacks than waste his time on a snow stripper like you. Gray nodded in agreement with Natsu's words and began pushing his head against Natsu's. Show me what you know. He already showed me a bunch of things he said were above your level. Want to see? Come on, snowflake. I'll burn you until you're crispy. In your dreams. Lisana sighed in exasperation as the two began another mock fight beside her, a giant cloud of dust obscuring their shapes and only the sounds of their fight could be heard. Honestly, kids were so stupid sometimes. Waiting shop. Inside the shop, Makarov and Gilderts watched the Lacrima projection as it displayed the final moments of Naruto's fight, specifically, the last attack he had used against Laxus. Having fought against several high-level melee combatants in their lives, they could recognize the amount of skill required to execute the devastating technique they had witnessed. Gilderts frowned as the scene repeated itself once more. I'm not sure what to make of this, master. No matter how much of a genius the child must be, he simply shouldn't be capable of such a powerful attack at his age. His body should be in the middle of puberty, meaning it should be changing to accommodate its future design and granting him more strength to use. For him to possess such strength at this young age, he shrugged hopelessly. I simply can't flip a coin. Makarov said nothing, simply crossing his arms as he watched a projection play out Naruto's furious onslaught of blows, which were so rapid that some of them looked like little more than twitches on the screen. Another thing that bothers me, Gilderts continued, is the nature of that attack. If you look at it carefully, the first strike seems to cause the most damage and leaves the victim paralyzed due to the excruciating pain therein. The subsequent strikes are only slightly less powerful than the first, implying that the attack as a whole was designed to be a one-hit technique and end the life of its target at the end of the barrage. Although Laxus is clearly not dead, I don't think Naruto should be considered an S-class mage for some time, now no member of Fairy Tail. Makarov sighed deeply. I can understand where you're coming from, Gilderts, believe me, a part of me wants to do what you say and remind Naruto that Fairy Tail is his family. Family always sticks together, no matter what, and what he did certainly crossed a line. Taking another deep breath, Makarov continued, however, as guildmaster and as a person, I can't prevent Naruto from reaching S-class status. No matter how much I try to convince myself otherwise, Laxus's words ring true. Without you and me, Fairy Tail is truly nothing to boast about. Before Naruto and Setsuna came along, Laxus would have been considered the strongest after you, and we both know just how vast the power gap is between you two. Turning to face Gildert's surprised expression, Makarov spoke once more. Despite our best efforts to deny it, Fairy Tail needs stronger mages to flourish. Without stronger mages, there would be fewer applications. With fewer applications, there would be less to offer those interested in joining the guild. If this continues, the guild's future would be bleak. Jumping in surprise, Gilderts growled at Makarov. Are you going to let a future flight hazard become an S-class mage over something that can't even be achieved? Come on, man, you have to see that going down this path could backfire and tarnish Fairy Tail's name even more than you think. Unfortunately, Gilderts, that is my decision. I will instill in Naruto the importance of loyalty and family, and I will stand by my words, but I will not deny him the opportunity to achieve more in life. This discussion is over. With that, the diminutive old man turned to face the candidates, leaving Gilderts lost in thought. Second tent. Inside the second tent that had been erected during the previous fights, rested the S-class candidates, all of whom wore looks of anticipation, ill humor, and, in Laxus's case, hatred as they waited for Master Makarov to arrive and inform them about the upcoming trial. Urza and Marahin were huddled together in a corner, the former speaking in a low but heated tone, while the latter argued just as fiercely, her arms crossed in defiance. To everyone in the tent, it was obvious that Urza was interrogating her lifelong rival friend about a rather disappointing match against Kana. It was easy for Naruto to realize that Urza was trying to come to terms with the fact that Marahin, the person she couldn't easily beat and with whom she often bonded, had been outmatched by Kana, quite useful in that regard. Somewhere in the deepest recesses of his mind, despite knowing that she had grown immensely under Setsuna's tutelage, he now had some doubts about her abilities. Naruto sighed. The young teenagers were an enigma to solve, with the constant contradictory messages they sent. Crossing his arms, Naruto felt his arm brush against the pocket of his coat, where a scroll lay hidden. Letting his eyes casually scan his surroundings once more, he silently cautioned himself against being so eager to read what Jiraiya had sent him. The S-class exam is neither the time nor the place for me to read what Iro-sensei has discovered. The Magic Council will be watching, and this exam will be my only chance to make a good impression on them. Beside her, as always, Setsuna shifted from one foot to the other, studying Laxus Dreyer with mild interest and thinly veiled disdain. She had overheard what he had said about his apprentice and was quite displeased with the way he spoke about hers as battle tactics. The arrogance he displayed reminded her of the unpleasant antics of Senju Nawaki, her former Chunin squad commander, as well as the Senju clan as a whole. But the genjutsu in his eyes, no one but Naruto noticed that he was activating his clan's famous Kekkei Genkai and maintaining eye contact with him. Inside the seal, Kurama laughed at her kit's actions. That fool won't know what hit him. Good one, Setsuna. It's almost as if they never thought to tip the scales in their favor. Setsuna nodded mentally. Yes, although Naruto-sama still has the biggest advantage over all of us, though I wonder if he managed to tag Dreyer-san with his Flying Thunder God seal. Either way, it still puts Naruto-sama at the top of the order. And you're in second place, right? She shrugged. Who else would be a challenge for Naruto-sama? The tent flaps flew open and Makarov entered with a serious expression. Alright, kids, the next test will begin shortly, so everyone should get ready. I see the injured have been restored to their previous state thanks to Puryusuka's help. I bet you're all wondering why that was done. He said, gesturing to the healthy Marahan, Urza and Laxus. Seeing their nods of agreement, Makarov continued. The fact is that these tests will only increase in difficulty as we progress toward the end of the examinations. As such, all participants are given medical treatment after each test to prevent any decrease in performance due to injuries sustained in previous tests, as well as to check for and disqualify those participants who use certain stimulants to enhance their progress. Has there ever been a case where doping was a problem? Urza asked, frowning at the thought of someone cheating on the exam. Makarov nodded earnestly. Yes, there have been some cases where certain mages, overwhelmed by the desire to achieve S-class status, subjected themselves to all sorts of rituals, drank all kinds of potions, and did everything they could to pass the exam. Laxus snorted at that. What losers if they weren't so weak-kneed, they wouldn't have had to resort to such cowardly measures. For my part, I'm deeply insulted that you think we'd do something like that, old man. He shot an angry look at his grandfather. Naruto and Setsuna rolled their eyes. Why did the people here see the traps as suspicious? When facing opposition from multiple people, it was always better to gain an advantage to compensate for being outnumbered. Makarov frowned. Insulted or not, you'd better take that warning seriously in this exam. Now prepare for the next test. The knowledge test. It was. Back with the Magic Council, many of the council members were talking aloud among themselves about the young mage the Fairy Tail Guild Master, Makarov, had so brazenly boasted about. The young mage, Naruto Uzumaki. Having seen the match between him and Laxus Dreyer, a powerful lightning mage in his own right, many of them were ecstatic and impressed with the results of the match. Ijima let out a boisterous laugh when the fight was over. Ha! Take that. Here they all were, taking down the young lad as if they were all-knowing or something, and they were right. Maki may be old, but he's not senile yet. Borg grimaced at Ijima's words. To be fair, most of the recommendations and reports we receive about people tend to be at least a little exaggerated. Makarov's claim that the kid could create an entirely new class just seemed like the usual arrogant boasting that most guild masters make about their most prized members. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Org surveyed his colleagues with an interested eye. So? What did everyone think of him? Belno was the first to respond. I think he's as powerful as Makarov said he was. Not only did he display incredible strength, good combat skills, and particularly devastating fire magic, but he also showed speed that's perhaps on a level never before achieved. If you look at the fight more closely, he gestured toward the screen as he went through the recorded fight. You'll notice that Uzumaki was able to completely evade Dreyer's charge, return to his previous position, and strike him in the face with his elbow all in tenths of a second. Altair leaned back in her seat, her eyes glued to the screen as she replayed the fight with unusual intensity. That would imply his leg muscles strengthened to an abnormal degree to allow him to reach and maintain such speeds. His clothing reveals that his body isn't particularly muscular. If anything, his build resembles that of a sprinter or swimmer. It shows how many appearances can be deceiving. Gently grasping a lock of her hair and twirling it absent-mindedly on her finger, Altair's intense expression softened and turned mischievous. Being kicked by those machine legs must hurt like hell. Altair-san, that's not how you should talk about someone as young as you, Belno warned, frowning. Altair simply nodded with a cheeky grin that showed how much she thought about that statement. Beside her, Seagrain rubbed his head in embarrassment and laughed nervously. I guess I jumped the gun this time, Ujima-san. This Uzumaki guy seems to be a truly talented individual. Settling into a more comfortable seat, Seagrain continued to give his impression of Naruto. He seems very resourceful and turned his opponent's anger against them, which I know from experience is very effective. The only other magic he used in the fight was fire magic, but what I just witnessed is far more impressive than anything I've seen from our top fire mages. Resting his chin on his open palm, Seagrain smiled at Org. If anything, it resembles the kind of control that Fairy Tail's Dragon Slayer has over his element. Coincidence, perhaps. The cheerful atmosphere in the room slowly turned serious as everyone watched the final blow once more, comparing and contrasting its performance to that of Natsu Dragneel, the youngest member of Fairy Tail, who had caused the most damage in over a decade. As the council members grew increasingly alarmed by how disturbingly similar the two attacks were, none of them, except for Altair, saw the maniacal grin that spread across Seagrain's face. After all, if he could appear as someone the boy could trust and rely on, why should he use force when slippery words would be more effective in helping him resurrect Zeref? Fairy Tail Stadium. Once back in the stadium, the S-class candidates presented themselves before Makarov as he explained the second trial. The test of knowledge will test your ability to discern an opponent's magical alignment, as well as your skill in dealing with unknown magic. To increase the difficulty of this test, you will be given a 2-minute time limit to name at least 2 different types of magic that your opponents will use against you. Urza took another step forward, a question burning on her lips. Who will we face? The old man chuckled and withdrew his hand from behind, revealing a small, slightly crumpled paper bag. I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Well, I know the names of everyone you'll be facing, even I can't say which one you'll ultimately choose. Holding the bag, Makarov shook it with a smile. Go on, pick your target and pray you get a good one. Taking a step forward with a hint of displeasure, Laxus nevertheless gave the others a confident smile as he reached into the bag and began fiddling with it. After a few moments of considering his choice, he pulled back his arm to reveal a small strip of paper that had been carefully folded in two. Unfolding the strip, his eyes narrowed in confusion. Am I going to be tested by a guy named Jiraiya? Nodding casually, Makarov extended the bag toward Kana, who was standing closer to Laxus. Those you will face are individuals I have selectively chosen to test your mettle. As master, I have the right to know what magic they use to gauge the difficulty you will face in this challenge. Walking toward Makarov, Kana slipped her hand into her bag and pulled out a random piece of paper. Unrolling it, she raised an eyebrow at the name written on it. My opponent is Anko Mitarashi. What kind of name is that? Urza was next. Tenzo, she said, her eyes narrowed in thought. Warahin clicked her knuckles and reached into the bag, a look of concentration on her face. Removing her hand, she read the name with a touch of excitement. Jugo. Tsutsuna was next, her eyes calm and zen-like as she chose her opponent. Chijuro sounds interesting. Naruto watched Kana, Murahin, Urza and Tsutsuna retrieve a name from the bag and announce their opponents, suppressing the smile he longed to display, despite his lower half always being hidden by his late mentor's mask. It had been a great test of patience to ensure their pseudopaths had caught Makarov's attention and secured their selection during this trial. Seeing that it was finally his turn, he placed his hand inside the bag with some interest. With his hand hidden from view, a chakra cord grew from his finger and connected to a piece of paper that had residual chakra. Moving his index finger back, the slip of paper slid into his palm and he withdrew his hand. As he unfolded the slip, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Menma Kazama. Fairy Tail Exam Grounds. Very well. The test of knowledge is about to begin. Elfman roared, having had to resort to shouting to make his voice heard above the noise of the crowd. The first candidate to participate. Our very own Laxus Dreyer. His opponent will be Jiraiya. The crowd was enthusiastic with their applause, but that did nothing to stop the pang of anger in Laxus's heart at how subdued it was compared to when they had cheered Uzumaki. Frowning, Laxus left the tent and walked to the center of the stage, scrutinizing the person standing next to Elfman. The first thing he noticed was how tall Jiraiya was. The man was a little over 6 feet tall, only a few inches taller than Laxus, who was quite tall even by adult standards. His eyes moved to his clothing and arched. Jiraiya wore a green short-sleeved kimono and matching trousers, beneath which he wore chainmail armor that revealed the sleeves and legs of his outfit with his red haori. On his back was a large scroll, which confused Laxus slightly. Why would you bring that here? Stopping right in front of Jiraiya, Laxus grinned at the older man, who returned the smile with a smug grin. Ready to lose, Grandpa? Laxus sneered, small bursts of lightning crackling around his body. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his laughter the laugh of an adult who had been forced to take a child seriously. Laxus's smile vanished at his actions, replaced by an angry frown. Calming himself after his brief fit of laughter, Jiraiya placed his hands on his hips in a relaxed manner. The day I lose is the day I can finally kick the bucket. Come on, kid, let's see what you've got. Begin. Laxus was the first to begin. Immediately after the word left Elfman's throat, he was in front of the Gamma Sennin in the blink of an eye. He struck with a knee to Jiraiya's torso that made the Sennin double over in pain. His left fist shot out toward Jiraiya's face and sent him flying due to the extreme force and speed behind him. As Jiraiya was sent crashing to the ground, Laxus kept his hands outstretched and began firing countless rounds of small, rapid-fire beams to maintain the pressure on his opponent. His other hand, which had been gathering magical energy, joined the assault with slow but explosive beams that, combined with a ferocious blast, would keep Jiraiya at bay. When Jiraiya was sent rolling, he swallowed the instinctive curse that threatened to escape his lips. "That hit wasn't so bad," he grudgingly remarked. Turning to avoid falling backward, he quickly looked up and saw rounds of lightning hurtling toward him with intense hunger. Leaping to his feet, Jiraiya began running around the stadium, pumping chakra into his legs to evade Laxus's relentless assault. As he zigzagged through the maze of lightning, he absent-mindedly assessed Laxus's strategy. "He's keeping me on the defensive, trying to force me to think of more ways to escape his traps and reveal the full extent of my abilities." In fact, he focused the chakra into his legs, tensing as his hands clouded through the seals. "I'd better start taking him seriously." Jinten. Muaisho. Rapid throw. Shadowless flight. Firing forward at speeds he had only imagined moving in his dreams, Jiraiya's form vanished and he began to spin his head, as well as a dizzying game of ducking, weaving, leaping, and maneuvering through the barrage of lightning that Laxus kept fueling with his magic. To those watching, it was as if Jiraiya's movements were rapidly ahead of him across the entire terrain, with several copies of himself trailing behind the real one. Laxus smiled victoriously as he felt Jiraiya's punch hurtling toward his face. Sensing it coming from the right, he ducked, tilting his head to the right, and let himself fall with the momentum. When Jiraiya momentarily slowed down, clearly not expecting Laxus to feel his attack, Laxus slammed his right palm into the ground, simultaneously unleashing the magic he had been gathering in his left leg. His leg crackled with lightning as he shouted his attack. Renkyaku, Storm Leg. His lightning-infused leg slammed into Jiraiya with devastating force, making him cry out in pain. Laxus's grin deepened until Jiraiya appeared in a puff of smoke. Shock wiped the smug expression from his face, his eyes bulged, and his mouth fell open as he stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Asengan, Spiral Sphere. The ground beneath him exploded as a blue sphere slammed into his insides, sending him flying through the air. Gritting his teeth in pain and thrown high above ground level, Laxus opened one eye to see Jiraiya standing beside a hole that had been directly beneath him. His eyes widened in realization. That's it. The two types of magic he used were speed magic and earth magic. As he charged his body with magic, his form flickered and transformed into a lightning bolt before shooting towards the ground. When he landed, the gong sounded, signaling the end of his trial. Grimacing at the wound on his body, Laxus waited for Jiraiya to emerge from his hole before beginning his observations. "You used speed magic to avoid my lightning barrage and try to take a few hits. When I used Renkyaku, you must have used clone magic as you approached to confuse and disorient me. Finally, for that last attack of yours, you used earth magic to hide beneath me, though I have no idea how you managed to land it." Raising an eyebrow at the slightly panting boy, Jiraiya nodded with a smile. "Pretty perceptive to pick up on those details while in the middle of a fight. Most people focus solely on defeating their enemies to end the fight, especially when they have no idea what they're capable of." Jiraiya cupped his chin thoughtfully and hummed for a few moments before speaking. "You're passing. I didn't expect you to pick up the clone bit, just the first and last. My advice to you would be to brush up on a few more types of magic before going out on your first S-class elicitation. If you had done that, you would have noticed that my last attack falls under energy make." He chuckled as Laxus slapped his face, muttering curses that were barely audible over the wind. Second tent. When Laxus entered, taking a good look at his bandaged torso, Makarov glanced at Kana. "Very well, Kana, since we're going in the order of those who were chosen, that means you'll be the next participant. Good luck." Nodding with a resolute expression, the brunette rose from her seat and marched through the store's flaps toward the stadium. Fairy Tail exam grounds. With a slight grimace at the sudden glare, Kana blinked furiously to clear the smudges from her eyes as she nervously walked toward the center of the grounds. When her vision cleared and she no longer needed to blink, her eyes fixed curiously on the woman standing beside Elfman. That curiously quickly turned into surprise and embarrassment as he looked at the woman's clothes. The woman had light brown eyes without pupils and black hair with a blue tint, styled in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. Possessing a curvaceous figure that some of the guild girls would surely acquire as they grew older, her choice of clothing was questionable at best, atrocious at worst. A light brown coat with purple stitching that barely concealed her skin-tight mesh suit, which stretched from her neck to her thighs. An orange miniskirt was the only thing that salvaged any modesty, connected to a dark blue belt with a sash resembling an appendage. Shin guards and sandals completed the woman's ensemble. "Oh my god," glancing quickly at the stands, Kana confirmed her fear. Every man was staring at her, unquestioning of her intentions. Groaning inwardly, Kana trudged toward her opponent in exasperation. Why am I the one who ended up having to fight a prostitute? Muttering incoherently, Kana sighed as she approached the brazen woman. Up close and personal with her, Kana swore she saw a glimpse of the woman's nipple as she puffed out her chest. Fuck my life. Skip time. Naruto crossed his arms as he left the tent with the other candidates, each wearing their game faces. The knowledge test had served its purpose. It had shown how they reacted when faced with an opponent wielding unknown magic, tested their knowledge of different types of magic, and demonstrated their level of preparedness when confronted with the unexpected. However, it was the test of knowledge that revealed the differences between them. When Kana faced Anko, the young brunette found herself on the receiving end of a kick in the rear that had inflamed the crowd against Anko. She had only been able to identify two types of magic Anko used, namely poison and speed magic, but she had suffered numerous injuries of varying severity. If the disappointed look in her eyes was any indication, she had clearly expected Kana to do better. Urza's opponent had been incredibly annoying. Keeping her on the run with wooden stakes launched from the ground, she was forced to remain in her flight armor to avoid the assault. To make matters worse, Tenzo had transformed the entire area into a large wet expanse of earth, which he then manipulated into a continuous landslide. Urza had to resort to performing multiple requips in a split second in midair. Switching from her flight armor to move faster than ever before to her black wing armor to soar into the sky. She seemed satisfied with her performance, though she had engaged in a conversation with Sukuna to work on her mistakes. Unlike the last round, Murahin managed to complete the trial 30 seconds before the time limit expired. Juugo had used a type of acquisition magic that transformed him into a monster form, increasing his abilities several times over. The second magic he used was an animal-based version of puppet magic she had heard about, using animals like birds to attack his enemies. Satsuna's combination hadn't been what they expected. Instead of fighting, she and Chijuro stared at each other for a while before Chijuro revealed the three types of magic he used in a calm, emotionless tone. Many people learned a lesson that day. Satsuna was unnaturally skilled at casting high-level illusions. His own fight with Menma had been disappointingly short due to the 2-minute limit, but it had been fun while it lasted. He wondered if the crowd and the Magic Council would react to the aerial battle he'd just been in. Maybe they were shitting their pants. That would be pretty funny if it actually happened. They were now preparing for the next test. Laxa stood farther away, arms crossed, alternating between shooting Naruto glances and staring at Murahin with that strange expression he'd seen when he arrived. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Looks like someone doesn't like a certain demon getting near me. He'd have to keep an eye on Laxus's jealousy. Well, it was normal for things like that to happen. The hatred Laxus felt for him seemed unpleasant. As Naruto watched Laxus with a veil of interest, Murahin and Urza were off to the side, deep in conversation. So, how do you find the S-class tests, Mira? Urza asked, her arms crossed over her armored chest as she regarded her rival with interest. For the past 6 months, she'd barely had much time for a proper conversation with her rival. Between demanding job requests that consumed most of her time, training with her most skilled and powerful friend, and generally trying to keep the guild running smoothly, Urza had very little time for herself. Add to that the fact that Murahin had also been busy for half a year, obviously trying to improve. Murahin grunted noncommittally, waving her hand in a regular manner. It's not as easy as I thought, that's for sure. Still, I don't have an opinion on it yet. When I'm finished, I'll tell you what I think. Urza looked at her strangely. And what are your thoughts on our chances of becoming S-class? His response was swift. It's not an opportunity. We're competing against Naruto-kun, he began, ticking off the names, Laxus and Satsuna. Any one of those guys could beat us, despite our improvements, and Kana simply pales in comparison. This is nothing more than an exhibition event for us, to show us how tough they are and force us to improve to reach the next level. His eyes met Urza's with unusual intensity, silently daring her to contradict the words he had just spoken. Urza sighed, averting her eyes from Mira's and stepping back slightly. I see, that's why you didn't take the first test as seriously as you could have. Murahin nodded silently, her gaze softening to a more cheerful tone. From my perspective, we're the lucky ones who got to experience the exam first. Next time, we'll kick so much butt that the master will have to create a new rule to prevent it from collapsing. She smiled at the thought. Though I'll obviously become an S-class mage before you, metal tits. Betting a mark on that, Urza smiled dangerously at Murahin. HMPH. As always, you bark your lips all day but never do it. If anything, I'll become an S-class mage a year before you. Before their conversation could escalate, Makarov's footsteps drew the attention of each participant and drew them closer. The old man stopped right in the center of the group, a position that was becoming his usual haunt, and crossed his arms. Alright, brats, this is the final test you'll undertake in this exam. I know I said we'd have 3 tests and a battle royale, But it was decided that the last two events should be held simultaneously to avoid dragging this exam out for too long. Leveling each of them with a proud yet admonishing look, Makarov delivered the rest of his news. The final event for you is to last at least 5 minutes in battle against stronger enemies in superior numbers. Each of you will fight alone. The time limit will be half an hour. To make things more difficult. Upon hearing this news, the participants had their own reactions. Laxa smiled at it, happy to have the opportunity to fight against the ace of fairy tale. Naruto and Setsuna raised their eyebrows with interest. Urza gained a determined look, Murahin paled slightly, but cracked her knuckles threateningly, and Kana swallowed audibly. Seeing the looks on their faces, Makarov smiled grimly. As I said before, the goal here is to last at least 5 minutes. You don't need to defeat any of your opponents to pass. I wish you the best of luck in this test. I hope all of you good mages will become S-class mages by the end of the day. Chuckling at the thought, Makarov headed toward the stands. Heading towards the gardens, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the sight of Gildert's Clive looking at him with a hint of irritation. He wasn't sure what he'd done to warrant that glare, but he didn't really care. Soon the S-class exam would be over, and he could return home and pay his respects to Setsuna's body as he often did. He shook his head slightly, banishing the thought of Setsuna's naked form from his mind. Now's not the time to get an erection that would be embarrassing and send the wrong message to those watching. Walking toward the others, who had moved to the center of the grounds, Naruto allowed a smile to spread across his face. So what should I use? Fire Dragon Slayer magic is a must. It'll leave those old fogies on the council shaking in their boots. Awarimi is also a must. I think I should take it easy on the others and save the big guns for Gildert's. I wonder how he fights. All contestants ready. Elfman bellowed, his hand raised in the air, ready to signal the start of the final challenge. Seeing no objections, he lowered his hand in a swift cut. Begin. The fist of lightning hurtled toward Naruto. Laxus moved at his absolute speed, hoping to catch the blonde boy off guard. As his fist made contact and a groan of pain and surprise escaped his target's lips, Laxus's smug smile appeared. And he was swiftly knocked back by the stupidly fast blow that crashed directly into his face. The distinctive cracking of bones and cartilage could be heard. Flying backward with a grunt of pain, Laxus's body vanished in a flash and shot into the sky. Ignoring Laxus's retreat, Naruto charged forward with a kick that quickly landed near Murahin. Using her momentum, she performed a front flip, intending to land a spinning kick to Naruto's head as she prepared her soul extinction spell. Grimacing slightly as her kick was expertly blocked by Naruto's left hand, she cast her spell, and a miniature black ball of crackling energy appeared. Soul extinction. She shouted, aiming it directly at his face. Pushing his right hand toward the spell, a Rasengan of equal size appeared with 3 even smaller ones swirling around it. Mini Wakuse Rasengan. He whispered the jutsu's name as it crashed into Murahin's spell. The results were explosive. When Naruto's jutsu made contact with Mira's spell, the distorted rotations of the individual Rasengans, created by the central ones and the smaller ones spinning in different directions, interacted with each other to form a massive turbulent wave-like vortex that pulled Murahin into the atmosphere. At the same time, Mira's soul extinction had fired in a large, destructive yet concentrated beam of energy that fought tooth and nail against Naruto's jutsu. Smiling at his predicament, Naruto swiftly severed the jutsu, allowing Murahin's attack to pierce through the remaining chakra and hurtle toward him, before substituting himself for Laxus, who was immersed in his lightning form. While it had been a bit awkward to replace him with lightning, he managed to pull it off and watched a black bolt strike the other blonde directly. Landing on his feet like a cat, Naruto briefly admired the damage caused by the spell, before turning his attention to Urza, who was facing Setsuna and Kana. As far as he could see, no one had engaged Gildert's yet, and the older man seemed pleased about it. Gathering chakra in his throat, Naruto leaped into the air and unleashed a fire dragon's roar at Gildert's. After reading Gildert's file, he had become very curious about the man's shock and dismantle magic. As the flame attack accelerated toward Gildert's, a shadow clone appeared next to the original and extended its hands toward a descending Murahin. Wind release. Divine Fist of the Wind God. The gust of wind in the shape of a fist slammed into the takeover mage and sent her flying straight toward the female attack happening at a distance. The original, on the other hand, was watching Gildert's in action. When the stream of fire shot toward him, the old man reached out into the flames. His hand glowed faintly with white light, and the next thing Naruto knew, his flames exploded in a brilliant flash. What the hell? Surprised to see Gildert's magic in action, Naruto barely managed to catch Urza's downward slash. Growling slightly, he brutally slammed his head against hers and shrugged at the now disoriented mage requip. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. A blazing right hook sent Urza skidding backward, reeling from the force of the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto kicked the redeed and grabbed her leg as she stumbled. Spinning her around once, twice, and 3 times, he threw her straight into Satsuna's path and fired at Laxus, who was whirling around in his lightning body, trying to land as many blows as he could on anyone he could find. Of course, he was dissuaded from his objective by Satsuna's appearance in the typical leaf shunshin, Kurohim descending in a vertical slash. Quick as Urza's requipping, Samehada appeared in his hands and blocked Kurohim's descent. Naruto and Satsuna narrowed their eyes at each other, their Sharingan locked in a battle of wits. Their hands went through different hand seals with one hand, though Naruto's chain sequence was shorter. Pain. Goku Mikakyu. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Enten. Kakuin no Tate. Blaze launch. Black flame shield. When Naruto's crimson-tinged flames descended upon the stage, Satsuna enveloped herself in black flames that took the form of a protective cocoon, withstanding the heat. Behind her, the other competitors did their best to avoid the flames they hurled at the grounds. Laxus and Murahin took to the skies, the former using her lightning body spell, while the latter used her partial takeover spell to escape her damaged form. Urza simply required her Flame Empress armor the second she saw the flames and was attacking Kana, who was growing stronger despite the heat. Zeldris only used his crash magic to disperse the flames before they reached him, though he squinted at the large-scale fire spell Naruto had cast. He clenched his fist as he watched Naruto and Satsuna move away, their blades clashing and striking with killing intent. These two, no matter what the master says, they must be kept under constant surveillance. No one in fairy tale should strike another with malicious intent. Her frown deepened as she watched Naruto switch places with Murahin to avoid Satsuna's Chidori, Thousand Birds. Surprised by the sudden turn of events, Murahin ended up taking the moderately powerful lightning jutsu right in the chest. Fortunately for her, the 5-minute bell rang, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious as her acquisition spell ended. Makarov, who was watching the event from his seat in the stands, frowned at Zeldris. The man hadn't moved an inch the entire time, only reacting defensively when an attack came too close. What was he thinking? Zeldris, why aren't you fighting back like you should? Is your opinion of Naruto so bad that you can't keep your eye on the target? His old eyes brightened slightly as Zeldris finally made his move. 1 step. 2 steps. A light trot. Full speed ahead. However, as he charged toward his target, Makarov's eyes widened. Surprisingly, it wasn't Naruto he was after. Laxus had no idea what had happened. 1 minute he and Urza were exchanging blows, the next he was slammed to the ground with a force that instantly knocked him unconscious. Urza only had time to try and defend herself before Zeldris extinguished her lights with a swift strike. The two shinobi halted their skirmish and watched the scene with calculating intent. As Zeldris turned toward Kana, who seemed to shrink into herself, Satsuna glanced at Naruto, a question forming within them. Now? He blinked once. Yes. Nodding deliberately, Satsuna raised her hand. I wish to withdraw. I have already accomplished the required task and do not wish to continue. Elfman nodded sympathetically and shouted, Satsuna Uchiha withdraws. The only remaining competitor is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd roared with approval, eagerly anticipating Fairy Tail's ace clashing with the Demon King. Some were disappointed that Satsuna hadn't stayed to fight, but he sat more upright in anticipation of the next match. Staring intently at the blonde man, Zeldris gently laid the unconscious Kana on the ground and stood up. So, you're the one they call the Demon King, huh? Naruto raised an eyebrow as he hoisted Samehada onto his shoulder, ignoring their whispers. What about her? Zeldris felt excited, despite his feelings about the boy. Nothing. I just thought you'd be something bigger than you actually look. Some rumors say you can kick at least 3 mountains with 1 kick. Naruto collapsed, sweating profusely. Where did that come from? Shifting his weight, he now held Samehada towards Zeldris in defiance. Well, are you ready to fight? Zeldris frowned. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm not good at holding back, and you've been struggling for a while now. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Sure, he was eager to hit the kid, but he at least had to offer him a chance to back down before things got too rough. Naruto frowned. His body posture remained the same, except for the clenching of his hands. They both tensed. They both jumped. Time jump. In the safety of his study, Naruto opened the scroll Jiraiya had dropped earlier from his arm. With Satsuna back at the guild celebrating with Urza on becoming S-class mages, the house was quiet and semi-peaceful. Looking back at the scroll, Naruto frowned. The scroll was much shorter than I'd initially thought. That was pretty bad. Jiraiya always sent reports that were quite convoluted and full of ridiculous statements. For him to send such a short message, something bad must have happened. Breaking the seal that protected the scroll from prying eyes, Naruto unfolded the scroll and read. He has been caught by the wind of his exploits. Murahin Strauss is one of his targets. Damned father. The scroll slipped through Naruto's fingers, falling to the ground as his eyes popped out. No way, no way. One of Jiraiya's methods for conveying confidential information was to conceal the message within inactive text. The first words of each sentence contained the message, preventing others unfamiliar with the trick from being fooled. If I rearranged the message it would be explained like this. He is Strauss's father. Naruto frowned at this news. I knew I should have tagged him back then. Clenching and unclenching his fist, he breathed shakily. Opening his eyes, a cold fire burned within them. Well, Elfman supposedly wanted me to help his sisters. Why on earth did all this happen to him? Penru Island. The sleeping figure lay curled in a ball, its face settling into a peaceful expression as it slept. When it turned over, a large spider could be seen crawling towards it. Just as he got close enough to the figure, a wave of black energy surged forward and disintegrated it from existence. The sleeper's face tightened. Tucson. Chapter 14. Celestial Spirit Mage, Lullaby and a Date Part 1. Within the small town of Harem, the hustle and bustle of daily life continued as people awoke and went about their day. Each offered the other a friendly smile, a warm greeting, and a cheerful wave as they interacted except for one particular individual. Walking through Harem with a disappointed gait, the young woman glanced around the area. She had brown eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair, tied back with colorful ribbons and a small ponytail on the right side of her head, the rest of her hair loose. What most people noticed, men and some women in particular, were her ridiculously large breasts, barely contained by the white and blue striped blouse she wore. Her curvaceous figure, adorned with a blue skirt that barely reached mid-thigh, along with the aforementioned blouse, drew glances and attention wherever she went. Her brown belt, which seemed to be the only thing holding up her blouse and skirt, also had several different keys attached. A whip was coiled around her as well, its heart-shaped end inspiring some men's questionable fantasies. Her black leather high-heeled boots formed soft bulges as she strolled through Harem. Sighing in despair, Lucy Herfilia ran a hand through her hair. Great, just great. Not a single shop selling anything magic-related. Damn. Huffing at her predicament, the blonde decided to head back to her hotel. She sighed as she walked through the streets. Talk about disappointing. Excuse me, a young man called out as Lucy passed a library. His call startled her from her reverie, making her jump slightly and turn toward him. He was quite ordinary. He had that indescribable "I've got nothing going for me in life" look that some of the younger generation seem to possess these days. Are you looking for a Magic the Gathering store in town? I couldn't help but overhear your comments, and I'd like to offer you some help, he said, giving the busty blonde a polite bow. Looking at the man with something close to disdain, Lucy nevertheless found her curiosity piqued. Really? I've been everywhere and haven't been able to find a single Magic the Gathering store. She crossed her arms over her chest, unknowingly pushing them up and making them look larger than they were. Are you trying to pull a dumb blonde joke or something? The man shook his head wildly, trying to keep his eye from darting up his chest. No, nothing like that. My great uncle just runs a shop a couple of blocks away and business hasn't been booming for him lately, he explained. When I heard you were looking for a magic shop, I had the idea to bring you there to help his business out and maybe even help bring in more customers for him. Lucy gave him a deep, penetrating look as he nervously shifted position, trying to sense any deception or ill intent from the stranger. After a few moments, she shrugged and gestured with her hand. All right, I suppose I could let you escort me there, though I'm warning you, if this is some kind of joke. Her raised fist made the man chuckle uncomfortably. Sure. Follow me, it's a bit confusing to follow this route. Harem Station. Meanwhile, at Harem Station, a small crowd had gathered around Terminal 1, watching with blatant surprise and amusement as they were being treated. In the center of the crowd were three individuals, two men and a woman. One of the men was hunched over on the floor, trying to hold back the vomit that was struggling to escape his stomach, while the other two just sighed in exasperation. The small blue cat was also beside the motion-sickened guy, patting him on the back like a child and trying to calm his best friend. Natsu, isn't it a shame that a train can kick you, but not even try? Of course, what he thought was relaxing was something completely different to the fallen dragon slayer. Natsu had grown since the S-class exams. His hair had become even spikier than before, sticking out in so many different directions that it now resembled a rat's nest, according to Gray. His clothes hadn't changed, except for the fact that they were now larger, and his physique had become deceptively thin and scaly looking. Now standing at almost twice his previous height, the young mage had grown quite well. Suppressing the urge to vomit over Happy, Natsu directed what he hoped would be an angry glare at Happy, but ended up looking genuinely constipated. Shut up, Happy. Ugh, I don't feel so good. He groaned. The woman laughed wearily at the situation, mentally wondering if she would have to do this for her boyfriend every time they were together. Putting on a pair of gloves, she approached Natsu and knelt beside him. Wait, Natsu-kun, I'll take care of you, she said. Pressing her gloved palm against his forehead, a light green energy enveloped her hand, and within seconds Natsu's nausea subsided. Removing her palm from his head, she stood up with a satisfied look on her face. That should do it, right, Natsu-kun? Jumping to his feet, the now healthy Natsu burst into a grateful smile. Thank you for healing me, I feel so much better now. You're the best, Lisanna. Like her boyfriend, Lisanna had changed over the years. Her short hairstyle had been replaced by a shoulder-length one with nicely curled ends. She'd also grown taller, standing a centimeter shorter than Natsu. Her simple pink dress and red shoes had been traded for a black vest, a blue t-shirt, blue jeans with a silver chain, and black shoes with blue tights. Her figure had become more feminine and attracted a fair amount of attention from men. Her large breasts and curvy figure made some mutter, "Lucky bastard," under their breath. The third figure simply laughed at the scene. How about we get going before you two start making out? We're on a tight schedule, and I don't want to hear your brother talking about real men who are punctual for dates, Lisanna. She rolled her eyes at him, ignoring the atomic blush that had erupted on Natsu's face at her words. Oh, please, you just want to go back and do unspeakable things with Setsuna and Mirani, Naruto, she accused, her tone playful and light. Naruto winked slyly and started heading toward the town. Of all the guild members, Naruto had changed the least. He still wore the outfit he'd worn since his early days in Fairy Tail, though he often donned a short-sleeved version when the heat became too much for his liking, and he still had a sword strapped to his back. However, the sword wasn't Samehada. It was wrapped in black cloth, but shaped like the fang of a large dog. The blade was fastened tightly to his back, almost dangling there from his thoughts. The length of his hair had changed as well. Instead of keeping it uniformly short, he grew the right side out while keeping the left short, resulting in the right side of his face being partially covered by his hair. It certainly resembled a short version of Madara's hairstyle, though it was shoulder length. Come on. Turning to Natsu, Lisanna raised an eye. Come on, Natsu-kun, let's go. Leaping towards their sensei, Natsu and Happy followed, and the group entered Harjan town. Meanwhile, Lucy found herself examining the items in Harjan's only magic shop with disappointment. Most of the items the old man had were very weak, made for entertaining tricks rather than battles. Sighing once more, she turned to the old man in charge. Sorry to bother you, but do you have keys to the door? She asked as she approached him at the counter. The old man frowned thoughtfully at her request. Now that I think about it, I believe I have some gate keys in stock somewhere. Give me a minute, I hope a customer comes to pick up their order. Walking toward the back of the shop, Lucy stared at the old man's back with little hope. Maybe coming here wasn't such a complete waste of time after all. She thought to herself. Walking to a different part of the store, she rummaged through some items, searching for something interesting in the pile. After several minutes of searching, Lucy was pulled from her activity by the opening of the door and a set of footsteps heading toward the counter. Peeking out of the corner of her eye, Lucy gasped in shock and amazement at the person who had just entered the dull, boring shop she was in. Quickly zipping up the zipper behind the nearby aisle, she covered her mouth with her hands, trying to stifle the fangirl scream that longed to be unleashed. Oh my god. It's Naruto Uzumaki, the demon king of Fairy Tail in the flesh. Quickly uttering a prayer of thanks to whatever deity might be listening, she stood up and grabbed the nearest object before slowly making her way to the counter. Naruto quickly approached the counter and rang the bell. Hey, hee. Don't tell me you haven't finished your favorite customer's order. He leaned against the counter as the man came running back, a bright smile on his face. Well, if it isn't Naruto-kun. It's been a while since you stopped here. Are you and young Miss Strauss alright? The man tapped a wrapped box in front of the blonde wizard, making him raise an eyebrow. The box was about the size of Happy and covered with purple wrapping paper, which made Naruto smile slightly at the old man's choice of color. The scent is fine. By the way, she sends her regards. Sliding the package through a seal, Naruto crossed his arms and straightened up. So, how much was it again? He asked, searching his pocket for his shirt. The old man frowned. Are you leaving already? You usually stay for a drink or a bite to eat before you go. Excuse me, a new voice interrupted, causing Naruto and the old man to shift their attention to Lucy, who had her arms crossed and was trying to look annoyed. The effect was ruined by the blush on her face, as well as the fact that her eyes were still drifting toward Naruto. I think you were going to give me some keys to the door. Did something happen to them? She prompted. Naruto looked at the old man questioningly as the man simply patted his fist as if he'd just remembered. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I'm coming, miss. Heading back to wherever he'd gone the first time, the old man left the shop in a slightly awkward silence. Now that she was rid of the shopkeeper, Lucy found herself struggling to find a way to break the ice between herself and the famous mage. Could I talk about the weather? No, that's overused your sword. No, what if he asks me why I'm interested? Erg. Damn it, Lucy, you should have thought this through more. She mentally scolded herself, nervously glancing anywhere but in Naruto's direction. A laugh pulled her from her thoughts, her blush deepening at the sound of his voice. "Hello, I'm fairly certain you know who I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, though I'm also known as Demon King." He began, turning his body until he had her full attention. "So you're a celestial spirit mage, miss?" Swallowing her gasp at the Demon King speaking to her, Lucy found herself stammering as she hurriedly introduced herself. "Why, you can call me L. Lucy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Uzumaki-san." She blurted out, bowing rapidly. Straightening her posture, she giggled nervously at the amused look he was giving her. "Yes, I use celestial spirits as a mage." Naruto smiled. "That's quite interesting, Lucy-san. Out of curiosity, how many keys do you have?" The old man chose this moment to return, holding a small wooden box with a silver pattern. As he brushed it against Naruto's palm, he skillfully and surreptitiously dropped a slip of paper into Naruto's hand. Naruto immediately closed his palm and slipped the note into his pocket while the old man kept Lucy occupied with her key to the door. Accepting the box from the man, Lucy turned her inquisitive and happy eyes toward the old man. "How much does the dog key door cost?" she asked. The old man made a victory sign. 20,000 jewels, no discounts or sales included. Lucy froze, her happiness evaporating like water in the desert as the price floated through her mind. "Damn, I can't afford to spend that much. How am I ever going to pay the rent?" She approached the old man, a fake smile plastered on her face. "Excuse me, how much did you say it was again?" 20,000 jewels. Before Lucy could even begin to think about using her hex appeal to try and strike a deal with the old man, Naruto stepped forward with a huge wad of jewel bills. "This should cover both my order and your gate key, right, Gigi?" He ignored the surprised look Lucy was giving him and handed the bills to the old man, who counted them with a satisfied expression on his face. "Well, that settles everything. See you later, Naruto-kun. Don't be a stranger." Naruto greeted the man and gestured for the surprised girl to follow him. Upon exiting the shop, Naruto only had to wait 2 seconds before Lucy also burst out. "Naruto-san, wait." Seeing her run toward him, Naruto stopped and waited for her to catch up. As she did, she looked at him with a conflicted expression. "Why? Why did you pay for the door key there? I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but we barely know each other and it's strange for someone to do that for me," she explained. Naruto shrugged slightly. "Well, I guess you have a point, but I just felt like helping you out back there. You seem to be having some financial difficulties, so I decided to put my earnings to good use. Besides, that was a drop in the ocean compared to what I make in a day. I wasn't losing anything, I was only gaining," he explained, nodding his head at a nearby clock. "Lisana and Natsu should have finished by now. You'd better hurry and meet them downtown." Understanding his actions and correctly interpreting the meaning behind them, Lucy mustered her courage and asked the question that had been dying inside her ever since she'd seen him in that shop. "No, thank you for your help. I hope I'm not being pushy," she began, nervously clasping her hands behind her back, "but I was wondering if you could help me join Fairy Tail." Naruto blinked. "Do you want to join Fairy Tail?" She clasped her hands together, making her breasts bounce in a way that Naruto was tempted to stare. "Yes, it's been a goal of mine for quite some time. I've been dreaming of joining since I was little. Fairy Tail is so cool, wild, and exciting. Especially the S-class mages, like you and Marahin." She seemed to enter her own world, the stars twinkling around her as she daydreamed about the powerful mages within the guild. Naruto paused, his eyes scanning her in a flash before settling on his keys in the door. "Fairy Tail doesn't have any celestial spirit mages, so I don't see why Makarov wouldn't let her join." Nodding once, his eyes twinkling with amusement as Lucy's eyes lit up. "Sure, why don't you come with me? Some other guild members came with me, so I plan to meet them downtown at 1 o'clock, which is in 5 minutes. He suggested, his eyes glancing at the nearby clock. Lucy's enthusiasm was all he needed to hear. The Sana and Natsu, city center. Things weren't going so well for the young couple. Earlier in the day, Natsu had heard a rumor that Salamander from Fairy Tail was performing at 1 o'clock. Normally, that wouldn't have bothered him, but as far as he knew, it was Salamander, and he hadn't even considered performing in front of the guild, let alone some random strangers. So, since this was very personal for Natsu, they had gone to see the impostor and possibly removed the tar. As they walked toward the city center, they could make out the large crowd of women shouting Salamander, interspersed with more than a few expressions of love. As they drew closer, Lysandra began to feel something strange. Her body temperature started to rise faster, almost like it did whenever she saw Natsu, and her face began to feel hot. As they approached the crowd, the sensation intensified. Her eyes sharpened as she recognized the magic being used. Magic charm, how despicable and highly suspicious. Why would he be using illegal magic in broad daylight? What will he say when he's caught? Freeing herself from the magic, Lysandra pulled Natsu closer and scanned the faces of the girls present. As she suspected, they were all under the impostor's control. Pushing her way through the various women, Lysandra managed to get a good look at the salamander. He was a relatively tall, slender man with short, spiky blue hair that stuck out, with a long fringe hanging over the upper left side of his face. He had a slightly rectangular face with sharp features, dark eyes, and thin, dark eyebrows. His most distinctive facial feature was the dark tattoo that covered the right side of his forehead, just above his right eyebrow. She wore ornate clothing, the most visible piece being a dark, high-collared cloak that reached almost to her knees. It had a lighter lining and light edges adorned with a pattern of many diamonds aligned one after the other. It fastened a few centimeters below her neck with a clasp decorated with a stylized flame. Underneath her cloak, she wore a simple, lightweight, short-sleeved shirt with outlined edges, paired with light striped trousers with visible hems, held up by a simple belt covered with elegant dots concealed by her shirt. She also wore polished dark shoes with lighter soles and a lighter upper that extended from the front of her ankle. She also sported 3 large metal bracelets around her right wrist and forearm. "Natsu," she whispered, catching his attention. "This guy's using charm magic on those girls." She shuddered in disgust as the impostor brazenly began groping one of the curvy girls. "If we don't stop him, he'll not only drag your reputation through the mud, but he'll also make the Magic Council even angrier with Fairy Tail." Natsu immediately became enraged with that blue-haired bastard. "What? Leave him alone. I'll make him pay for messing with Fairy Tail's name." He clenched his fists, preparing to carry out his words, when Lysandra grabbed him. Lysandra restrained Natsu as she growled at the impostor, who was using very low-level fire magic to dazzle the crowd. "Natsu-kun, calm down. Kick him in the butt after he breaks the charm spell, not before." She whispered furiously in his ear. "Honestly, he gets so excited sometimes I want to punch him." Happy, who had been staring intently at the man from the sky, gasped loudly. "Natsu, Lysandra. I know that mage." Rushing to his foster parents, Happy relayed the information he had about the man. "That's Bora the Prominence, a former member of the Titan Nose Guild. He was expelled for using his magic to aid in theft and was rumored to be involved in slavery. The Magic Council has put a bounty on his head because he allegedly stole some important documents they want to recover." The Fire Dragon Slayer toned down his demeanor, glaring at Bora as he continued his flamboyant performance. "So, if I happen to capture this guy and bring him to the Magic Council, would that put Fairy Tail in a good light?" he asked, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Happy nodded. "Yes." Lysandra shrugged, her attention shifting to dispelling the effects of the charm. Just as Naruto had taught her, she manipulated her magical energy to flow through the bodies of the girls around her. Had she attempted this 4 years ago, it would have been beyond her capabilities and she would have struggled to achieve even such fine control. Now, she could do it instantly, applying even greater force to disrupt the flow of the beaver's magic. It was a technique that Naruto had taught him. Genjutsu Kai, Genjutsu Dissipation. When she released her magic from the women's bodies, who suddenly blinked in confusion and were no longer lustful, she turned to Natsu and nodded. "Go kick his ass." He grinned. "With pleasure." Walking toward Bora, Natsu's grin turned shark-like. This was how he was going to enjoy this one. "Hey, flame impostor," he yelled. As Bora turned around, a mocking smirk on his lips, Natsu's fist slammed into his face. The blow crashed against Bora's face with enough force to break his nose, and the Dragon Slayer heard the sharp crack of his cartilage. As Bora staggered backward, he spat out blood and broken teeth. Glaring at Natsu, Bora growled. "Who the hell are?" Natsu grinned as flames began to engulf his body. "Let me show you how to really use fire magic. Asa Nuatori, Morning Chicken." Naruto and Lucy. The two blondes were heading towards the city center, passing a spring along their path, or, to be precise, Lucy was strolling along while Naruto walked towards his cute students. They had certainly grown since he started teaching them. He chuckled fondly as he recalled various parts of his training. Natsu fell before the Senengarashi just as he had when he was a child. Murahin continually threw herself from the water into the air while practicing water walking. Gray bumped into his ice every time he messed up the Makyo Hyosho, Demon Mirror ice crystals. Kana was forced to search for him every time she got trapped in an animal's body, and Lysandra caused craters every time she touched something. Elfman still managed to get rid of him, but due to the increase in job requests, he had disappeared from the guild at random intervals. The sudden explosion jolted him out of his reverie and he sighed in exasperation as Lucy stared at the blast in shock. "What the hell? What happened?" she yelled. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, urging her to turn and face him. He had a tired expression on his face that did nothing to calm her nerves. "Unfortunately, that's something you'll have to get used to if you join Fairy Tail. Judging by the explosion and the amount of fire, it's probably Natsu, that stupid brat." He started walking languidly toward the source of the explosion. Lucy quickened her pace until she was drifting beside him, curiosity etched on her face. Wait a minute, you mean Natsu the salamander is here in Harem with you? At his silent nod, she fired off another question. Is it true he can use fire in so many ways, like flying with it, eating it, and even using it to grab things? Naruto glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Why don't we ask her that in person? Natsu? Natsu was having fun kicking Bora all over town. I mean, who wouldn't want the chance to punish someone trying to impersonate him and use his reputation to get them into trouble? Besides, Bora's actions would have made anyone who encountered him view Fairy Tail in a negative and derogatory light. That couldn't have happened on his watch. By this time, everyone except Lisana and Happy had left, screaming in fear as Bora was sent flying into various shops and stores. Natsu had to admit that the guy was pretty durable. He had used up all the strength of his ace Inuitori, but still managed to put up a decent fight, though Natsu noted that he could have defeated him even without Naruto's training. Ruerg. Die. Bora roared as he unleashed one of his most powerful spells. Typhoon Prominence. Stretching his hands out to his sides, Bora focused a large portion of his magic into the spell. A magic circle appeared on his chest, from which a spiraling column of purple fire shot out toward the dragon's slayer. Natsu grinned. Launching himself straight into the blazing fire, he reveled in the terrified look on Bora's face as he saw Natsu running straight toward him unharmed despite being engulfed in flames. Leaping toward the forger with an enhanced magic strike, Natsu's body erupted in flames far brighter than any he had seen before, blowing Bora's feeble fire away. Spinning at speeds Bora was certain were impossible, Natsu roared his attack as it landed. Fire Dragon Sword Drill. Bora screamed as Natsu's spinning headbutt slammed into his body, the flames burning him badly and the force breaking a few more bones. Not finished yet, Natsu flipped his body over while igniting his feet and fired a fire dragon claw directly at Bora's face, knocking the impostor unconscious. As Natsu backed away from his position and proceeded to drag the body, Lisana watched him do all this with a sigh. Naruto Nai isn't going to have any fun. Chapter 15. Celestial Spirit Mage, Lullaby and a Date. Part 2. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime or manga that appears in this fanfic. Wham. Natsu cradled his brutally throbbing head with trembling hands, tears threatening to spill from his eyes in pain. The pain had truly forced him to crouch to the ground to deal with the agony he was feeling at this moment. Standing over his fallen body was Naruto, his eyes narrowed and his serious expression conveying the essence of his emotions. His fist was raised, obviously the same fist that had just sent Natsu hurtling into a world of pain. Are you telling me that, despite everything I told you about not drawing attention to yourself, you forgot it the moment I said it? His clipped tone spoke volumes about his current state of mind. Natsu opened one weary eye to his brother's figure. But he was using my name to impress the girls. And it would have made Fairy Tail look bad too. I couldn't just stand there and let it go. That earned him another, less painful, whack on the head. When Natsu's groans resumed, Naruto sighed in exasperation. That's why Gray would have been more suited for this sort of thing. Sure, Gray probably would have reacted the same way Natsu did, but he didn't use force from the start. Gray would call the guy out in front of the crowd, expose him for the scheming bastard he was, and only hit him if said bastard decided to throw the first punch. Natsu, Naruto began, I'm not so much upset that you want to defend the guild's name. I'm not upset that you want to punish the man who tried to use your name to ruin lives and cause trouble in the lives of others. His tone had softened noticeably, but the firmness that had been there still remained. What bothers me is the fact that you didn't consider your surroundings or the effect your petty squabble had on them. Casting his gaze around the town center, Naruto was greeted by the sight of shattered stalls, burn marks, scarring buildings with unsightly black scorch, and small tongues of flame flickering on the stone grounds. Standing up with some difficulty, Natsu surveyed his work and smiled proudly. Wow, I didn't cause as much damage this time. However, I don't see what your problem is. It's not like they can't simply rebuild it. The repairs would barely affect the guild's profits, he declared, clasping his hands together behind his head. Naruto stared blankly, briefly wondering how little Natsu cared about those on the receiving end of Fairy Tail's exuberance. Oh. So what are the people whose livelihoods depend on your businesses supposed to do? Wait until you pay them back for the construction costs. How long will that take? How do you expect them to make ends meet? He took a step forward, his eyes catching the widening of Natsu's gaze and the pallor of his skin. What are you going to say to the officials about defacing private property? Huh? Natsu said nothing. What more could he say? He had been the one to carry the load recklessly, and he really needed to learn that his actions had consequences not only for himself, but also for others. Naruto gripped his shoulder firmly. You can't keep submitting job applications with this kind of attitude, Natsu. Eventually, you'll end up destroying something invaluable or of great sentimental value to the client, and then what? What could you possibly do to fix it? Is it up to them? Natsu opened and closed his mouth several times, each answer on the tip of his tongue dying in a flash as Naruto's stony face stared back at him. I don't know, he mumbled, his eyes lowered as he clenched his fists. Now that his eyes had been opened, Natsu felt an uneasy feeling welling up inside him. It pricked him in the chest and made looking Naruto in the eye seem impossible. He just wanted to curl up and be swallowed by the earth, disappear until everyone forgot about the incident. Shame, that was the emotion he was feeling. Naruto's eyes softened slightly toward his crazy friend before returning to their stern expression. Natsu needed this point to sink deep into his skull. You have a home you love, a guild you value, and a family you cherish. How can you revel in the destruction of other guilds and buildings when you've never experienced their pain? He questioned. Natsu winced. Whenever Naruto lectured him, he always managed to make Dragon Slayer feel much smaller than usual, and that said something, especially considering how vehemently Natsu could justify his actions. Each time they did this, Naruto would point out something Natsu wouldn't even think to relate to his own mess and keep hammering it home until he was absolutely certain Natsu understood the consequences of his actions. While watching the blonde discipline the Dragon Slayer from the sidelines, Lisanna, however, had an interested eye on the blonde girl Naruto had brought with him. She was beautiful, Lisanna assessed, in an earthy way. From what she could gather from observing her physique, she wasn't a combat-oriented mage like most of the fairy tale mages, but rather a support mage. Hearing the sound of the girl's keys as she moved, Lisanna raised an eyebrow in recognition. A celestial spirit mage. Was she thinking of joining Fairy Tail? Lucy, who was nervously standing to the side while Naruto continued talking to Natsu, noticed the girl who had been with the pink-haired Dragon Slayer watching her. Smiling nervously, Lucy waved to the white-haired beauty, who returned Lucy's smile. Feeling more confident knowing she hadn't been unkindly received, Lucy started walking toward her. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lucy, she greeted, extending her arm for a handshake. Lisanna smiled and shook Lucy's hand, giving it a soft but firm handshake. Nice to meet you too. My name is Lisanna Strauss, Naruto-sensei's third student. Lucy gasped in surprise. You're his student? Wow, you must be quite strong. She exclaimed. Leaning forward, she lowered her voice to whisper to Lisanna, is it true that Naruto-san is dating your sister Murahin? I heard some rumors in the Sorcerer's Weekly that they were going to start a relationship. Lisanna laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the juicy gossip. They're not actually dating, but I think it's only a matter of time before they get together. Naruto-kun and Mirani have gotten along well since the day they met, so I'm not surprised a sorcerer would think that. Happy, who was being carried by Lisanna, chose that moment to make herself heard. Yes. Murahin loves Naruto. Lisanna touched her head. Now Happy, don't make fun of them. Anyway, Lucy, you wouldn't be interested in joining Fairy Tail, would you? She questioned. Ignoring the talking cat, Lucy smiled and nodded happily. Yes, of course. I bumped into Naruto-san at a magic shop, so I asked him if he could take me to Fairy Tail, and he said yes. I'm so excited about this and can't wait to meet the other guild members. She gushed. As the girls continued chattering away, Naruto glanced at them quickly before shaking his head. Look, just think for a bit, okay? I know you'd rather charge with your fist swinging, but sometimes it's worth thinking before you act, you know. With another small sigh, he started heading towards the train station. I just hope Taiya and Anko-chan manage to figure something out soon, he wondered, his footsteps catching the attention of the others. His mind was still focused on his own troubles, and he didn't make a sound as everyone rushed to catch up with him. Jiraiya hasn't reported anything unusual, but someone like Naraku obviously isn't going to sit idly by. Naraku would have to die soon. He was clearly a danger, but even he had his uses. There was also the problem with the Daybreak organization that Setsuna and Kurama had told him about. Several years had passed, but there hadn't been a trace of them, if they were even in Earthland to begin with. Then there was the trouble Axis had been causing him. I had a lot to do and not much time to work. Time skip. The train journey had been quite pleasant, with Naruto entertaining Lucy's various questions about Fairy Tail and its members, while Lisanna gently cradled Natsu, who was dry from motion sickness. They had been lucky to catch a train back to Magnolia quickly, as some required waiting up to an hour for the next one. Happy flew around their compartment, out of boredom or strange interest. Naruto wasn't sure. So, who's the strongest in the guild? Is it the master? Lucy asked, her eyes completely focused on Naruto. It had been happening for a while now, with Lucy asking him, Lisanna or Natsu questions, yet focusing entirely on him the whole time. Naruto shook his head. Not necessarily. There have been cases where guilds have S-class members or mages who are stronger than the guild masters. It's a common misconception that being the guild master equates to being the strongest in the guild, he explained. In Fairy Tail, almost everyone is below the master in terms of strength and power, Lysana continued, drawing Lucy's attention. For both men and women, the title of strongest is up for grabs. For example, we have Titania Urza, Demon Marahin, the Trickster Queen Kana, and Demon King's Raven Setsuna. Each of these women qualifies for that title, but that makes it more difficult to judge effectively. Lucy blinked at that. She'd heard of the infamous Titania, the seductive demon, and even the Trickster Queen, but she couldn't quite place the face of the latest title holder. What do you mean it makes it harder? Shouldn't everyone fight and see who's left standing? She asked, simultaneously trying to recall who Lysana was referring to as the Demon King's crow. Lysana frowned, her arms gently rubbing Natsu's back as he glared at her. No, that wouldn't work. They all know each other so well they could predict each other's every move in their sleep. It also doesn't help that their skill sets give one an advantage over the other. For example, Urza specializes in magic and re-equip weaponry, which complement each other very well. Mirani's takeover magic, Satan's Soul, enhances her abilities several times over and allows her to dominate in close combat. When she's in that state, she's practically on top all the time, Lysana said. Naruto's laughter distracted them. That's not what I saw 2 nights ago, he muttered, just low enough that Natsu couldn't hear despite his enhanced hearing. Looking at Naruto strangely for a moment or two, Lysana shrugged it off and resumed her lecture. As I was saying, it would be too much if they didn't even have a decisive outcome. The most likely scenario would be that they would both succumb to exhaustion and leave the fight undecided once again. Now, in my honest opinion, Setsuna-chan should be the strongest, but she rejects the title for some reason. She's more versatile in combat than Mirani and Urza, she's smarter than Kana, and one of the few mages capable of keeping up with Naruto-sensei. Lucy gasped. What? She can even take on the Demon King. After all, everyone had heard of the Demon King's exploits. How he had sliced through several powerful dark guilds with nothing but clawed gauntlets and a charge of magical energy. He had come to the attention of the magic community after his S-class exam when he was 13, becoming an S-class mage on his first attempt and, according to rumors, defeating Gildert's Clive in combat, a feat very few could accomplish, especially at that age. Upon hearing that a Fairy Tail member was actually capable of meeting Naruto-san, the blonde paled considerably. He had been researching the various guilds, even Phantom Lord, to decide which one would be the best fit and had come across Fairy Tail's various exploits. Strong, overly enthusiastic, and reckless, Fairy Tail had a less than attractive track record of destroying many things whenever they accepted a request. Add that to the news he'd heard about them always fighting, and he could see why he was so afraid. Lysana nodded, sending a mischievous smile down Naruto's face. Yeah, he's pretty strong. That's probably why he's his. A very precious person. Naruto chimed in gently, earning an annoyed glare from his student. He easily ignored it and glanced at his new classmate. Don't worry about Setsuna-chan, Lucy. He said, she may seem cold and quiet, but that's just how she is. Lysana puffed out her cheeks. You say that, but she's always so lively whenever you enter the picture, Naruto-sensei, you're a bad influence on people. A boisterous laugh burst from her mouth. So says the girl who knew more about Hex than even Mikao. How old were you then? 10, 11, 12. You were already corrupt when I joined, so blaming me for your perverted tendencies seems stupid. The conversation continued in this vein, with Naruto and Lysana recounting their respective exploits within the guild, while Lucy chimed in with any questions she had. The train journey soon ended, and before they knew it, they were standing at the gates of the famous guild in Magnolia. Standing before the tall doors, Lucy swallowed with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Finally, after all these years, I'm finally here. Gripping the handle tightly, she opened the doors as Naruto, Lysana, Happy, and Natsu climbed in from the back. Stepping into the grand hall, a wide smile spread across her face. Fairy Tail was a sea of interaction. From every direction she turned, she could make out people laughing, talking, drinking, and basically interacting with each other. Her eyes widened when she spotted several famous mages. Kana Alberona, who was currently downing what had to be a gallon of alcohol in a single sitting, Grave Fullbuster, the only god slayer within the guild, and a solid contender for the title of strongest man in Fairy Tail. Even the well-known beast god Elfman was lounging in a nearby seat, casually chatting with Lysana and Natsu. In something like a drunken haze, Lucy spun her head around like a child in a new and exciting world, stumbling into the crowd. Naruto watched Lucy walk toward the others and shook his head in amusement. Lysana, he called out, catching the girl's attention, would you mind showing Lucy the strings? I have something to tell Master, and it's very important that he knows as soon as possible. Lysana smiled and nodded happily. No problem, Naruto-sensei. Thank you. Nodding gratefully, Naruto headed toward the steps leading to Makarov's office. As he quietly made his way through the crowd, he was greeted enthusiastically by his classmates and received more than a few claps as he passed them. Despite the pleasant smile on his face, Naruto sighed inwardly at the amount of attention he always received. How ironic, the very thing I longed for as a child is now the very thing that makes me uncomfortable. As they climbed the stairs, Naruto glanced in Kana's direction and caught the attention of the dark-haired beauty. Waving her cheerfully, Naruto smiled as she perked up, raising her half-empty beer bottle in a silent question. Nodding in response, Naruto continued on his way to Makarov's office. Makarov's office. Many years had passed since the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki and Satsuna Uchiha, and Makarov could honestly say that those were the most interesting years the guild had ever experienced. Of course, there were ups and downs throughout the years, especially with Laxus. The elderly guild master frowned as his mind drifted to his grandson once more. The report he had just read slipped from his grasp as his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Since that S-class exam, Laxus had become even more intolerable than ever. He only followed orders when absolutely necessary, spoke ill of everyone who wasn't an S-class mage, and rarely held back when bickering with other guild members. However, the most frequent problem was his incredibly passionate and unsettling rivalry with Naruto. Whenever they met, it could start with something simple, like a greeting, and the situation would escalate into a fight, though Laxus instigated most of the time. Makarov wasn't sure what to do about this complicated relationship, and with Gilderts away on his 100-year quest, he wasn't sure the guild could stop the two of them from doing so with full force. Where did all this begin? Was it Ivan's excommunication that triggered this change in Laxus, or had these feelings always been with him, hidden behind a wall? His thoughts were interrupted by a knock, and he instantly smiled. "Come in, Naruto, it's open," he called out. Who else knocked before entering his office? Most barged in without any announcement, and those who were polite only announced their presence when they were halfway into the room. As expected, the door opened to reveal Naruto. Upon entering the office, Naruto gave a lazy bow. "Hello, Jai-chan. Do you have a minute?" he asked. Makarov seemed slightly amused. "My son, if I didn't have time for you, I would have let you know the moment you knocked on my door." Naruto nodded once and sat down in the seat opposite Makarov. "Well, it turns out I ran into Layla Hertfilia's daughter today," he said, looking at Makarov, who was sitting upright, with interest. If you recall, Layla was the wife of Jude Hertfilia, the current head of the powerful and corrupt Hertfilia Khazarn organization. From what my sources tell me, she sent out a request to several other guilds to find and retrieve her daughter. The look in his eyes sharpened. "She's offering 20 million jewels as a reward, as well as some rare magical items." Makarov narrowed his eyes. "So that's why she sent her subpoena to inform me about Ms. Lucy, so you're saying that?" "Yes." With the request to return Lucy Hertfilia of Fairy Tail to her father circulating among various guilds, it's highly likely that rival guilds will intensify their efforts to extract their pound of flesh from us, especially Phantom Lord, he said. Crossing his arms, Naruto continued, "It's highly likely they'll attack us with everything they've got and claim it as a necessary action to fulfill the request. Not only would we dethrone them from their position as the strongest guild, but having Lucy among us would give us a huge pool of resources to exploit." Makarov frowned. "That's truly worrying. If Oze attacks us, he could spin a story that would make us look bad, something the Magic Council would swallow whole. We also can't abandon this girl Lucy. She sought us out, has a genuine desire to join us, and could be a great addition to the family." He grumbled, wondering why all these problems seemed to befall his guild. Naruto nodded and stood up. "Although I'm sure we have some time before that happens, it wouldn't hurt to think about countermeasures against an attack." Turning around, the blonde man left the office, leaving Makarov alone to ponder this new development. Guild Hall. Naruto sat at the bar with a beer in his hand, listening to Kana talk about her day and the various interesting things that had happened at the guild while he was away. As of this moment, Laxus and his Thunder God tribe were off on one of the most difficult S-class missions. Urza had left on a request just a day after him, and Mikao hadn't yet returned from his most recent job request. "Really? I thought I'd be back by now," Naruto said, taking a big swig of beer. He grimaced at the taste, but then downed another glass. Anna shrugged in response, her jug of alcohol right beside her as she took deep swigs. "He's usually on time with his returns, so it's strange that he hasn't come back." She fixed him with a worried look. "Romeo is really worried about his father, and the kids at his school aren't making things any easier for him." Naruto's expression tightened, but he simply continued drinking. Scaring a few preteens to death would send the wrong kind of message to civilians and also make him a hypocrite in Natsu's eyes. "So, are you busy tonight?" he asked, looking her in the eye. Anna hummed to herself, trying not to show how pleased she was with the question and the likely follow-up. "No, I'm ready for next month, so I really don't need to go to job applications." "Why?" Naruto gave her an expressionless look. You should know by now that I'm asking you out on a date. It's been a while since you and I had some fun alone together, without any worries and nobody breathing down our necks," Naruto said, leaning back in his seat. Hana smiled mischievously in their direction. "Goodness, you're honest about what you want. What would Setsuna-chan say if she heard her S-class lover saying these things?" she teased. They both burst out laughing at that. "Most likely, she'll tell me to have a good time and then make something special for dinner when I get back," Naruto returned, placing his empty glass on the wooden counter. As he approached Kana, Naruto gently took her hands and began to play with them. It was something he did unconsciously, a habit from one of the many shinobi he had absorbed but could barely remember. Murahan and Kana might tease him about it, but he could tell they enjoyed his ministrations too. Kana smiled at him, enjoying the tender sensation of his hands as they reached out and touched hers. "Well, I guess I could, but can we reschedule it for 3 days from now?" she asked, her eyes dancing with delight at how adorable Naruto was looking at that moment. Naruto tilted his head, the action so reminiscent of a dog that Kana had to suppress the urge to squeal. "Why, is something wrong?" she asked. Kana nodded. "Yes, the church I was staying with is throwing a birthday party for the twins, Mika and Sami. Since I've known them for quite some time, I decided to catch up by attending. It's happening tonight and I have some experiments and errands to run tomorrow, so the day after tomorrow is the closest free day I have." Naruto clicked his tongue. "Damn, and I was hoping to spend more time with you before." Running a hand through his hair, he reached for another glass. "Oh well, nothing I can blame you for." Getting himself another generous pour of beer, Naruto raised his glass once more. "Cheers." Skip the time, the next day. The day had started as usual, with Naruto waking up early and heading straight to the guild to take advantage of any interesting job requests he could find. Setsuna had gone off to an S-class job while he was gone, and his place felt strangely dull without her around. Upon entering his personal study, Naruto walked to a section of the wall and traced an intricate symbol on the side. Instantly, the illusion vanished, and he was confronted by the sight of 4 blades proudly displayed on wooden shelves. Kubikaribachu, Samehada, Tetsuseiga, and Bakuseiga. 2 forged from his own fangs, the other 2 relics from his past. Before he could make a move, a deep masculine voice growled. "Naruto-sama, why didn't you call me last month? Even that shark bitch got a turn, and she can't kill me no matter what." Another voice spoke, calm and colder than ice. "Silence, Throatblade. Naruto-sama has no need to force you, nor should you presume that your bloodlust should supersede his own reasons for choosing which of us accompanies him." Bakuseiga's regal cold voice was, surprisingly, feminine. It reminded him somewhat of Setsuna and Kurum's voices, so he had a tendency to engage in conversations just to hear her speak. Samehada writhed in her position, her convulsions the only indication of her enjoyment. "Tell him, Blast Fang. Show him that girls can kick ass." Naruto suppressed the sigh that escaped him and disengaged from the next argument between their swords. After constant exposure to his powerful chakra, Kubikirabacho had evolved like Samehada. It had gained the ability to absorb an endless amount of blood from those it cut, and in addition to using the iron to repair itself, it could also release the excess blood as razor-sharp projectiles that could pierce through almost anything. It had gained sentience, somehow adopting Momochi's abuser's attitude a fitting course of action, he supposed. His other 2 blades, Bakuseiga and Tetsuseiga, were special, even for Naruto. Bakuseiga was so powerful that he had very few opportunities to use it in combat. Its energy blasts also acted as a very potent poison, and the effect could spread through contact. Tetsuseiga, the last masculine sword, was the fang of destruction. Even the amount of damage a Biju-Dama could inflict was rivaled, and in some cases surpassed, by the destruction his second fang could unleash. Before the argument could escalate further, Naruto swiftly drew Bakuseiga and quickly sealed the blades once more, ignoring the other's complaints. As they vanished into the wall, he glanced at Bakuseiga and smiled. Unsheathing it, Naruto cast a practiced eye over its shape and grinned wickedly. "This might look a bit old-fashioned, but I must say I've never seen a sword that embodies the concept of perfection and lethality." Bakuseiga's sword flashed briefly as she rose to his praise. "It shouldn't be a surprise, though your words are appreciated, Naruto-sama. Well, I am curious why you chose me this time. I believe you have other matters to attend to." "You're absolutely right, my dear," he murmured. Expertly wrapping her up, Naruto tied her to his back and headed toward the guild. Within minutes, he was standing in front of the guild doors. As he entered the guild hall, a glimpse of beautiful white hair brought a smile to his face. Stealthily hidden in a corner of the room, Naruto peeked out slightly to see the person and smiled. Murahan had returned. The Piccolo 16. Celestial Spirit Mage, Lullaby and a Date. Part 3. Chapter 16. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto, Fairy Tail, or any other anime or manga that appear in this fanfic. If I did, I would have kept Jelil as the villain and had Naruto marry Urza sometime before the Tenru Island arc, though that might not happen in this fic. Last time. Within minutes, he was standing in front of the guild doors. As he entered the guild hall, a glimpse of beautiful white hair brought a smile to his face. Stealthily hidden in a corner of the room, Naruto peeked out slightly to see the person and smiled. Murahin had returned. Seeing the distinctive white hair of the Strauss siblings, Naruto crouched down and remained out of sight as he plotted a surprise for her. Peeking out from behind the large table propped against the corner of the room, his eyes gleamed mischievously when he spotted Murahin deep in conversation with her younger sister. Oh, this is going to be good. Flashing through three-hand seals, Naruto cast the Misegakure no Jutsu, concealed camouflage technique, upon himself. His form shifted, using his chakra to transform his body into a transparent being. His clothes, sword, and scent vanished, and the jutsu ended. Turning around, Naruto nodded contentedly before emerging from his hiding place. Since it was still quite early in the morning, around 6 o'clock, there were only a few people inside the guild hall. I could see Gray at the far end of the room talking to the elderly fire mage Mikao, unconsciously shaping ice sculptures with his hands, though he was clearly paying more attention to the conversation. As the conversation went on, the sculptures would change. 1 minute there resembled Elfman's hulking form, the next it was Urza dressed in her Heaven's Wheel armor. Naruto smiled at that. Gray was like a much lighter version of Sasuke. What could the Uchiha have been like if he hadn't been so obsessed with revenge? He took the various Hyoten techniques that Naruto had shown him quite well. He didn't master them as quickly as Sasuke could, but he was very thorough in learning everything about the technique's weaknesses, strengths, and methods for improvement. He was definitely one of the best students Naruto had. With his magical ability. Her eyes met the sound of laughter in the northeast corner of the room. The laughter came from Kana, who already had a mug of beer in her hand and was chatting animatedly with one of the new recruits, a woman named Biska Mulin. She was a young woman with long, straight green hair that reached her lower back, with a few long strands framing her face. She had purplish brown eyes and was always seen wearing red lipstick. She had a very curvaceous figure and wore a Western-style hat that was always visible on her head, a light polka-dotted scarf, and a pair of reddish-brown boots. Her body was covered by a short, strapless one-piece dress decorated with spiral patterns with darker, striped edges. From what he'd gathered from their brief interactions, as well as Kana's input, she seemed to be a soft-spoken young woman. The only times he'd seen her lively and active were when she was practicing her weapon magic and when she and Kana were hanging out. He'd caught her glancing at him a few times, but nothing came of it, so he didn't mind. A smile stretched across his face as a very lustful idea occurred to him. Bakuseiga, who was still tied to his side and currently synchronized with him, sighed deeply. Naruto-sama, well, it's not my place to criticize your behavior, don't you think you're acting more perverted than ever? What you're planning seems more appropriate for a man who thinks with his other head, as opposed to one like you. Naruto gently stroked his sheath, making sure to move and avoid the people slowly but surely entering the guild. A quick glance confirmed that Lisana and Murahin were still deep in conversation, though they had moved toward the bar. I'm sorry if I come across as a pervert, but you have to remember I inherited a hell of a libido from everyone I knew besides. I don't intend to take this past second base, he said, somewhat cheekily. He began moving toward the two of them, stealthily passing by the people who moved in his direction and got in his way. In a few moments, he was standing directly behind the green-haired beauty, who was laughing at a joke Kana had just told her. Careful not to let her hair touch her bare skin, Naruto leaned forward until he had a clear view of her impressive cleavage. Damn, they're almost as big as Urza's, he thought, watching them bounce and jiggle as she moved. Naruto-sama, are you really going to do this? Bakuseiga already seemed resigned to the fact that her master was going to subject the young woman to a lustful prank, but she still made a half-hearted attempt to stop him. What if you get caught and exposed? Naruto rubbed his chin as he leaned forward to look at her breasts from different angles. Yes, I'm really going to do it. No, I won't get caught or exposed, and I'll let her know I have an escape plan in case I do get caught. Now, would you mind being quiet for a moment? His eyes spiraled toward the Sharigan, which he then proceeded to use like a camera. Every time Biska struck an unintentionally hexy pose, his eyes captured the moment and stored it in his mind forever. Feeling a little bold and mischievous, Naruto silently removed his glove and ran his hand up her right arm. She gasped in surprise, nearly spilling her teacup and making her breasts bounce even more. The moment was captured by his eyes, which lingered on her chest and replayed in slow motion in his mind. Ana had just finished her mug of beer when her companion straightened up and turned her head to her side. Raising an eyebrow, the brunette tilted her head curiously. Something wrong, Biska? Biska rubbed her arm nervously, still looking uneasy. I feel something touching me. I'm sure it's just my imagination, probably just the breeze, she said, giving Kana an unconvincing smile. That response caused Naruto to smile darkly beneath his mask. Oh. I'd love to keep toying with her, but I have a hexy demon to capture shadow clone jutsu. Half a dozen clones appeared at his side, all of them also enveloped under the effects of the demon world jutsu. Each of them gave him a knowing bow and joined the unconscious woman. I couldn't wait for them to dissipate and show the results. Heading towards the bar, the still invisible shinobi slipped through the growing crowd and positioned herself directly behind the takeover mage, who was sitting on the farthest stool in the guild hall with his sister. Murahin listened intently as Lysana spoke about the training methods she had put her group through and how they were coping. She hadn't changed much. She still wore her usual attire, though a noticeable choker was draped around her neck. Her body had become even more curvaceous and feminine, much like most of the other women in the guild. As for her personality, it had mellowed over the years and she was a somewhat toned-down version of herself. She could be quite cheerful and sweet with those close to her heart, but she could be rather abrasive with those she didn't know well or didn't like. Her rivalry with Urza remained the same, bringing out flashes of her old personality as they squabbled around the guild, but one could see that it was less intense than when they were children. Leaning toward her, Naruto's hands moved in anticipation. Striking with the speed of a viper, Naruto's hands shot forward and grasped Murahin's large breasts. Holding them firmly, Naruto took half a second to admire once more the astonishingly soft yet perky breasts in his palm. Despite having done more naughty and perverse things to them, every time he patted those magnificent breasts, he felt a certain thrill from the fact that he was the one who had her. To be with her. That she had chosen him above all others to undress. The moment passed quickly, and knowing he only had another second to act, he pinched her nipples. Normally this wouldn't affect her, but their dorm activities last time had lasted almost all day. Naruto discerned that Murahin had discharged approximately a liter of bodily fluids through hex. Her body had become extremely sensitive as a result of a particular hexwell technique Kakashi had learned, and the effects wouldn't wear off until tonight. His reaction did not disappoint. "Hiya. Mirani." Lysana cried, surprised by her story at her sister's sudden howl. Naruto chuckled as he released his camouflage jutsu, appearing out of nowhere like a chameleon behind the startled siblings. "Hey Mira, it's been a while." When she looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, covering her chest as if she were naked for all to see, he raised an eyebrow. "Ara. You look pretty upset, Mira-chan, did something go wrong with your job application?" "Shut up, Baka Naruto." He dodged the blow with which she had struck, noticing that she had only half-heartedly attacked, and amusement bubbled within him. Grabbing her arm before she could retract it, he took advantage of her surprise and pulled her toward him. She was knocked out of her seat and bumped against his chest. His arms wrapped around her in a surprise hug, pressing her smaller body tightly against his with puppy dog excitement. "Mira-chan, I missed you so much." He cried, rubbing himself against her like a dog. Murahin punched his chest, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. "Maybe if you'd been quicker with that job application, you could have come with me," she declared, surrendering to his embrace and sliding her own arms around him. She tried to deny it, but she knew she missed him too. The commute to and from Balsam Village had been terribly dull and frustrating because she'd been assaulted by other men who thought she was an easy pick when all she wanted was to rest and hurry home. She dealt with them, though she refrained from using any force. A concentrated burst of murderous intent upon them left them thoroughly disturbed and afraid to approach her again. She tightened her grip around him as his scent wafted around her. It smelled pleasant and minty, as if he'd splashed on some cologne before arriving. "What would you do without me?" She chuckled, burying herself against him. He gently ran his hands through her hair, remarking on its silkiness once more. "Crawl to a corner and cry until you come looking for me," he replied, his voice low and gentle. He buried his face in her soft hair and inhaled her scent, feeling as though he could spend the rest of the day simply enveloping her. For him, that would be more satisfying than Hex alone, though combining this with Hex definitely topped the list. "Gosh, get a room already." Lysana cried, bravely trying to avoid eye contact with the couple. However, the red blotch on her cheeks diminished the effect of the disgusted little sister act she was trying to put on. The scene was far too intimate for her tastes. There was nothing hexual about their embrace, but the intensity of their display made her feel like a voyeur. Seeing them happy with each other, simply by being in each other's presence, was something she felt was too intimate for her to witness. Unfortunately, Naruto lifted his head from Murahin's soft, wonderful body to look questioningly at Lysana. "Haven't you and Natsu gotten past this stage yet? You seemed pretty comfortable giving Harjin a handjob on the way there, so why are you embarrassed to hug him?" The question was phrased far too innocently to be anything but a joke. As expected, Murahin turned her head toward Lysana in shock as the younger sister cursed her innocently blinking sensei. "Revenge is a bitch, isn't it, Lysana? You did what to Natsu?" Murahin whispered furiously, quickly scanning the guild hall for the pink-haired dragon slayer. Frowning at the lack of sign of the man, she pulled away from her lover and turned her stormy blue eyes toward Lysana, placing her hands on her hips. Explain, my dear sister, how long has this been going on and why have you been engaging in these activities when you're clearly not ready for them? She asked quietly, her eyes flashing slightly with anger. Mirai, I can explain. Lysana said, raising her hands to try and appease her older sister. Throwing a dirty look at Naruto, who only waved cheerfully from behind Mira, she hurriedly began to defend her case. I know it sounds weird, but we haven't really gone beyond kissing and a little touching. When we were traveling to Harem, I had a particularly naughty book on me. Her voice had dropped in volume as she nervously poked her fingers out, the blush on her cheeks deepening with the admission. And I kind of sort of got a little turned on by the contents. Gods, the cross-examination was so embarrassing. Damn you, Naruto-sensei. I hope you have a horrible box of blue balls. I know, I hear you loud and clear every night when you read one of those books and get all emotional. Mirahin said tersely, earning an embarrassed squeal from Lysana. Mira tilted her head, did you think I wouldn't find out? You're not exactly quiet when you come in, you know. What? Standing aside and watching her get dressed, Naruto smiled at the interaction. Despite her anger, she still managed to project that maternal feeling many mature women possess even after recently reaching adulthood. A strange pull in his chest developed during the scene. As he continued to watch her, the feeling grew stronger. Closing his eyes, he pictured a slightly older Mirahin speaking sternly to a white-haired young man who looked displeased and embarrassed by the reprimand. She wore a sleeveless ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt. The bodice was adorned with a large pink bow, and similarly colored embellishments framed the rather wide neckline, acted as straps, and wrapped around the waist. She also wore high heels that matched her dress, a small chain necklace with an attached oval blue gem, and a white floral bracelet encircling her right wrist. The young man was quite muscular, though his body appeared slender, much like Naruto's physique. He wore a long, black, purple and red coat with fairy tale insignias sewn onto both shoulders. He also wore a red zip-up hoodie vest under the coat, a navy blue shirt underneath that, and a pair of dark blue pants. He had neatly styled white hair and blue eyes, similar to Mirahin's and the other Strauss siblings. Mira sighed resignedly and hugged the man, who was acting embarrassed by the gesture. As any other son would. The imagined scene made his heart swell with something. He wasn't sure what it was. Was it longing? Perhaps nostalgia. He could no longer put his finger on how he felt about having a family. On the one hand, it was something he had always longed for since childhood. Being an only child, he had always yearned for a large family and the chance to raise a child. Now, armed with the memories and tricks of over 100 capable parents, he was fairly confident in his ability to be a good father. However, any of his children would be targeted as a source of power. He wasn't entirely certain, but he suspected that each and every one of the children he fathered would inherit a significant portion of his powers. If they inherited the most dangerous bloodlines he possessed, the Magic Council and several others would turn their covetous eyes upon his family. If that were to happen, the children's lives would always be marked by paranoia and they would rarely find happiness. I hated that. Even so, when he opened his eyes, he recognized one fact. She would be a good mother someday. The good thing is that Mikao and Wakaba aren't here, he thought, narrowing his eyes at the thought of the two older mages. Since Mirahin had grown into a dazzling young woman, they somehow got the impression that they could now touch the person who had managed to intimidate them when she was a child. Naruto didn't really find fault with part of his reasoning. Unlike before, when they saw her as a child or an annoying little sister, now they saw her as a dazzling young woman and simply acted on their natural instinct to procreate. Naruto always responded with his instinct to protect his pack. Violently. Seeing his change in mood, Mirahin paused her little lecture long enough to take hold of his shoulders and plant a chaste kiss on his cheek. She wasn't sure what was bothering him, but she knew him well enough to know that he calmed down whenever she, Kana, or Setsuna pecked his cheek. Returning to punishing her little sister, her mind drifted back to pondering the relationship between her rival and her lover. Having been Urza's friend for most of her life, Mira was one of the few people in the guild who had any insight into the S-class mage's dark past. From what Urza had told her, and what she had managed to piece together on her own and with the master, Mirahin had tentatively concluded that Urza had once been in love with, or at least had some attraction to, the boy, and had been harshly rejected. There were also some hints that she had been tortured, as evidenced by her implanted right eye, as well as the early bouts of fear she experienced whenever she saw a whip upon arriving at the guild. With all those experiences, it was no wonder she continued to wear that armor of hers. It was her coping mechanism, something that made her feel safe even when she didn't need it, like when she went to sleep. Of course, Setsuna, Kana and Mira had noticed when the fairy queen began to see the demon king in a romantic light. Interestingly, it all started with one of her usual peaks. Urza had challenged Naruto once again, something many believed Natsu had stolen from her, and they had fought just a few feet from the guild. Urza hadn't said anything about it, though she turned an interesting shade of red along with surprisingly sweet behavior, but it was obvious that something had shifted in her perception of the strange SS-class mage. Murahin and Kana believed that something happened that afternoon to open Urza's eyes to the possibility of being with Naruto. Setsuna, on the other hand, was of the opinion that Urza had always been captivated and affectionate towards Naruto, and that what happened that day only made it so that she could finally admit what she felt for him. From then on, it became a little more obvious that she saw him as someone dear to her. Whenever she made a job request that required more manpower than she could provide, he was always the first to ask her to accompany him. Whenever she had a burden to lift from her chest, Naruto would take her for a walk and let her see a little of his heart. That wasn't to say he was the only one she opened up to, but he was practically the only man her age who let her guard down. Every compliment he gave, which was something he rarely did, she would smile briefly and savor. It was curious how he was somehow encouraging his rival to admit his feelings for his lover, though it also came down to his inner romantic side, foaming at the mouth to bring them together. Wham! Snowman with ice. Wham! Shit-eater who grapes donkeys. Wham! What the hell are you saying, brother? Wham! You heard me, you damn marshmallow toaster. Wham! The sounds of fists slicing through flesh echoed through the hall, and many eyes turned to find the source. In the center of the guild, Natsu and Gray clashed. Members of the crowd cheered them on, watching intently as the two battled each other, with Gray using the Goken fighting style to pummel his opponent, while Natsu lashed out with his own unique street fighting style and used his flames to amplify the power of his blows. Naruto sighed wearily at the daily scene. Why couldn't they get along? He opened one eye, saw the various flaws they both had in their respective fighting styles, and thought of several possible ways to correct them. It was only after Natsu punched Gray in the face, sending him back a few inches, that he remembered the task he had made a mental note to do. I'd have to give Natsu a little lecture about his adult escapades. He and Lisana were of legal age, yes, but that didn't mean they were ready for the adult-oriented activities available. Sure, he'd slept with Murahin, Kana and Setsuna, but they were at least 2 years older than the couple and had taken their relationship pretty slowly. He didn't want his mistress to become an aunt before she was ready, damn it. What's going on here? Turning toward the familiar voice, Naruto smiled at Lucy in amazement and waved. She was wearing a cute red tank top that did a good job of accentuating her ample chest, a short pink skirt that reached her thighs, and her custom belt around her waist. She seemed to have abandoned her whip, and the golden fairy tale mark on the back of her right hand shone proudly in the light. This is something you'll have to get used to in this industry. At that moment, just as the fight was about to escalate rapidly to include the other guild members, a cry of warning and fear echoed through the hall. Hey, you bitches. Clear the area. Urza's in your way. Loke, the scout of the time, seemed to have seen the face of hell and wanted nothing to do with it. He was one of the new recruits, a skilled practitioner of ring magic. Interestingly, Loke had been voted the third most desirable man in Sorcerer magazine's The Wizard I'd Like to Be My Boyfriend ranking, while second and first place went to Seagrain, one of the youngest and most charismatic members of the Magic Council, and Naruto, respectively. He had complained about this, claiming that he was actually more handsome than the Demon King and deserved a higher ranking. To settle the dispute, 2 reporters from Sorcerer magazine arrived to judge and determine who was the most handsome. Loke had been very confident of his victory and quickly identified the 2 judges. They had awarded him an overall score of 9.5, something he believed Naruto couldn't possibly surpass. All Naruto did was remove his mask, and the women were knocked unconscious by nosebleeds. The next problem was a photo of Naruto, with part of his mask removed, which upset the spectators. The sales they made with that song would forever be their best record to date. Loke and almost every other man who read that song felt their spirits crushed. The sheer volume of activity that followed the declaration could only be best described as chaos. The people in the hall were frozen in shock, obviously not expecting the disciplinarian of the guild to return so soon. Natsu and Gray were the worst offenders. They were comically frozen in place, Natsu's fist raised and Gray's foot about to fly loose. When everyone's brains finally processed the situation, pandemonium erupted. Natsu and Gray simultaneously stormed out of the guild, their reasons to finally defeat Urza and witness her humiliation, respectively. As everyone else scrambled to get into the best possible shape, the sounds of shouts and muffled blows amidst a commotion spurred everyone on to move faster. Moments later, the guild hall was filled with tense silence, and many people grew nervous at the ominous echo of her footsteps as she approached the doors. Finally, after a few anxious moments, the doors burst open and Urza Scarlet entered the guild. Like everyone in the guild, Urza had changed over the years. She had grown into a very beautiful woman. She had a slender figure that Naruto would describe as incredible, and like most of the women in the guild, she had developed positively large casual breasts as well as an attractive backside. She had grown her hair out at some point during the years, though it probably started when he let her know that he preferred women with long hair. Her most common outfit consisted of armor custom made by the Heart Crew's blacksmiths, a blue skirt, and black boots. Held in his hands, barely able to pass unobstructed through the doors, was an enormous horn. It closely resembled a dragon's claw, though it had been adorned with all manner of jewels and decorative materials. Lucy stared in disbelief at the nonchalance with which the Redeed carried the enormous horn. It was one thing to hear about the incredible feats each of Fairy Tail's top wizards had accomplished over the years, but to see Titania Urza wielding that massive thing as if it were a pen, without even using her magical armor to enhance her abilities, was breathtaking. That's when she decided Urza would be her role model. Sure, she looked up to Marahin and, to a lesser extent, Kana, but Urza embodied the very concept of a female mage. She was powerful, strong, incredibly responsible and courteous, effortlessly beautiful and hexy. She was like a celestial being. Naruto raised an eyebrow the size of the horn, while Marahin smiled happily at her rival. If a third party, one not affiliated with Fairy Tail, had been asked to describe the relationship the two had forged in that exchange, many would have described them as close friends. Welcome back, Urza. Master is away on an emergency meeting and won't be back for another 3 days or so, she replied. Urza frowned briefly. I see. I was hoping to catch him before he got busy, but unfortunately. As she placed the gigantic speaker on the floor, a loud booming sound echoed through the guild hall. Some of the newer members, including Lucy, gasped at its estimated weight. Brushing a speck of dirt from the greaves on her shoulders, Urza turned to face the crowd and sighed wearily. I was looking forward to disciplining you all when I got back, but something came up, so I'll make sure to do it when I return from that. At her words, all the men except Naruto and Elfman clutched their groins in pain, their faces pale, while some of the girls took a few steps back, their expressions clearly uneasy. Lucy watched the crowd's reaction with curiosity, wondering why Urza Scarlet had been able to frighten the members of one of the strongest guilds so easily. Turning to Naruto, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Naruto-san, why is everyone so afraid of him? I mean, he's certainly one of the strongest mages in the guild, but they all seem a little more nervous than usual. Naruto shrugged. She has a reputation for being strict. Some of her punishments can be quite harsh. It also helps that Kurama found her interesting enough to teach. From what he'd heard, Kurama had apparently taught Urza a few things, though exactly what she'd taught her wasn't yet clear to him. Satisfied with instilling a sense of awe in them, Urza turned to Naruto and stepped forward to greet him. So you're finally back, huh? I heard about your little detour to Harem. She smiled as he squirmed, crossing his arms as she stopped in front of him. It was Natsu's fault, damn it. Makarov won't be happy, but he won't refuse to pay for the damage done to the city. He leaned against the wall and looked at her with interest. How did the job application go? Urza grimaced and shifted her weight to the other foot. Actually, I'm not lucky enough to even begin telling that story. Look, are you busy for the rest of the day? Marahin frowned. I'm sorry, but I plan to rest today and then maybe spend some time with Naruto tomorrow. Why, do you need help with an application? Something like that, Urza replied vaguely. There's something I wanted to discuss with Naruto and Master, but I guess I'll have to deal with you alone. Somehow, Naruto got the feeling she was strangely pleased to have to work on it alone with him. He had a feeling he might miss his date with Kana after all. Ashibana town. Within the streets of Ashibana, a young woman walked with an excited spring in her step. As she moved, her bright red hair flowed in the air like a magnificent mane in the sun. I wonder if Leader Sama would mind if I had a little fun here before going after the objective. Of course, that would depend on whether the wizards of Eisenwald live to see the next day. After all, you don't anger the Blood Angel, and you get away with it. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.